At these times, Zhengzi valued his life more than his wealth. Holding on to treasure while mistreating one's country is not worthy of discussion. Straining one's body while curtailing family ties is not worthy of discourse either. After his father's death, the state of Qi invited him to join their court, followed by Chu with a position as Grand Administrator and Jin offering an appointment as High Official. Ying Han Poetry Outer Tales by Ying Han, produced by Nicole Lai, Volume 1-2, Roll 1. Zhengzi served in Ji, receiving 3 bushels of rice at that time. He valued his wealth more than his life. One should accept important duties regardless of location. One should not choose a post simply to escape poverty or serve an elderly parent. Thus, the noble person adapts to changing circumstances promptly. The poem says, "Early and late I serve the public, yet receive different orders." It is said, "Those who do not seize the right moment to serve, when tasked with responsibilities, they weigh their thoughts carefully, and are not involved in decisions. This is due to their poverty." The tale goes, a woman bathed by a river, though marriageable, had not yet married. Seeing something incomplete, lacking proper rights, she remained chaste, steadfast in her virtue, and refused to go with him, even though he was insistent. The poem says, "Though you hasten my lawsuit, I will not yield." The noble person thought this a display of the ideal womanly virtue, so he spread her story far and wide, praising it in songs to deter others from pursuing such unworthy behavior and to safeguard the path of righteousness. Confucius journeyed south to Chu and reached the pass of Agu's tunnel. There was a woman washing clothes by the river. Confucius said, "Could one speak with this woman?" He picked up a cup and gave it to Zizi, saying, "Craft a suitable remark to hear her words." Zizi replied, "I am from the north, going south to Chu, facing extreme heat. My mind wandering, I beg for just one drink to convey my sincerity. If you wish to drink, simply drink." The woman answered, "The Agu tunnel, winding and meandering, its water clear or murky, flows towards the sea. Why question a woman?" He took out his chin, removing its bridge, and gave it to Zizi. Zizi reported this back to Confucius, who replied, "I already know." Confucius accepted her cup, facing the current, poured it out, then said, "Rights do not allow for such acceptance. Craft a suitable remark," he said, to hear her words. "Here's this chin without a bridge. I wish to tune its strings." Zizi said, "Your words just now, like cool wind, do not contradict mine, flowing smoothly through my heart." The woman replied, "I am but a rustic woman, ignorant and heartless, unaware of music. How could I tune the chin?" Zizi reported this back. Confucius said, "I know." He then took out 5 jiaos and gave them to Zizi, saying, "Craft a suitable remark." The woman answered, "A guest's journey differs from others. He leaves his wealth behind in the wilderness." Zizi replied, "I am from the north, going south to Chu. Here is this 5 jiaos. I dare not use it as equivalent to your body, so I leave it by the water's edge. I am very young. How could I accept this? If you do not leave soon, there is a madman here who may keep you." This is what is meant. The poem says, "In the south stands a tall tree, unyielding to thought. Den Han are courtesans, unasked for in reflection." The Duke of Ai asked Confucius, "Is there such a thing as long life?" Confucius replied, "Indeed. There are 3 ways one may die before their time: living in unwarranted seclusion, overeating and undervaluing rest, overworking and exhausting oneself, dwelling below while coveting power above, insatiable desires that never cease, unending searches these end in shared death with weapons. Therefore, these are 3 ways one may die before their time." A poem says, "If a person has no ceremony, what good is life to them? Thus, a person's life is in heaven, a nation's fate is in its rights. It is said that in heaven, nothing is clearer than the sun and moon. On earth, nothing is brighter than fire and water. Among humans, nothing is more clear than rites and ceremonies. Therefore, the sun and moon do not shine too high, then the light they cast does not reach far. Fire and water do not accumulate, then their brightness does not spread widely. If rituals are not added to a nation, then virtue and fame will not be pure. Rulers who respect ceremony honor the wise and rule like kings. They value law and love their people to become dominant, but like those who seek profit with many tricks, their danger leads to their downfall and death." A poem says, "If a person has no rights, why not immediately die?" He believes in rights. Every method of focusing one's mind through rights achieves clarity, but without rights it becomes chaotic. A cultivated man has good standards of speech and conduct to nurture his spirit, so he lives a long life. He cultivates himself, strengthens his resolve, then his name is comparable to Yao and Yu. In harmony with the times, he attains success, but, when faced with adversity, he finds a way out. Dietary habits, clothing, movement and place, all guided by rites, show self-restraint. Without rites, they lead to illness. One's countenance, posture, advancement or retreat, all guided by rites, bring peace to the nation. A poem says, if a person has no rights, why not immediately die? Government cannot proceed without rights. State affairs cannot be accomplished without rights. A nation with no rights is not tranquil. A king with no rights dies each day. These three are the kind killed without mercy by righteous kings. It is said that an unkind person neglects their relatives, a disloyal person betrays their lord, and a dishonest person cheats their friends. A poem says, if a person has no rights, what good is life to them? The Prince Bai Gan sacrificed his life to demonstrate his loyalty. Liu Xia did to show his honesty. Bo Yi and Shu Qi died for their integrity. Three were famous scholars throughout the world. How could they not love their lives? If justice cannot stand firm, fame cannot be achieved, then scholars feel ashamed and sacrifice themselves. Sun and moon, heaven cannot kill them, nor can the earth sustain them. From this perspective, being poor or humble is not a shame for a scholar. When a nation praises loyalty but scholars do not participate, values honesty but scholars do not follow, or uphold integrity but scholars do not adhere to them, if these three exist in one person, their name will be passed down through the ages, and they are respected like third. Confucius said, if one has wealth and can seek it, even a charioteer like me would do so. In a time of rulers like An, such people would not be soiled by their reign. Yet it is not that evil makes one want to die, or desire for wealth and honor. Based on reason, one who is honored and elevated does not refuse service. Therefore, one should not feel pity for poverty, hard labor, or humiliation, only then can success be achieved. A poem says, my mind cannot be moved, it cannot be turned. My heart cannot be rolled up, it cannot be folded. Zigong rode a fat horse, dressed in light leather clothes, wearing a dark blue coat over a plain silk garment, not fitting through alleys to meet him. Zhuangzhu lived in Lu, in a room surrounded by barricades, with doors made of bamboo and thatch, windows with no shutters, no hinges on the doors, water leaking from above, dampness below. His sitting area swaying to the sound of stringed instruments. Zhuangzhu greeted Zigong at the door with a tall hat and staff, his turban tied neatly if he stood up straight, his sleeves rolled up if he raised his arms, his shoes laced firmly if he took a step. Zigong blushed and left without excuse. Zhuangzhu then slowly walked back, singing the Shang and Shu songs, his voice reaching across heaven and earth, like sound from a bell or chime. A king cannot be a subject, nor can princes be friends. Therefore, one who nurtures their body forgets home. One who nurtures their spirit forgets themselves, who could then disgrace them. A poem says, the bamboo stalk droops, the grass blade falls. I cannot move it, my mind cannot turn it. It is said, a scholar, though unable to fully possess the ways of doctrine, must have some basis. Though he cannot attain perfection in beauty, he must find a place within it. He does not seek to speak much, but rather examines his actions carefully. Once his conduct is honored and his words are heeded, they become as unchanging as skin and flesh, life and death. The poem says, my heart is not a stone, it cannot be moved. My mind is not a mat, it cannot be rolled. It is said, a noble person purifies his body, and those who are like-minded gather together. He refines his speech, and those of similar disposition respond. The sound of a horse's neighing causes the horse to respond, that of a cow's, the cow. This is not due to knowledge, but to nature. Therefore, one freshly bathed will adjust their crown, one recently washed will straighten their clothes. No one can allow themselves to be mixed with the filth of others. The poem says, my heart is not a mirror, it cannot reflect. Jing Fa's destruction of the arched gate in West Chen, when people from all sides helped repair it after its collapse, Confucius passed by without participating. Gongsun Chao took hold of the reins and asked, ritual dictates that if a coachman greets 3 people he must stop, but 2 he must pause. Now, many are helping to mend the arched gate. Why didn't you stop, master? Confucius replied, a nation's fall without awareness is foolishness. Knowing it yet not striving is unfaithfulness. Falling without dying is cowardice. Even if those repairing the gate were numerous, they could not all act with this sincerity. That's why I did not pause. The poem says, troubled hearts tremble at the crowd. A small person surrounded by many is in no position to be treated with respect. When fame rises, the path of virtue becomes unused. When virtue prevails, people lose their positions. Indeed, it is said, those who seek fame will inevitably have much resentment. Those who delight in favor will inevitably suffer humiliation. Only those who disappear from human sight can follow the ways of nature and be above logic, free from love of name. A wise person does not view the world as a realm of fame and profit. The poem says, not resentful, not seeking, what use is there for harm? Therefore, the wise do not engage in inappropriate affairs. The virtuous do not seek non-existent possessions. It is said, the intelligent person acts in accordance with truth, so righteousness and modesty become apparent. He does not act against truth, so even if labored upon, he will not succeed. This is how harm is averted and reputation becomes renowned. The poem states, not resentful, not seeking, what use is there for harm? Only then would the master of music play the ascending chariot tune to announce his departure. In ancient times, when an emperor was about to leave, he would ring the yellow bell, and all the right 5 bells would respond. The horses would neigh as their drivers adjusted their rituals. Riders had their numbers. Standing required folding over. Ritual fans, bowing involved holding drums. Each step followed a precise pattern. Turning had set angle. On entering, they would ring the suobin, a type of bell, to govern facial expressions. Once facial expressions are in order, color alignment calms skin and flesh. The sound of the suobin, horse neigings, chime of the carriage shield, and various insects all stretched their necks to listen. Those within were all resplendent with jade, those without gleamed with gold. Then the master of music played the ascending hall tune to announce his entry. The poem says, bell and drum music. This is what is meant by music having harmony. Objects resonating, like-minded voices responding. This is it. The poem says, though like a broken vessel, my parents are nearby. A family poor, with aging parents, does not choose positions based on status. This is it. A dried fish biting on a rope eventually decays. The lives of parents suddenly end. Trees want to grow lush but cannot be spared from frost and dew. Wise scholars wish to establish their names, but do not wait for the support of parents. Knowing but not learning, what use is there to worry? Learning but not acting, what use is there to worry? Confucius said, a scholar has 3 worries, not knowing, what use is there to worry? The poem says, no sight of a noble one, worried heart. This is what is meant. When Ru Gongfu Wenbo died, his mother did not cry. Jisun, upon hearing this, said, Wenbo's mother is a chaste woman. A son's death without tears must surely have a profound reason. He sent someone to inquire about it. She replied, in former times when this child was with me, I sent him to learn from Confucius. Confucius left Ru and accompanied him on his way out of the state, but he did not offer any precious family objects as gifts. When he fell ill, no learned men visited him, and when he died, none wept for him. On the day of his death, 10 palace maids followed behind him. These were not enough to honor a scholar, but there was more than sufficient respect shown to a woman. That is why I did not cry. The poem says, what kind of person is she, whose virtuous deeds are without flaw? When fortune favors, there is prosperity. When it departs, chaos ensues. The record says, heaven and earth combine, then life's vital energy becomes pure. Yin and yang change their phases, then transformations take place at the right time. Therefore, humans are born incomplete in 5 ways. They have no sight, cannot eat, cannot walk, cannot speak, and cannot exert their influence on others. In 3 months, they can see. After 7 months, they can taste food. At the age of 1, they begin to walk. At 3, they can speak. At 16, they can fully exert their influence. Yin changes because of yang, and yang changes because of yin. Thus, a male is born with teeth in August, has baby teeth at 8 years old, and matures sexually at 16. A female is born with teeth in July, gets permanent teeth at 7 years old, and matures sexually at 14. Therefore, yang changes because of yin, and yin changes because of yang. The poem says, what kind of person is she? Bound by marriage, completely unreliable, ignorant of her fate. Wise people are not like this. When their vital energy is abundant, it cannot be exhausted too soon. Hence, those who do not follow the proper path, when their vital energy begins to be complete, they are moved by their passions, indulge in pleasure, and reverse their natural order, leading to a premature end to life and a lack of growth in virtue. When they do not see the path ahead, they express their desires through songs that speak of virtue. The poem says, "The quiet woman, how beautiful she is, waiting for me in a city corner, loving me but unable to see me, plucking her hair and pacing anxiously. Gazing at the sun and moon, my thoughts wander far, wondering if this path will ever end." This is an expression of distress when time is pressing. Therefore it is called day and month. Chu Baigong, in his difficulty, had a good servant who left his mother to die for his lord. His mother asked, "Can you abandon me to die for your lord?" He replied, "One who serves a lord must offer up his own life for him. Now that I am nourished by my lord's income, please let me go and die." When he arrived at court, he was turned away 3 times. It is fear that makes you hesitate. His servant said, "Why don't you change your mind?" He said, "Fear is a private concern. To die for my lord is a public duty." So he died. I have heard that a gentleman does not let his private concerns harm the public good. When the wise heard of this, they said, "What wonderful loyalty! Surely he will be rewarded." This is what it means. The poem says, "Deep commitment brings severity, shallowness brings criticism." During the time of Jin Linggong, the people of Song killed their lord, Zhuangshu Wen. Zhao Xianxi asked for aid from Linggong and rescued him. Xianxi replied, "On the contrary." Linggong said, "This is not a matter of urgent concern for Jin. The Great One Tian is the heavens. Second is lord and subject, forming an order that is natural. Now, to kill their own lord means to reverse the order of heaven and earth and human nature, so heaven will surely bring disaster upon them. If Jin, as the leader of alliances, does not come to aid him, the punishment from heaven may well fall on them all." The poem says, "For every commoner who grieves they crawl forward to help, but for a king, how much more?" Thus did Linggong join forces with the allied army, because they executed the wicked and supported the righteous. When Song heard this, they were struck with awe and reverence, and Jin's nation flourished day by day. Why? This is what Zhao Xianxi meant. The poem says, "For every commoner who grieves they crawl forward to help, but for a king, how much more?" The poem says, "What a place is this! The sound voice does not travel beyond 100 li, the silent voice reaches to the 4 seas. The record says, when water becomes murky, fish vocalize. When laws are severe, people revolt. When kings are good, their subjects thrive. Therefore, he who exceeds his merit and reward is cut off, and he who exceeds his name in reality suffers loss. When conduct and name are in harmony, misfortune does not come empty." What a long time! There must be something there. There must be a reason for it. Thus, only through non-action can one achieve long life and clear vision, without burdening oneself with things. When these 3 qualities exist in a person, even if they are not in a position of power, it is called basic virtue. The transmission says, "Clothes and appearance are what convince the eyes, words and responses are what convince the ears, liking and disliking, coming and going, are what convince the heart." So, if a noble person has clothes that please the eye, then the people's eyes are pleased. If their words are humble, and their responses ready, then the people's ears are pleased. If they differentiate between righteousness and unrighteousness, then the people's hearts are pleased. Therefore, if one keeps the center of their heart filled with goodness, and renews themselves each day, even if they live alone, their virtues will be full and manifest. The poem says, "What a place is this! There must be something there. What a long time! There must be a reason for it." There are 4 types of benevolence. 1. Benevolence towards the lower people. 2. A saintly benevolence that knows heaven and uses the appropriate time. 3. 4. A wise benevolence that knows earth and uses its resources. A virtuous benevolence that knows humans, bringing them peace and security. A generous benevolence embraces the multitude. When the people believe in him, his path is not slandered with time. This is a virtue of benevolence. Death, without regard for his brothers, following the law. How mysterious. Purity and uprightness, haste to put right what is wrong and to combat evil. Even if he lives in the countryside, it's as though he is sitting amidst burning embers. When called to court, it's like entering a cauldron of fire. He does not accept food from those who are not his people, nor touch things that do not belong to him. This is the conduct of men like Boji, Shibia, Yuan Sui, Jizuo, Yuan Chen, Bao Sao, Yuan Jingmu, and Shen Tudi. The poem says, "How strange! The heavenly mandate they received was precisely their undoing. a fate that could not be changed even if they had wanted to. Even their written records were not discarded. Heaven intended it. What else can I say? Generous benevolence, though down to earth, is not abandoned by the sages because in helping the people and hiding their virtues, some of them are in this very place. Now, because of personal taste as a scholar, you do not rescue those in peril, is that right? Shen Tudi replied, not at all. Shen Tudi was from a time when he was about to jump into a river. Ruok heard of it and stopped him, saying, I hear that the sages and benevolence among humans are like parents to the people. King Ji killed Guan Longfeng. King Zhou killed Prince Baigan, and they lost their kingdom. He then picked up a rock and threw himself into the river. Wu killed Zixu, Chen killed Shiye, and their countries were destroyed. Therefore, the loss of a country and family is not due to lack of wisdom or virtue, but to failure to use them properly. Is this benevolence? I have never seen such a thing. The scholars heard of it and said, how austere. The poem says, heaven intended it, what else can I say? When the noblemen heard of this, they said, oh, how just. So he abandoned his vegetables and stood alone on the banks of the Luo River. I heard of wise men who advance with determination but retreat with ease, and honest men who feel ashamed and die young. The steep mountain does not reach great heights, nor does a shallow river run deeply. Bao Zhao is an example of such misfortune. His principles were too shallow, which led to this outcome. Those whose actions are impulsive lack virtue, and those who strive to align their spirits with heaven have an unfortunate fate. In ancient times, during the prosperous era of the Zhao Dynasty, Xiao Bo was in the court. Xiao Bo said, alas, a minister requested that he be assigned a land grant for residency. If I use my entire being to serve the people, it goes against the wishes of my ancestral king, King Wen. So I will go out and work alongside farmers in the fields and hillsides, listening to their concerns. Xiao Bo lived in a distant area, dwelling under a tree. The people were delighted, and those who plowed and wove redoubled their efforts. As a result, that year's harvest was abundant, providing enough for families. Later, the rulers became proud and indifferent to the basics, with heavy taxes and excessive demands. The commoners suffered, and agricultural activities fell out of sync. Upon seeing this, the poet composed a poem in Xiao Bo's honor, singing, under the sweet gum tree, not cutting, not felling, where Xiao Bo rests. He sent Sima Ziban to peer into the city of Song. In another incident, King Zhuang of Chu surrounded Song with his army for 7 days' worth of provisions and said, if we do not conquer within this time, I will withdraw and return home. Song's minister, Hua Yuan, responded from the city walls. Ziban asked, what is your country like? Hua Yuan replied, exhausted, eating borrowed food and wearing out our clothes. How different from my lord's nation. Ziban said, how exhausted. Although so, I heard that a besieged nation clamps down on its horses, feeding them borrowed grain. Hua Yuan said, I hear that virtuous people show sympathy for the distressed, while small people take delight in it. Ziban said, indeed. You should encourage him then. I hope to see your lord resemble a virtue person, which is why I share this. Our army also has 7 days' worth of provisions. He bowed and left. Ziban replied, exhausted. Ziban reported back to King Zhuang, who said, what did he say? Eating borrowed food and wearing out our clothes. The king exclaimed, how exhausted. Now that we have this, let's return home. Ziban said, your majesty, please stay here. I will return. The king said, you leave me to return alone? I will follow you back. So they withdrew and returned home. The wise appreciate peace when it is achieved, and Hua Yuan was truthful in his report, allowing them to break the siege and save both nations. Why did he weep? A poem says, what a beautiful man. The wise appreciate truthfulness in communication. In Lu, a daykeeper's daughter accompanied her father while he wove, crying at midnight. Her companion asked, why are you crying? She said, I heard that the unworthy son of Wei is in trouble, so I am crying. Her companion said, the unworthiness of Wei's son is a worry for all the rulers. Why cry over it? She replied, what I hear is different from what you say. That year I heard that the gardeners lost half their profits. Once, the loyal military advisor of Song was executed by its ruler, and he fled to Lu on horseback, wandering into my garden, where he ate my garden's papaya. The king of Yu, Guo Quan's, raised an army to attack Wu. My brother went to see her, but he died on the way. The other states, fearing his power, sent gifts of daughters, and my elder sister was among them. Therefore, calamity and blessing are opposites. The strength of the Yue army lay in its fearsome power, and the death of my brother was also mine. Now, the heir is not very capable, fond of warfare. As for my 3 younger brothers, can they be free from worry? Why is the daughter of Wei included in the poems? The poet said, "As a statesman I am troubled in my heart." Is this right or wrong? High Lord asked Mengzi. When people marry and give their daughters in marriage, it is not something they do themselves. Mengzi replied, if there is a spirit to be like Wei, then it is all right, otherwise there will be complacency. If Yi Yin had such a spirit towards King Taiyao, then it would be acceptable. Without it, he might be overthrown. As for the Wei, constant is called canonical, change is called. One who embraces the canonical and wields power appropriately becomes wise. The poem says, "Since I am not praised by you, I cannot turn back." As for the daughter of Wei, she practices filial piety in her thoughts, displays wisdom in her actions, and uses power how? If you hold my conduct as unfavorable, I reflect on things far away. King Zhuan of Chu dismissed the court early. Are you worried about hunger? Fan Ji, having come down from the hall, greeted him, asking, Why is the dismissal so late? The king replied, Today I heard words of loyalty and virtue, and I forgot my hunger. Fan Ji asked, The king calls these loyal and virtuous people. Are they guests from other states or Chinese scholars? The king answered, Then it's Shen Lingyu. Fan Ji laughed. The king asked her, What is there to laugh about? She replied, I have been with the king for over 10 years, yet I have never stopped sending people to Liang and Zheng to search for beautiful women to present to the king. I don't dare privately wish for any beauty while concealing others, hoping that the king will see more and be entertained. Among those who sit beside me, 10 are more intelligent than I, but I have never dared to monopolize the king's favor by secretly pushing forward less attractive ones. Now Shen Lingyu has been helping Chu for several years. He has never presented a worthy person while turning away an inferior one. How can he be considered loyal and virtuous? Sun governed Chu for 3 years, bringing it to the position of a dominant state. Zhuang Wang got up early at dawn, reporting Fan Ji's words to Shen Lingyu, who then recommended Sun Shu Awa. The historians wrote it down in their documents, saying, The conquest of Chu was due to Fan Ji. The poem says, Everyone thinks otherwise than I do. This is what they mean. Minhu Zifang first met Confucius, looking pale, but later had the air of a well-fed man. Kongzi's student, Zigong, asked him, Why did you have that sickly look at first and then the appearance of one who has been well-fed? Minhu said, I emerged from the wild bamboo forest and entered Confucius's door. He taught me with filial piety within and established law for kings outside. I secretly delighted in it. But these 2 things conflicted within me, so I had that sickly look. When I saw the imperial guards on horses, feathers on their helmets, fur on their cloaks, and the banners following behind, I also found joy in it. The transmission says, Why was it raining before? Now Confucius's teachings have penetrated deep into me, and with help from a few students who press me to advance them, I now understand the nuances of coming and going. Seeing the imperial guards again, I regard them like common earth. What do you mean by that? They said, There is nothing special. It's like rain that isn't rain. It is acceptable to be curious about these, but it's not good to be afraid. They replied, just as there is no actual cause for the rain, so too with things like falling stars, loud noises in the sky, and fear among common people. The fading of the sun and moon, appearances of strange stars, irregular winds and unpredictable rains, these are all without exception things that happen in every age. If government is righteous and stable, even if these things occur one after another, there will be no harm. But if political affairs are dangerous, not even a single occurrence is beneficial. What is meant by human demons? The classic says, Heavenly disasters hide and cease. Strange occurrences are not recorded in books, said. Farming damages the land, weeding harms the crop, political dangers lead to loss of the people. Bad harvests bring hunger to the people. Paths are filled with dead bodies. Robbers rise together. Upper and lower classes are in chaos and separation. Neighbors turn on each other. Doors are broken into. Rights and customs decay. Oxen and horses breed freely. The 6 domestic animals become demons. Ministers kill their rulers. Fathers and sons suspect each other. This is what is meant by man becoming a demon, born from chaos. Unnecessary changes unhurried disasters, discarded without repair. But the bonds of lordship and subjecthood, the relationship between father and son, and the distinction between male and female, are firm and unyielding. Ew, the poetry says. Like chisels shaping stone, like polishing a jewel. The I Ching says. On the horizon the danger is close at hand. Sharp metal and burning incense fill the heart with fear. Confucius said, if one's mouth craves taste, his heart seeks pleasure, teach him benevolence. If his heart yearns for war, he shuns hard work, teach him humility. If he delights in argument but fears, teach him courage. If his eyes are drawn to colors, his ears to sounds, teach him righteousness. The poetry says, ah, woe to her who has no companions among scholars. All these serve as guard against evil and harmonize the mind. A high wall on a steep slope may not crumble immediately. Rain and flood may come, but collapse is certain first. Grass roots are shallow, yet may not bend immediately. A gust of wind may cause it to sway, but bending will occur first, for some relief. But would it not be too late? In this land, if a wise ruler does not honor benevolence and respect his noble ministers, using reason to govern all things, he may not perish. But once there is a sudden change, with states in conflict, chariots and horses racing about, suddenly the disaster comes, and he begins to worry, hoarse and parched, gazing up at heaven in despair, hoping. Alas, Confucius said, if you do not watch carefully before, you will regret afterwards. Even regret is of no use. The poetry says, gathering tears, what can I say? Zigong asked, why is this so? Zheng Zi said, there are 3 statements that a gentleman should keep in mind and wear as ornaments. Never let internal loyalty be external disloyalty. Never blame others for one's own inadequacies. Never call upon heaven when misfortune comes. Zheng Zi replied, to be internally loyal yet externally disloyal is contrary to reason. To blame others for one's own inadequacies is far from righteous. To call upon heaven only after disaster strikes is too late. The poetry says, how pathetic the poor worm. Frost and snow, rain and dew, kill living things, yet heaven is unconcerned. Just as it values heaven, so does the lawgiver value order in governing and punishing. But though the ruler does nothing, he still respects those who do. Just as it honors those who till the land and grow grain, who control rivers and streams. These are later called sages, yet even they were not above making mistakes. Therefore, a sage rules with virtue, even if his own power is lacking, and a wicked man may have great ability, but will be of no use in maintaining or preserving the state. The poetry says, yoke like a string, 2 teams like a dance. A wise ruler values ability. The classic says, Confucius said, wonderful. If horses could speak, they would surely say, what joy today. Yuan has no father, yet he knows the yoke and is light in it. He knows there is someone above, and loves him. He loves his path and respects its work. As Yuan declines and grows old, he comes to know the yoke and be light in it. He recognizes there is someone above and reveres him. He loves his path and respects its work. As Yuan becomes even more decayed, he knows the yoke and is heavy in it, recognizing there is someone above and fearing him. He fears his path and trembles at its work. Thus, there are laws for riding horses, and a way to govern people. When the law is right, the horse is calm and happy. When the way is right, the people are secure and gathered together. A poem says, holding the reins like a yoke, 2 horses dancing. A dragon's horse. The Duke said, how well put. Yin Yu served as an advisor to Duke Ding of Lu on the platform, while East Wild Horse was saddled below. East Wild Horse is handling. Yin Yu replied, excellent indeed. But his horse is about to be lost. The Duke remained silent and announced to his attendants, does a gentleman condemn others? How then does he condemn himself? Yin Yu stepped back, and soon the stable boy reported that East Wild Horse had gone missing. The Duke sprang up from his seat and called for Yin Yu. Once there, the Duke said, my old man said, how well put. East Wild Horse is handling. My son replied, excellent indeed. Then it seems the horse will be lost. How did he know that? Asked the Duke. Yin Yu said, from governance. In ancient times, Shun was skilled at delegating tasks, and Create Father was skilled at managing horses. Shun did not exhaust his people. Create Father did not overwork his horses. Therefore, Shun had no exhausted people. Create Father no weary horses. Now, on East Wild Horse's back, holding the reins, his posture is correct. He circles and moves with grace, completing morning rites. Good, said the Duke. After facing dangers far and wide, his strength is spent, yet still he doesn't stop, which is how we know he will be lost. Come closer. Yin Yu said, animals in distress bite, birds in distress peck, humans in distress cheat. From of old to now, there has never been a case where someone below did not become endangered when their superior acted badly. The poem says, holding the reins like a yoke, two horses dancing. This is what they call good horsemanship. The Duke said, I have erred. Chaize, ruler of the state of Zheng, held an alliance among scholars and nobles. All who participated removed their swords before entering. If anyone spoke too quickly or spilled blood, he would die. 10 or so men were killed that day. Then came Yanzi with a cup of blood in hand, looking up at the sky and sighing, how dreadful. Chaize is about to act without virtue while killing his own ruler. Everyone looked at him. Chaize said to Yanzi, if you're with me, I'll share my country with you. If not, I'll kill you. With straight troops he will force him. With curved troops he will hook him. Please consider it. Yanzi said, to abandon virtue for gain is not human-like. To use the blade to threaten and lose one's resolve is not brave. The poem says, stag antlers, spreading wide, long life for the noble and upright. A weak buck will not be tamed by force. Straight troops push him on. Curved troops hook him, he will not change. Chaize said, leave Yanzi alone. Yanzi stood up and left, stroking his horse's mane as he went. He said to himself, a deer roams freely in the mountains. Its fate is in the kitchen. Life and death hang in balance. What need for hurried flight? Right conduct becomes law. Then he was gone. The poem says, sheepskin coat, like a wet fox, upright and waiting. That which has already happened will not be stolen away. Yanzi meant this. The king of Chu had a subject named Shishi, a man who valued uprightness while serving as an official. The king sent him to resolve a murder case. Shishi pursued the murderer, only to find it was his own father. He returned to court and said, the murderer is my father. He then knelt before the axe, saying, the order lies with you. To use one's father to serve virtue and not filial, to not enforce the rules of governance and not loyal, to relax justice and ignore law to shelter a criminal. You handle this? The king said, if you do not catch him, should he be punished? If your majesty wishes to pardon him, that's your mercy. I cannot stray from law for loyalty. Shishi replied, no, to not take into account one's father's guilt is not filial. To not enforce the rules of governance is not loyal. To let a crime go unpunished is dishonest. When gentlemen heard of this, they said, a chaste man upholding justice eyes. So he did not leave, and was beheaded on the platform while saying, my fate is in your hands. She, Mr. C. This refers to Shi Xian. The poem says, He is a righteous man in his land. Confucius said, a son should hide his father, and a father should hide his son. Virtue lies within. The poem says, He is a righteous man in his land. His fame reached the rulers of all states. People in heaven and on earth desired it. Broad on the outside and upright on the inside, he set himself among the hidden and noble, upright with himself but not with others, discarding what is good and not sad about it, the conduct of Kubu Boi. Therefore, one who is a father wishes to be a son, one who is a son wishes to be a father, one who is a ruler wishes to be a subject, and one who is a subject wishes to be a ruler. This is the conduct of a gentleman. Confucius said, the poem does not say it. The transmission records, Confucius, while traveling through Qi, met Si Changbin between Ji and Tan. He bowed his head and spoke with him for an entire day. There was a momentary pause when he turned to Zilu and said, Lu, I want to give 10 bolts of silk to the teacher. Zilu did not answer, took a moment, then responded again. Master, I once heard it from you that a scholar should not meet in the middle of the road. A woman without a matchmaker should not be married. A gentleman does not travel this way. In the wild fields there are creeping grasses, with dewdrops falling gently. There is someone beautiful, graceful, and pure. We meet by chance, fortunate indeed. And as for Si Changbin, he is one of the wisest scholars in all of heaven and earth. That's why I am not giving him anything, or seeing him again for the rest of my life. A great virtue does not idle. Small virtue enters and exits, suitable for its place, yet without arrogance, conduct that reaches down to future generations, not relying on a single word to denounce another's evil. The poem says, he is like jade, pure and bright, distinct from the noble family. Therefore it is said, a gentleman has abundant virtue, but but does not appear superior. He empties himself to receive others. His actions do not flow. He responds to things without limits. Even if in a low position, people are willing to follow him. Even if in a low position, people are willing to follow him. If he wants no honor, can he obtain it? Zhang Ru once held the key of a birdcage, struck his foot against a horse as he passed by, wanting to use it to overthrow Zhou, but was unable to do so, and so he lay hidden in the Taihang Mountains. When King Wu conquered Yin and established himself as emperor, he wanted to make Zhang Ru 3 public ministers, so he firmly declined the offer. A gentleman heard this and said, "Zhang Ru can be said to introspect without slandering himself." Zhang Ru refused, saying, "I am usually one who strikes his foot against a horse and longs to overthrow Zhou, but I was foolish. I didn't struggle and hid myself. I was both foolish and lacked courage, not worthy of serving as a 3 public minister." He is indeed a gentleman. Departing from his simple meal is far behind. The poem says, "He is a gentleman, not dining simply." This refers to Zhang Ru Dui. Jin Wenho sent Li Li as the grand judge, and he heard people being killed, so he arrested himself in the court and asked to be put to death by the king. The king said, "There are hierarchies among officials. There are varying levels of punishment. The lower officials have their own responsibilities. It is not your fault. I will not accept this office." Li Li replied, "As I serve as a government official, I do not yield my position. I receive more rewards than the lower officials. Now that I heard people being killed and the lower officials punished for it, this was not something I was taught." The king said, "If you consider yourself guilty, then I too have a guilt." Li Li said, "The law is established to punish evil. When the punishment is wrong, one should die. Your Majesty considers me capable of discerning subtle matters and making crucial decisions. Today, killing innocent people makes him deserving of death. Go and leave no concern for the hearts of others." The king said, "Giving up your position, abandoning your country, and submitting to the Lothis is not what I expected." Li Li replied, "When the state is in chaos and the nation in peril, it is the worry of the ruler. When the army fails and the soldiers are in disarray, it is the concern of the general. If one is incapable of serving their lord, governing with integrity while receiving public office is a life of no merit or justice." So he took his sword and died by it. I cannot falsely accuse myself. The wise heard this and said, "Was he loyal?" The poem says, "He, the noble man, did not feast without care." Li Liuyo, the Chao madman, tilled the field while his wife was in the market. When she had not yet returned, King Chao sent an emissary with 100 gold pieces, saying, "His Majesty sends me to request that you govern Henan." Loyo laughed and did not respond. The messenger left without any excuse. Why, so deep is the gate outside? His wife came back from the market and said, "At a young age he stood for righteousness. Why would he abandon it when he grows old?" His wife said, "Why would you accept this?" Loyo answered, "The king sent an emissary with 100 gold pieces to have me govern Henan." He replied, "Not yet." She said, "If you do not obey, it's not loyalty. If you do, you abandon righteousness. Better to leave it alone." So he carried his cauldron and fan, while his wife wore her ritual vessels, changed their family name, and no one knew of their whereabouts. The Analect says, "Appearance suddenly changes, but the essence gathers afterward." Loyo's wife embodied this. The poem says, "Farewell, you're going to a happy land. Happy land, where I have found what I was seeking. The boats are broken." Of old, Ji built a pool of wine and a wall of debris, indulging in licentious pleasures, with 3,000 oxen drinking, all the officials singing together. The river flows freely. My king is gone. Go back to Shang, O Shang, vast and grand. They also sang, "Joy, joy! 4 mighty steeds, 6 yokes of plowing. Gone from what's not good. Why not be happy?" Ji looked at him with disdain, laughing and saying, "Isn't this just another of your evil omens? I hold the kingdom as surely as heaven holds the sun." Yi Yin knew the great mandate was about to depart, so he raised his cup and greeted Ji. "Your Majesty does not listen to my words. The great mandate is departing, no more than a day away. Does the sun ever cease to exist?" The king made him a high official. "If it does, then so do I." Meanwhile, Yi Yin put on his shoes and hurried off, joining King Tang. One could say he had found happiness in another place. The poem says, "Farewell. You're going to a happy land. Happy land, where I have found what I was seeking." Yi Yin left Shang for Yu, entered the court of Duke Ai of Lu, and then went to Yan. Jizi pushed him out of Jin, onto the mountains. Jizi served Duke Ai, but his efforts were not recognized. He told the Duke, "I will leave you soon. The yellow bird is rising high." The Duke asked, "What do you mean?" He replied, "Look at the chicken. The chicken has these 5 virtues, yet you still consume it like a daily meal. Why? The one with a crown on its head is virtuous. The one that kicks and fights is brave. The one who bravely confronts an enemy is courageous. The one who shares food is kind. The one who guards his post without missing a beat is trustworthy. It's because of what you've always been accustomed to. You still hold them dear, simply because you're used to them. The yellow bird soars 1,000 li, only stopping in your courtyard, eating your fish and rice, cracking your corn, without these 5 qualities. If the yellow bird takes flight, can you keep him?" Jizi left for Yan. He said, not heeding the past, regretting the present. What good can come of it? Duke Ai sighed deeply, lamenting for 3 months, changing his mourning attire. They made him their prime minister, and in 3 years, Yan's government was in harmony, with no thieves or bandits. The poem says, "Gone, I leave you to that happy land where joy abounds, my true nature is found." A simple life I lead with no concern while the world around me, in chaos, burns. Zilu, the ruler of a small state, played his musical instruments, never leaving his chambers, yet the state was governed well. Wuma Chi, star-gazer, spent days and nights under the stars, body in close contact with them, yet the state was governed justly. Wuma Chi asked Zilu, "I dedicate myself to observing the stars, while you dedicate yourself to your people. He who dedicates himself to others may find rest, but he who dedicates himself to effort is worn out." People say of Zilu that he is a gentleman, idle in his limbs, sound in his senses, with a calm mind, and thus able to govern the hundreds of officials according to their assigned roles. But Wuma Chi was different. He sought only to observe the heavens, laboring hard, yet not achieving true governance. The poem says, "You have clothes that are not soiled or wrinkled and chariots that are never driven fast." Zilu said, "A scholar cannot be content with idleness, nor can he lightly regard death or poverty when claiming to pursue righteousness." Once upon a time, Shen Baoji stood for 7 days and nights in the court of Qin, weeping incessantly, thus saving Chu. If he could not have dedicated himself fully to this task, how could he claim to be pursuing such righteousness? Bi Gan died while advocating his cause, and his loyalty only grew stronger. Beiyi and Shichi starved on Mount Shuyang, their resolve growing even brighter. They did not lightly regard death. Thus they were able to do these things. Wore tattered clothing that was never mended. He ate only a small amount of rice. He turned down high office, unwilling to rest in poverty. Can anyone like this pursue righteousness and gain fame for uprightness? A scholar seeks to establish himself and pursue the path of righteousness without considering ease or difficulty. Then alone can he do so. He wishes to act with integrity and proclaim his good name, ignoring personal interests. Then only can he do so. The poem says, "His son is great and steadfast." Who else but a true gentleman could be up to this? Zilu and Wuma Chi were carrying wood beneath Mount Tuo. They saw a rich man named Yushi in the crowd, with 100 chariots filled with fat cattle, drinking from a cup on top of Mount Tuo. "Do you not understand?" Zilu said to Wuma Chi, "If you do not forget what you know, nor attempt to improve upon your abilities, and yet gain this wealth, you will never see me again. Will you strive for it?" Wuma Chi sighed, looking up at the sky in sorrow, then threw himself down in despair. He said, "I once heard Confucius say, 'The brave warrior does not forget his origin. A man of virtue and compassion does not forget his place in the world.' Test me if you will." Is it my resolve? Zilu felt shame, so he carried the wood home first. Confucius took up his musical instrument and played. The poem says, "Serious geese gathered together under the branches of a pine tree. The king's business is not done unable to sow the grain. What parents can rely on? The vast sky above, can it provide what we need? I have failed in my mission. May you be at peace." He goes about his business with no thought for decency. Confucius said, "There are 5 types of scholars. There is one who plays the pipa while soiling his armpits, swaying his hips, staring at the smoke from a fire pit. One who is bold and aggressive does not use his strength to defend or attack in battle. Instead, he uses it to invade others' lands. A wise and kind-hearted person does not rely on righteousness when counting numbers. Instead, he uses deceit and trickery. These 5 are what scholars refer to as the loss of one's beauty. A beautiful person does not govern by force, but rather captivates with his or her charms. The poem says, "Warm him like jade, in its hallowed chamber, it disrupts my heartstrings." Among people whom one encounters, color comes first, followed by sound, then deeds. So, a gentleman's appearance, observed from afar, reveals to us that he is a potential leader. Therefore, a prospect for leadership is seen in his appearance color. Someone close can be trusted based on his color. Words that soothe the soul are from speech, and actions that last over time are from conduct. The poem says, "What a face like burned earth! It is surely that of a ruler." Zimu had finished reading the poem. Confucius asked, "What surpasses poetry?" The poem says, "Under the yamen gate, I may rest. By the well, I may be satiated." Zimu answered, "Poetry's value in matters lies clear as daylight, bright and far-reaching like stars scattered across the sky, imbued with the ways of Yao and Shun below, and the righteous principles of the 3 kings above. Students dare not forget it, even if they dwell in secluded huts, playing the guqian to recall the virtues of former King Samyeon will enjoy it. No one will appreciate it, yet it can stir up a storm of passion to forget food and sleep." Confucius, after hearing this, changed his expression, saying, "You boy, you claim to have understood poetry now, but you only see its outward appearance and not its inner essence." Yan Yuan replied, "Its outer aspect is clear to me. What else could there be within?" Confucius said, "Just as one might look through the door but not enter, how can we know the hidden treasures within? Yet these treasures are not difficult to attain." A renowned disciple once devoted himself completely, entering fully into its depths. There was a precipice in front and a deep valley behind. He stood like that forever without seeing its inner essence, and this cannot be called profound. It is said, when a nation has no virtue, there are strong winds and sharp rains, chaotic weather with summer heat and winter chill, spring warmth and autumn drought. The sun and moon lose their radiance, the stars go astray, people suffer from frequent illnesses, misfortune bounds, crops fail and longevity declines. Look at the path of Zhou's virtue. During the Zhou Dynasty, the yin and yang were in harmony, temperatures balanced, life flourished, peace prevailed, so it was said. The wind brings health. Their thoughts are thoughtful. The poem says, "No wind, no rustling of chariots. Our hearts ache in its midst." The poem says, "A good person can embrace vastness. Vastness leads to profundity. Profundity leads to the divine. And greed abound, we oppose them with lofty ideals. When many people enjoy spreading gossip, we counter them with the guidance of teachers and friends. Techniques for rectifying qi and nurturing the heart. When blood qi is strong, we regulate it with harmony. When intellectual reflection runs deep, we simplify it with empathy. When courage and determination are firm, we aid them with moral principles. When everything is readily available, we ensure peace of mind through seclusion. When avarice. This is why scholars pursue one thing above all to cultivate their hearts." The poem says, "A virtuous woman, a virtuous husband, their conduct identical, their hearts in unison. Unpolished jade will not become a vessel. People who do not learn will not form good character. A family with precious jade but no knowledge of how to use it is like one poor. But if skilled artisans work on it, wealth and benefit will extend through generations. When scholars take charge, they are for the nation's use. Thus, movement calms the people, discussion extends their lives." The poem says, "A virtuous woman, a virtuous husband, they embody the nation's essence. Why not live to be 1,000 years old? In a household where a daughter is married, candles do not extinguish for 3 nights. They mourn separation. In a home receiving a bride, music does not play for 3 days. They think of their parents-in-law. Therefore, there are no wedding celebrations in ancient times. After 3 months, the bride meets her in-laws, and her mother-in-law descends from the west step while the bride ascends from the threshold, a sign that she has taken up residence. 3 days of reflection, no killing for 3 months, is the sentiment of a filial son. Therefore, those who create rituals base them on human sentiments. The poem says, the bonds of kinship are strengthened, the rituals observed for 90 days. Nai. It means many rituals. Originally, the mandate of heaven governs our hearts, shaping our likes and dislikes, adapting to nature's inclinations, and thus completing the path of rectitude. With an original understanding of the mandate of heaven, one is free from chaos and misfortune. Without chaos or misfortune, one cultivates stillness and practices. By governing the heart, one avoids unfounded joy and anger. By avoiding unfounded joy and anger, rewards are not biased. By rationally discerning likes and dislikes, one does not become attached to useless things. By avoiding attachment to useless things, one does not harm nature. Adapting to one's emotions does not lead to excessive desires. By transcending excessive desires, one cultivates contentment and nourishes one's nature. These four aspects do not seek outside help or rely on others. They are found within and preserved. A person or ruler is someone who guides others. He manifests righteousness and virtue in form, and follows laws and customs in action. The poem says, chop the wood, the principle is not far away. It is said, simplify and the principles of heaven will be realized. Therefore, the greatest paths accommodate the most, great virtues lower themselves, and sages do least. This is why things are always used optimally. In ancient times, when Shun had no foul odor from his cooking pots, while farmers toiled without earning blame, wearing simple clothes without adornment, women's crafts were not blamed, laws were simple and easy to follow, and the people did not blame their governance. The poem says, there is a level course for governance that ensures posterity. Jiwe Nasunbe. The poem again states, there is a level course for governance that ensures posterity. Loyalty simplifies rituals, truth simplifies language, wise men simplify for the people, and craftsmanship simplifies materials. Tosh. During the Shang Dynasty, grains flourished in King Tang's court for 3 days before disappearing. Tang asked Yi Yin, what is this? Yi Yin replied, it is a type of grain. Tang asked, why has it appeared here? Yi Yin said, grain emerging from a lake or pond is wild, and now appearing at the royal court, it bodes ill. Tang asked, how so? Seeing a misfortune and doing good will avert calamity. Seeing a sign of good fortune and acting badly invites disaster. Yi Yin said, I have heard, a misfortune is a harbinger of calamity, while a sign of good fortune is a foreteller of happiness. The poem says, fearing heaven's power, they were protected at that time. King Tang then observed rituals, remained calm, awoke early and slept late, inquired about the dead and visited the ill, pardoned offenses, relieved poverty, and 7 days later, the grain vanished, misfortunes disappeared, and the state thrived. In King Wen of Zhao's era, he ruled for 8 years during the summer of June. One day, while ill, the ground shook 5 days later. It did not leave the realm's borders from east to west, north to south. All officials said, we hear. Ground shaking signals a ruler. We all fear, please move him. Now our king is ill, and the ground is shaken 5 days. He cannot exit the realm. Wen Wang asked, how can we move him? They replied, mobilize people and build walls to expand the palace. This will require many people. Can we move him? Wen Wang said, no. Heaven's path reveals misfortunes to punish guilt. I must have committed a crime, thus this punishment. Can such an action be justified? Now if we mobilize people and build walls, it would be adding to my guilt. Let Chang, a wise man, suggest a change in course and do good deeds. Can it bring him relief? Thus he was careful with his rituals, hardened his leather armor, and allied with other rulers. He refined his language and gifts, established ranks, levels, fields, and rewards for those who contributed. He and the officials followed this course, and within a short time, his illness stopped. Wen Wang ruled for 8 years while the ground shook. 43 years later, after ruling for 51 years in Zhao, he passed away. This is Wen Wang's practice of fearful of heaven. The poem says, fearing heaven's power, they were protected at that time. In the morning, without good fortune, the people have no happiness. A king's discussion about virtue does not honor those without merit, assign positions to those without virtue, or punish the innocent. Therefore, the wise and capable ones are employed, yet the grades do not become corrupt. They tame violence and prevent ferocity, and punishment does not exceed what is just. This is called a decisive judgment, the virtue of a king. The people clearly know that whoever does good at home receives reward in the court, while whoever acts improperly in seclusion suffers punishment in public. The poem says, brightly shines Zhou's order, properly arranged are those in positions. The saying goes, following common customs is good, valuing wealth and treasure as precious, nurturing one's nature as one's own path. This is the people's virtue, not yet reaching the level of scholars. Acting according to law with a steadfast intention, not allowing personal desires to harm what one has heard. This is a strong person, not yet reaching the level of a gentleman. E-bottom, able to open up paths that surpass others. This is a diligent and thick-minded gentleman, not yet reaching the level of a sage, acting according to law with a steadfast intention, loving to refine what one has learned, correcting one's behavior, having words and actions that are mostly right, yet uncertain in guiding others, having thoughts and considerations that are mostly correct, yet lacking comprehensive understanding. At the top, able to elevate what is honored. At the peacefully, this is a sage. The poem says, brightly shines Joe's order, properly arranged are those in positions. If we speak of laws of 100 kingdoms as if they were black and white, adapting them to changes in the world as if counting 3 main principles, practicing rituals with due regard for the 4 limbs, utilizing transformative achievements as if pushing the 4 seasons, when harmony prevails, all under heaven is orderly, and all creatures live. Wei Wenhu, desiring to appoint a chancellor, invited Li Ke and asked, I want to appoint a chancellor, if not Zai Huang or Wei Chengzi. I wish to consult you, Mr. Li. Wenhu said, Mr. Li, please do not decline. Li Ke excused himself by saying his place was with the commoners. He dared not accept such an important post. These 5 factors are enough to observe. Wenhu said, Please, Mr. Li, come closer. I have decided on my chancellor. Li Ke replied, When observing a man, at home look at those he loves. When rich, look at those with whom he associates. When successful, look at those he promotes. When poor, look at what he does not pursue. When impoverished, look at what he does not accept. Li Ke left and met Zai Huang, saying, Today, I heard that you summoned Mr. Li to consult about appointing a chancellor. Is it indeed Zai Huang? Li Ke replied, Wei Chengzi is the one for this post. Zai Huang expressed his disapproval with an abrupt expression, saying, I do not bear a grudge against Wei Chengzi. You asked about appointing a chancellor. If not Zai Huang, then Wei Chengzi. How do these 2 compare? All of these had successful outcomes and served their purpose. How could I bear a grudge against Wei Chengzi? Li Ke said, Your words are advantageous for you vis-a-vis your lord, not comparable to seeking a high office from Zhou. As West River's garrison commander, I recommended him. You were worried about the state of Yan, so I recommended Gate Panther. When one was conquered, there was no one to guard it, so I recommended Mr. Li. You wanted to appoint a Juder, so recommended Zhao Kang. I answer, It is because you do not understand. The 5 factors are established. What need for Li Ke? At home, look at those he loves. When rich, look at those with whom he associates. Therefore, it was known that Wei Chengzi would be appointed chancellor. And how could Li Ke compare with Wei Chengzi? Lai Tambra D in reverence, saying, An ignorant peasant has erred in addressing Mr. B. The poem says, brightly shines Zhou's order, properly arranged are those in positions. Wei Chengzi receives a daily ration of 1,000 bellies, with 1/10 allocated internally. He hires talents from all over the world, thus securing Mr. Jie, Tanzi, and Wan Muthi's 3 men. Your lord considers them as teachers and friends. Everything Li Ke recommends is accepted by Yu Hao. Could like compare with Wei Chengzi? Zai Huang bow. Therefore, combining to attract grain, amassing wealth to strengthen enemies, endangering one's life to seize power, these are destructive paths, avoided by wise rulers. Dukacheng inherited a great number of alliances but had not yet gained the support of his people. Sishan secured the people. Guanzhong implemented politicians. One who improves rituals becomes a king. One who enforces laws becomes strong. One who enforces laws becomes strong. Who gains the people's favor becomes secure, and one who collects alliances risks destruction. In this way, the people will love him as parents love their children and fear him as they fear gods. Draw law with harmony, implement justice through officials, govern the people equitably, and then rhythm and order will be in accord with the court. Laws and measures will be correct within the ranks, and loyalty, trust, love, discipline, and fairness will pervade the people. Thus, the blessings of virtue will spread throughout the land, and prosperity will return to kings and dukes. Chao Zhuangwang was sick in bed and had it divined, which said, The river is rising. The poem says, Blessings come down simply and easily. Majesties turn back and forth. After reveling and feasting, blessings come in return. The duke asked for the sacrifice to be used. But Zhuangwang replied, Although I am not virtuous, the river is not something I have offended against. In ancient times, wise kings limited their sacrifices to gazing upon the rivers, lakes, and seized sites of Chu-Dot-Jot. So he did not offer a sacrifice. and after 3 days his illness was cured. Confucius heard about this and said, "The arrogance of Chao Shuang-Wang had its merits. He restrained himself and remained true to his duties, thus becoming a rightful conqueror." The poem says, "Oh, the noble protector." This is what Zhuang Wang was referred to. A ruler's sickness has 12 manifestations: stiffness, limping, reversal, swelling, fullness, weakness, chest pain, blindness, restlessness, wheezing, numbness, and wind. Jinging and slandering. Wind will not. A wise doctor treats them as follows. By lightening tasks and limiting punishment, stiffness won't occur. By ensuring the people are not hungry or cold, limping will not. By preventing wealth from flowing upward, reversal will not. By avoiding wealth from flowing upward, reversal will not. By avoiding storage of excess food, swelling will not. By filling granaries while they are empty, fullness will not. Important ministers are the heart, stomach, and support of a ruler. If these are free from illness, then the ruler is healthy too. Why restraining powerful ministers? Weakness will not. By ensuring those below can communicate with those above, chest pain will not. By enforcing laws equitably, restlessness will not. By preventing resentment among the people, wheezing will not. By preventing resentment among the people, allowing virtuous ones to shine and evil ones to hide, numbness will not. By stopping people from sin. Therefore, without a wise doctor, a nation cannot be healed. Ultimately, it must fall. The poem says, "Be careful to prepare medicines." So, when a wise doctor is utilized, the people will be healthy. How much more so a ruler? The book says, "In times of peace, there will be no deformities, lame legs, blind eyes, or goggle-eyed fish. All will live in order and harmony, each ending their life as it should. This is the use of a wise doctor." The poem says, "There are blind men in Zhou's court. Therefore, the only way to get rid of diseases is to employ wisdom." This refers to the remnants of the 17th Dynasty. The minor poems say, "Let not your descendants neglect it. Human affairs follow the order of heaven and earth. Following the order of heaven and earth brings blessings to all." The book also says, "If funeral rites and sacrifices are neglected, then the ruler's benevolence will dwindle. If the ruler's benevolence grows thin, then there will be many who despise death and embrace life." The poem says, "Enjoying offerings and sacrifices, bringing honor through intermediation." It rained for 3 days without stopping. When King Wu attacked Zhao, he reached Qingchu, where the mountain was broken into 3 pieces. King Wu felt afraid and called Tai Gong to ask, "Does this mean that Zhou cannot be conquered?" Tai Gong answered, "Not at all. The rain and continuous days were meant to dilute our troops. The reason it broke into 3 pieces is because the army should be divided into 3 groups. All enemies should be wiped out without leaving any behind." King Wu asked, "Then what should we do?" Tai Gong said, "Love them like a person loves their home, and hate them like one hates a bone left over. The world is not yet settled." King Wu said, "Indeed." Zhao Gong walked forward and said, "Not quite. If everyone cultivates their own home while renting others' fields, there will be no gain or loss." King Wu said, "Indeed. The people have committed wrongs, all of which are my faults as the ruler. The world is already settled." Niu Wu led his troops to Ning, renaming Xingqiu as Huai and Ning as Xiu. He invaded the Great Shang, and after returning, he'd the descendants of Huangdi in Sui, the descendants of Di in Zhu, and those of Shun in Chen. The poem says, "The vast plain stretches far, with royal chariots marching grandly, galloping horses with manes flying, the army like a father's, the eagle soaring high, cooling the mighty Wang." After alighting from his chariot, he also to the descendants of Cia and Qi, of Yin and Song, honored Biaigan's tomb, released Mengzi from captivity, and marked out Shangrong's village. He crossed the river and let his horses loose on Huashan, showing they would never be ridden again. He pastured his oxen in Taolin meadows, demonstrating they would never be tamed. He stored away armor and chariots in granaries, signaling they would never be used again. Then he dismissed his army and performed a ritual of archery, shooting at the heads of cats on the left and gazelles on the right, to show that he would never wage war again. These 4 things are the great teachings for all under heaven. He offered sacrifices in Mingtang, and people knew of his filial piety. During morning visits, all the vassals knew to pay their respects. He sat with the 3 elders at Da Shui, and the emperor held soy sauce while offering it, holding a cup as if pouring, teaching the vassals about reciprocity. The text says, "Since the weapon has been unused for a long time, is it not what's expected?" The poem states, "Defeating Shang to stop Lu, establishing your merit." It means that by defeating Yin Shang and saving Lu, he established his own glory. Meng Chang asked to learn from Minzi. He sent chariots to welcome Minzi. Minzi said, "There is a coming to learn, but no going to teach. When one invites a teacher to come, it's impossible for the teacher to learn. If they go to teach, they can't enlighten their lord." Meng Chang said, "I humbly follow your instructions." The next day, he dressed up and asked to be a student. The poem says, "The days advance, following the moon. A sharp sword does not cut unless it is sharpened. Beautiful material cannot rise without study. Even with abundant wine or heartfelt joy, one cannot achieve success if they do not learn. Therefore, one learns only to know that there's still room for improvement. When teaching, one knows the limits of their knowledge. When lacking, one feels ashamed and strives harder. When it's not complete, one pours all their effort into it." From this perspective, we see that teachers and students grow together. ZCA asked about poetry, learning one to know two, and Confucius said, "The one who starts teaching is shown the art of instruction, and only after that can one speak about poetry." Confucius was wise and virtuous, with complete teachings that spread far and wide, and his disciples were renowned for their virtue. The poem says, "Days advance, following the moon, learning progresses in bright light." The text says, "In the time of Song there was a great flood. The people of Song responded, 'My unworthiness.' The people of Lu expressed condolences, saying, 'The heavens sent down torrential rain, damaging stored grains, and extending to your land, making you anxious about governance, so I humbly send my condolences. I did not observe rituals or practice self-cultivation, causing my subjects to be out of season. Heaven added misfortune, further burdening your majesty with worries. I accept this humiliation by decree." His disciples asked, "What do you mean?" Confucius heard about it and said, "The state of Song is in grave danger." Confucius replied, "In the past, kings like Yi Yin and Chu Zhu did not acknowledge their faults, so they suddenly fell. On the other hand, King Wen of Zhao was wise and acknowledged his mistakes, so his realm flourished greatly. Acknowledging one's faults and making amends is no less than a great virtue." The people of Song heard this and got up early every day, staying awake at night to express condolences, make efforts within their states, and in 3 years there was an abundance of crops and peace throughout the land. If local officials in Song had not heard Confucius's words, they would have continued with poor harvests and the state would not have flourished. The poem says, "The Buddha's gentle smile shows me his virtues and merits." Zhang Huanggang set up a court bonfire to make it easier for people who wanted to approach him, but for several years no scholars came. His disciples asked. Then, someone from the east appeared with a trick, saying he could come within 9 steps of the fire, so Huanggang playfully asked, "Is that enough to see?" "What do you mean?" Confucius replied, "A wise man knows what is sufficient." A rustic said, "I hear that your majesty set up a court lamp to wait for scholars, but after a year, no scholars came. The reason why no scholars came is that your majesty is the wisest ruler in the land, and all scholars from the 4 directions consider themselves inferior to him, hence their non-attendance. As for 9 times 9, a large number, it is only a modest ability, yet your majesty still honored them. How much more so for those superior to 9 times 9? Just as Mount Tai does not reject pebbles and rivers do not turn away from small streams, thus forming their grandness, the poem says, the ancient people said, 'Consult the tiniest plants,' a metaphor for a profound deliberation. In April, scholars from all directions, guided by one another, arrived. The poem says, 'From the hall to the foundation, from sheep to cows, small things achieve greatness.' In an era of peace, when people's roles and responsibilities are not contradictory, men and women do not miss their appropriate times for matrimony. A filial son does not miss his appointed time for nurturing. There is no idle man or resentful woman. The father is kind to his son, and the son is loyal to his father. Spouses support each other. The land enjoys peace, and the nation remains secure. Human affairs are well arranged below, and the way of heaven responds above. Mountains and rivers regulate the seasons, equaling out cold and heat. All people cultivate life, each in their own way, and they provide for the needs of the state. Therefore, heaven does not alter its constant principles. The earth does not change its form. The sun and moon shine clearly. The constellations have their fixed patterns. Heaven bestows blessings upon the land, and the land brings forth things. The yin and yang harmonize. Thunder and lightning shake the heavens. Wind and rain moisturize the earth. Therefore, When a nation is secure, lands are well governed, and sages hew wood to make boats and chop trees to make tools, to convey things from all directions, ensuring that people are adequately supplied with water, mountains have enough fish, and surplus wealth flows freely. Thus, there is never a shortage of resources for life, corpses do not pile up, and this is what is called happiness. The poem says, respecting the king's teachings, following the cultivation of time. Therefore, abundant food does not bring personal joy, nor does a harsh life cause constant hardship. Even in years of famine or drought, like Yu and Tang's times, the people show no signs of freezing or starving. This is what is called self-cultivation. One who can control the nation must be able to feed its people. One who can feed the people cultivates them for himself. Therefore, sages do not indulge in debauchery, extravagance, or waste. They cultivate contentment and moderation, and do not seek things beyond their needs. The world says this is integrity. Food should be suitable for storage, flavors appropriate for the body, labor and rest in harmony with muscles and bones, temperatures pleasant for the skin. Then the spirit will be at peace, ideas will be clear, thoughts in order, and one can enjoy leisure and recreation while engaging in affairs as needed, following one's true nature and setting up systems that can become laws for the entire nation. In summer, one does not take a bath simply because one loves water. In winter, one does not bathe frequently just for the fire's warmth. One does not build high pavilions or towers, as there is no need for such constructions. One does not have many bells and drums, as they are unnecessary. One does not get drunk or lust after beauty. Straightway if cannot be concealed, and mercy that cannot be overstepped, holding authority lightly while considering all things below the world, says, this is courageous. Government lies in the people, and when at home, joy is tranquil. When angry, enemies are defeated. Therefore, when governing, one does not squander wealth to provide for life, yet the world calls it generous. When cultivating, one does not harm one's nature in order to establish a teaching, and the world calls it righteous. One embraces what is natural and doesn't seek beyond what one has, and the world calls it upright. One practices truth that. The poem says, respecting the king's teachings, following the cultivation of time. Therefore, one examines how to cultivate them, thus perfecting the tools of governance. Once these tools are perfected, far and near follow them. It speaks of self-cultivation until there is nothing left of worldly desires. The Duke of Lu loved fish but rejected those offered by his subjects. His younger brother advised him, why reject the fish? He who desires something does not accept it. The Duke said, if I want to enjoy the fish, I will not accept them. If I accept them and rely on my own resources, they, the people, may stop offering them. How can I maintain this pleasure? Just as Mount Tai stands high above all other mountains, so should a ruler's virtue rise above that of his subjects. Confucius said, it is not acceptable to kill them. The people and fathers and children suing each other has been considered unjust for a long time. This shows that the upper realm has lost its path, and if there is no path, then ruin awaits the people. Suing for justice, upon hearing this, requested an end to suits. Kanzi said, governing the people with filial piety, killing one who acts unjustly, and punishing one who does not act with propriety, is it not desirable? When the ruler presents his teachings and follows them himself first, then the people will follow suit. Confucius said, no, not guiding them while allowing their cases to proceed, leads to innocent bloodshed. A great army's defeat is untreatable. A case not properly investigated leads to improper punishment. When evil practices do not conform, then wait for them with punishments. Then the people know their wrongdoing. A single foot of a wall, the people cannot resist. 100-foot mountain, a child can climb. If this is because there is delay in justice. The poem says, let the people not stray. Now, Its and Cho have been neglected for a long time. Can we say the people have no resentment? In ancient times, the noble rulers guided their people so they did not stray, hence the use of warnings and punishments without resorting to them. The poem says, show me your bright virtue. Therefore, when rightness and wrong are clearly defined, the people do not err. When rituals and music are clearly established, the people see them. Therefore, establishing his at and do, being careful in his teachings, making the people's eyes clear so they can see it, making their ears clear so they can hear it, making their hearts clear so they know it, then the path will not stray, and thith, people's resolve will not be shaken. The poem says, words of scorn look back, tears flow down. This is a pity that they do not hear the teachings of ritual, and are subjected to punishments. Therefore, it is said, it is not acceptable to kill them. To disperse the original teachings and apply punishments, this is like cutting off a prisoner's limbs while still on the gallows. Isn't this pitiful? In ancient times, the kings directed the people with rituals, similar to controlling a horse. Punishments are like whips and spurs. Now there is no bit or spurs, wanting the horse to move forward, then spur its back, wanting it to stop, then spur its front. The controller exhausts himself, and the horse sustains many injuries. The poem says, "A man without rituals, how not to die?" It is still like this today, with the ruler worried and burdened while the people often fall under punishment. Confucius said, "No." Kanzi, upon hearing this, excused himself and bowed twice, saying, "Although I am not clever, I will take on this message. Being without rituals at the top leads to no remedy. Being without rituals below leads to punishment. Both above and below without ritual show not to die." Confucius, after leaving court, was asked by his student Zilu, "Is suing between fathers and children a matter of right or wrong?" Zilu asked, "Then why did you excuse yourself as a nobleman from it?" A nobleman in charge avoids these three things. Moreover, the poem says, carrying on with joy and laughter, not anger teaching them. Confucius said, if guidance is not clearly communicated, it is harmful. If orders are procrastinated, it is violent. To punish without teaching is thievery. After long periods of teaching, the Miao people requested submission. Because they refused to submit, Yu asked to cut them down, but Shun did not allow it, saying, "I think that teaching is not yet complete." Everyone in the world heard about it, and all criticized Yu's righteousness while praising Shun's virtue. At the time of Shun, there was a tribe of Miao that refused to submit, located between Mount Hang in the south and Mount Ji in the north, with Lake Dongting to its left and Lake Pengs to its right. This presented a dangerous situation. This refers to Shun. The poem says, carrying on with joy and laughter, not anger teaching them. Confucius said, "No." It was asked, "Then is Yu's virtue not as great as Shun's?" Yu's reason for asking to cut them down was to display Shun's virtue. Therefore good actions are attributed to the ruler, bad actions to oneself. This is the way of a subordinate. If you are the ruler and Shun a subject, it would be like this as well. In fact, you can be said to have reached the highest standard for being a subordinate. Why does the master consider this violent? Qian heard of it and said, "If I kill someone, I must bear the guilt. If I punish someone, I must address their transgression." Kongzi Confucius replied, "Why not look at Zipan's governance of Zheng state? When the spring and autumn periods management of Lu by the Gisa clan, led by Lord Zhao, resulted in many deaths." Confucius commented, "They have turned what was once an ancient kingdom into a modern wasteland." Zipan fell ill and was near death, and all the people lamented, saying, "Who can replace Zipan?" In 1 year, he rectified excessive punishment. In 2 years, he eliminated capital offenses, and in 3 years, his granary was free from confinements. Thus the people returned to him as if water flows downward. They loved him like a filial child honoring his parents. When he did not avoid death, scholars wept for him in the court, merchants wept for him in the market, and farmers wept for him in the fields. All those who mourned Zipan were like those mourning the loss of a parent. Now, I secretly heard that when the master was ill, the people rejoiced, and when he recovered, they were shocked. They celebrated his death and feared his survival. What else could this be but violence? I have also heard, when governing, if one practices these 4 things without failing, one will not perish. Duo, Wanya. Qian bowed his head and expressed gratitude, saying, "I have carefully heeded your words." The poem says, with a calm face and a smile, the master is not angry. Teaching leads to order. The questioner asked, "How does a wise person find joy in water?" "Bling one with virtue." The poem says, thinking of the gentle river, I long for its calm waters. Heaven and earth depend on water to flourish. All things come into being. A nation is at peace, and everything becomes level. This is what a wise person finds joy in. He answered, "Water follows the principles and does not leave any gaps, resembling a wise person. It flows gently, resembling one with virtue. It steps into deep waters without hesitation, resembling courage. It clears obstacles and stays pure, resembling one who knows destiny. It braves dangers and reaches the end, finally achieving harmony, resin." The Lu state ruler halted his horse to stop and drink. This is referred to as enjoying water. The questioner asked, "How does a kind-hearted person find joy in mountains?" He answered, "Mountains are what all people gaze upon. Grasses grow there, all things flourish, birds gather, and wild animals rest. The four directions benefit from them, bringing clouds, winds, and refreshing breezes. This is what a kind-hearted person finds joy in. The poem says, Taishan stands tall, the Lu state gazes upon it. This is referred to as enjoying mountains. He rewarded many people except for Dao Shufu. The record Lunyu states, once, Lord Wen of Jin fled and returned to his country after 10 years. Dao said to the man with faults, I followed you into exile 10 years ago. My face was dark from hardship, and my hands and feet were calloused. Now that I return to our country, the rewards are given out in 3 stages, yet I am not included. Do you think you can forget about me? Is there some grave fault on my part? Please tell me. The man with faults relayed the message. Lord Wen said, how could I forget you? Yet those who toil hard come next. Respecting rituals, upholding justice, protecting one's position, and ensuring one does not act improperly. These are considered next in value. When virtue shines brightly and integrity is fully achieved, when one immerses themselves in doctrine and embraces benevolence, transforming conduct, illuminating the way, and making one a complete person, that's considered the highest reward. Bravery, strong weaponry, dominating presence, overcoming difficulties ahead or retreating behind, saving oneself from peril, these are also valued. The poem says, striking feet do not overstep, and so they see the path already laid out. Now, if one does not speak up for what is right within themselves, will they be pleased with any reward? As for those who deceive others, they say, the sentiments of people have changed over time, and thus their methods of governance differ. Yet most people are ignorant, limited in understanding, lacking in morals. They can still be deceived even when they see something. How much more so in the distant future? Those who deceive often do so within their own homes, let alone over 1,000 years. So then, how could saints avoid being deceived? Saying, the sage judges people with his own heart. Judging with the heart, judging with emotions, and judging by kindred spirits, it is all the same in ancient and modern times. Therefore, their nature and reason are in harmony, and they do not stray. Kindred spirits, if they do not contradict each other, will remain united even over a long period of time, thus not falling into confusion. Before the 5 emperors there was no passing down of rule. It was not for lack of wise men, but because of longevity. During the 5 emperors there was no passing down of governance. It was not for want of good reforms, but again due to longevity. In Yu and Xie, governance was passed down, but it was not as thorough as in the Yin and Zhao dynasties. This is not for lack of good governance, but because of longevity. When something is passed down over a long period, the details become fewer and fewer. When the details are few, only the great things are emphasized. Then the essence is overlooked. Therefore, fools know only the great without knowing the small, and they know only the small without grasping the great, and thus, after a long time, their understanding becomes flawed. The 3 kings and 5 emperors, these were the highest levels of governance. The poem says, the imperial decree does not fail, reaching as far as Tang and Qi. It speaks of something that is the same in ancient and modern times. Shan was born in Zhufeng, moved to Yuyi, and died in Mingtiao, an East-Yi person. Wang was born in Quijia in Zhao, and died in Biao, a West-Yi person. Confucius said, the distinction between the early saints and late saints is one of degree. The poem says, the imperial decree does not fail, reaching as far as Tang and Qi. The distance between these places is over 1,000 li. The gap in time is also over 1,000 years, yet they achieved success and practiced their virtues in China as if it were meant to be. When Confucius was observing at the Zhao temple, he saw a tilted vessel. He asked the caretaker, what kind of vessel is this? The caretaker replied, it's for holding sacrificial offerings. Confucius said, is it true that when this vessel is full it turns over, but if it's empty or level, it remains upright? Is there such a thing? The answer was yes. Confucius sighed. How lamentable. Confucius had Erlu get some water to test the vessel, and sure enough, when full, it turned over, when half full, it stood upright, and when empty, it tilted. What is there that does not turn over when it becomes full? Erlu asked, may I inquire about the virtue of holding on to fullness? Confucius replied, the way to hold on to fullness is to give up a bit. Erlu said, is giving up a path to follow? As broad knowledge and practice is superficiality, these are all ways to give up. This is what they mean by giving up while maintaining. Confucius explained, when one's virtues are generous and they practice them with humility, when one has extensive land and practices frugality, when one holds high rank and position but acts with humility, when one has many people and strong military might but practices fear, when one is wise and insightful yet acts in a foolish manner, or when one fears. The poem says, Tang descended not too late, the holy and respectful days kept increasing. Zhao Gong took over the position of the 10 kings, ruling for 7 years. King Cheng Birkin in Lu, and Zhao Gong warned him, do not let the soldiers of Lu become proud. At this time, there were 10 students who offered sacrifices to him, 12 friends who visited him, 49 people from narrow alleys and thatched houses who saw him first, 100 people who came with good suggestions, 1,000 scholars, and 10,000 officials at court. I am, after all, the son of Textian Wang, the younger brother of King Wu, and an uncle to King Cheng. Yet, even so, I do not consider myself superior to others. Although I bathe 3 times a day and eat 3 meals a day, I'm still afraid of losing the best people in the world. It is good. And when one has broad knowledge but practices superficiality, one becomes wise. These 6 virtues are all about humility. I hear that when one's virtues are generous and they practice them with humility, one prospers. When one has extensive land, practicing frugality brings peace. When one holds high rank but acts humble, one becomes noble. When one has many people and much strong military might, acting with fear prevails. When one is wise and insightful yet acts foolishly, to be the ruler of heaven, rich in the 4 seas, this comes from virtue. Therefore, if there is no giving up, there can be no maintenance. If there is no maintenance, things will fall apart. The Book of Chang says, humility, prosperity, a noble man's final achievement brings good fortune. The poem says, King Tang descended not too late, holy and respectful. He rose each day. A warning to us! There is no pride in the proud soldiers of Lu. The transmission says, Zilu dressed formally to see Confucius. Confucius said, you, why so stiff? Now you are dressed formally, your colors full and bright. Who in the world can surpass you? Once upon a time, when the river Huanghe first emerged, it was not enough for drinking. When it reached the river's mouth, there were no ships, no avoiding the wind. It could not be crossed. Wasn't it because of the many tributaries? Zilu hurried out, changed his clothes, and re-entered, making a bow as he did. Confucius said, you has understood this, I tell you. One who is careful with their words does not stir up conflict. One who is careful with their actions does not boast. Knowing is essential. Acting is essential. Color reveals and conceals. The wise and good person knows it. The foolish person does not. When knowing and acting are in harmony, then wisdom and benevolence follow. What more can be added? The poem says, King Tang descended not too late, holy and respectful. He rose each day. Noblemen do not value actions if they are difficult to perform, words if they require careful consideration, fame if it is fleeting. Only that which is due deserves valor. Carrying a stone to the river, crossing it, is a difficult task. Shentudi could do this, yet Confucius did not hold it valuable, not in the realm of propriety and righteousness. A thief like Tuo Jing's boasts his name, renowned as Sun and Yu, but his reputation does not cease. Noblemen do not hold fame valuable, not in the realm of propriety and righteousness. Therefore, noblemen do not value actions if they are difficult to perform, words if they require careful consideration, fame if it is fleeting. Only that which is due deserves valor. A peaceful valley, level ground, aligned with heaven and earth. The Qin and Qi armies surround you, entering your ears and exiting your mouth. Hooked claws, feathered wings, these things are difficult to discuss and hold on to. Could do this, yet Confucius did not hold it valuable, not in the realm of propriety and righteousness. The poem says, not competitive or forceful, not stiff or weak. Even if they were naked in my presence, how could they harm me? Therefore, whoever heard about Bie's virtue became a greedy but virtuous man, a weak but determined man. Bie and Ziqi closed their eyes to evil colors, stopped their ears from evil sounds, not serving their lord, not employing their people, opposing justice, stopping the people. They could not bear to live there, longing for life with fellow countrymen, like donning mourning clothes and sitting on ashes. But in the case of Lu, he was unashamed to serve his lord, did not decline a minor post, advanced without hiding virtuosity, always by right means, impoverished and still unconcerned, abandoned and still not resentful, lived with fellow countrymen, happy and carefree, not wanting to leave. Therefore, whoever heard about Lu's virtue became a generous man even among petty people, a kind man even among harsh ones. When Confucius left Lu, his journey was delayed. He could have left, but chose to stay. The way of leaving one's parents' land. Be Yi, the pure saint, Lu, the harmonious saint, Confucius, the middle saint. The poem says, not competitive or forceful, not stiff or weak, moderation and harmony. King Wei assigned officials according to fairness, 10% for agriculture and trade, no levies on hills and forests, with regular input but no restrictions. He measured the land fairly, pursued right paths, accepted tribute naturally. All things came together. None remained stuck, freely flowing and moving. Those nearby did not conceal their abilities. Those far away were not hurried in their labor. Even remote, secluded countries found peace and comfort through his influence. This is what we call a king's just assignments. The poem says, ruling with fairness, abundance bestows grace. Sun Qing and the Lord of Linwu discussed warfare before King Zhao of Qin. The king asked, what are the essentials of war? This is the essence of war. Lord Linwu said, the essential lies in obtaining favorable timing, above and below, after reaching their positions, before they clash. Sun Qing said, not quite. The essence of war lies in associating with loyal subjects and respecting the people. Observing this, the key lies in attaching yourself to scholars and commoners. 6 horses not in harmony, and the father cannot use them to achieve distance, bows and arrows out of tune, and you cannot hit the smallest target. Scholars and commoners not attached, and Tang and Wu cannot win through warfare. Lord Lin said, not so. The use of force is a change of circumstances, and what it values is cunning. A good user of it is like catching a rabbit without knowing from where. Sun Wu used it and had no equal in the world. Observing this, doesn't it not require attachment to scholars and commoners? Sun Qing said, what you speak of are the armies of the feudal lords and the affairs of clever ministers. What I speak of is the army of a benevolent person, the affairs of a wise king. Things that can be deceived must be things where negligence prevails. In the relationship between lord and subject, there can suddenly be a deviation from loyalty. Furthermore, who among the powerful countries would not use such methods? To deceive a barbarian like Chu is still possible. Using deception on Yao is like scratching boiling water with your finger, throwing an egg at a stone, grasping feathers and jumping into blazing fire the moment he enters. He becomes gluttonous and stupidly drunk. The one who succeeds in doing so must deceive his people. The people's attachment to me is like pepper and lanterns. Their joy is like that of father and son. He looks up at his superior as a person bitten by a poisonous bee, or wasp. Even a barbarian like Chu would not accept such treatment, nor would he dare steal what he loves. This is like forcing someone's son and grandson to betray their parents. Then they would realize their mistake first. How can there be any deception? Confronted with it, enemies crumble and fall back. Furthermore, the army of a benevolent person when gathered, it becomes a battalion. When scattered, it forms ranks. Extended, it is like the deadly blade of Mojia. Held tight, it cuts. Sharp, it pierces. Rounded off, it's like a hill that cannot be moved. Square, it's like a stone that cannot be pulled out. Touched upon, it breaks off horns and bends joints to retreat. What can be done but to accept defeat? The poem says, Warlord Yu carries a spear with a keen blade like fire blazing bright. No one dares oppose. This is the army of Tang and Wu. King Shao, though not clever, followed Mr. Sun's advice about the army. The poem says, be careful with your words, for no one will believe you. A worthy person takes up his mission, standing upright in proper attire, commanding respect from everyone who looks at him. The next level believes what he says. The next sees his actions and also believes. Once people see his actions, they don't believe. That is a sign of downfall. In ancient times, one didn't need to leave home to know everything in the world. One didn't need to look out through the window to see the path of heaven. One's own senses are capable of seeing thousands of miles ahead, and one's ears can hear what is happening miles away. This is how one judges things with one's own feelings. Knowing these 3 things made wise kings not rest on their seats while rectifying the world. If I am hungry or cold, then I know that everyone desires food and clothing. If I am tired from toil and struggle, then I know that everyone seeks comfort and ease. If I am weak from old age and fatigue, then I know that everyone wants wealth and fullness. Therefore, the path of a gentleman is loyalty and benevolence. Until they are removed, it's impossible to teach them self-control. When the 4 bodies are not covered, there will be no compassionate persons. When the 5 internal organs are empty, there will be no worthy individuals. In the face of hunger and thirst, bloodletting and cold, exhaustion and heat, skin and flesh moving, these 4 are the greatest harm to people. The poem says, parents never had a garment, their children have only sorrow. Thus, the laws of the ancient kings. Heaven's son tills the land, and his consorts weave silk. They worried about clothing and food before everything else. Volume 4 Zhao created the punishment of fire and hot coals. Prince Bidwan said, "A ruler who doesn't accept advice when it's not wanted is not loyal. Fearing death and not speaking out is not bravery. If one sees something wrong and immediately gives advice, but if it's not heeded, then this is the peak of loyalty." He gave advice but didn't show up for 3 days, and Zhao had him imprisoned and killed. The poem says, "Heaven is greatly saddened. I am careful without blame. Ji made a pond full of wine with a depth of 10 li, capable of holding 3,000 oxen. Today, your expenditure seems endless. You kill as if victory were not certain. If you do not change, heavenly calamities will befall, and punishment is inevitable. Change, your majesty!" Gun Longfeng advised. Ancient wise rulers practiced rituals and promoted righteousness. They loved their people and controlled their wealth, thus ensuring national security and long lives. He stood firm and did not leave the court. The sage heard of this and said, "Heaven's will." Jay, the ruler, imprisoned and killed him. As written in the poem, "The heavens are sad. I take care to avoid harm. Survive are traitors. There is great loyalty. There is second-level loyalty. There is lower-level loyalty. And there are traitors." If Zhao Gong assisted King Wen, he could be considered a model of great loyalty. If Guanzhong served Duke Huan, it would be second-level loyalty. If ZX assisted Duke Huo, lower-level loyalty. While Cao Chuanlong served King Zhou, he was a traitor. To save a ruler through righteous conduct and teachings is called great loyalty. To assist them with virtue and support them is called second-level loyalty. To criticize their wrongdoings and earn their enmity is called lower-level loyalty. Those who do not care for justice or the pursuit of righteousness, just trying to keep their positions, and these are all actions taken by servants, a reflection of their virtue or vice. As written in the poem, not content to work together, only the king remains constant. Duke Ai asked for advice on choosing officials. Confucius replied, "Do not choose those who are strong but deceitful. Do not choose those with malicious tongues. But if they are untrustworthy, with excessive knowledge, as the saying goes, like a hungry wolf close at hand. Strength and arrogance, deceit and flattery, slander and falsehood. So it is with a bow that we seek its strength after properly tuning it, with a horse that we find its worth after proper grooming, with scholars that we discover their knowledge only after testing their integrity." The Book of Zhao says, "To deal with a tiger, one must spread wings and tail." Is this not extreme? As written in the poem, not content to work together, only the king remains constant. He is expressing dissatisfaction with officials who are not faithful to their duties while complaining about their master. Duke Huan of Qi alone planned to attack a rival state with Guanzhong's council, but the people of Qi knew of this. Why is that? The duke asked Guanzhong. "I spoke alone about this, yet the people know." Guanzhong replied, "Does your highness think there is a wise person in the state? Is East Guaya a fortress secure?" The duke turned and looked at East Guaya. Guanzhong said, "Do you have anything to say?" East Guaya answered, "I do." "How do you know?" asked Guanzhong. Guanzhong said, "How do you know it is about the target?" East Guaya described 3 facial expressions, joy, sadness, anger, and how each might indicate a person's true intentions. East Guaya explained that the duke faced south, mouth open wide without closing, tongue raised without lowering, all signs that indicated his intent. The duke approved, saying, "Well put. If peasants number less than 100,000, they are as useless as those without people." As written in the poem, "Another has a heart, I ponder it." Guanzhong said, "Now, consider an army. If it has strong armor and sharp weapons but cannot defeat enemies or capture cities, its power is like that of a person with no troops." As written in the poem, "There is no southern fan that can sweep away the south wind. There is no northern jug that can measure out the wine. Therefore, a solid foundation over 1,000 miles cannot be compared to having land. 1,000,000 ignorant peasants cannot be equated with a real populace." The saying goes, Shun, a legendary sage, plucked the 5-stringed zither and sang of the south wind, bringing peace to the land. Duke Zhao drank continuously, never setting down his cup, and the bells and drums never stop at all, contributing to peace in the realm. A husband can alone hear the concerns of the entire world, with surplus time to govern and manage affairs. A commoner with 100 mo, an ancient Chinese unit of land measurement, in a single room, does not even have time to organize his affairs. This is meant to be achieved through the guidance of others. But if one unjustly wields the authority of others without being able to control them, then those in power are not truly qualified. This speaks of a position without responsibility. The poem says, "How can the South have a fan of authority that cannot winnow? How can the North have a jug of power that cannot hold wine?" In the time of Qi Huangdong, when he invaded Shanrong, his path passed through Yan. The ruler of Yan sent him off at the border. Huangdong asked Guanzhong, "All the other rulers are accompanying you to the border, is it not so?" Guanzhong said, "Not even the Son of Heaven would leave without a border." Huangdong said, "This is a sign of fear and an oversight in etiquette. I cannot let Yan lose face." So he granted Yan's request by giving them some land. Hearing this, all other rulers bowed to Ti. The poem says, "Be still and respectful in your position. Be upright, and God will favor you. Listen to the heavens, and you shall have grace." When you judge people by their actions, it's one thing. When you measure them by the law, it's another. The rituals say, there are 300 rituals for etiquette and 3,000 rituals for ceremonial matters. Using power sticks, a symbol of authority, is not truly fulfilling. Having 2 wives is not achieving propriety. Sealing the sons of Huangdi the Yellow Emperor with 19 seals is not based on law or justice. Going out to farm and whaling, not fully completing one's duties. The poem says, "Be still and respectful in your position, be upright, and God will favor you, with grace descending." Was this because they lacked strong armor and sharp weapons? Rituals or proper etiquette represent the pinnacle of wisdom in governance, the foundation of a strong nation, the way to establish authority, the framework for fame and honor, which kings and dukes follow to unite the realm. But if they do not, it can lead to the fall of society. Therefore, even though one may have strong armor and sharp weapons, or high walls and deep moats, or stern laws and harsh punishments, if these are not guided by proper rituals, they will fail. Consider Chu people in ancient times, using rhinos and elephants for their armory, hard as gold and iron, resembling giant serpents, ferocious like bees and wasps, light, agile, strong, and swift, yet their army was almost annihilated at Chwith. Sanbar, with King Tang dead, Zhuangji a general fleeing, and Chu divided into 3 or 4 kingdoms. No. It was because they did not follow the proper rituals in using them. This is because whoever governs these regions does so by improper means. You think the Huai River is a danger? The Yangtze and Han rivers are like moats. You build city walls around them, mark their boundaries with Denglin a fortress, yet Qin's army reached as far as Xiang and Yi regions. If this is not a sign of strong fortifications and strategic boundaries, what else could it be? Yet when the army of Zhao arrived, they did not carry out their orders on King Zhao's 2 sides. Was this not due to strict laws and harsh punishments? Zhao, a king, killed Bai Gan, imprisoned Jia, an advisor, and subjected him to the torture of fire and iron. With constant killings and punishments, no one among his ministers expected a favorable outcome for him. How could this be otherwise? If only we could promote righteous teachings while being fair in our distribution, with sincere love and timely encouragement, then those below would honor those above as if through ripples. Should anyone disobey, they would await punishment by law. But one punishment for all. Wouldn't this make the entire realm submit? For a ruler who is righteous in his laws and fair in his actions, his subjects respond as if returning to their beloved mother. Thus, when justice and morals are established, when teachings of kindness and love permeate, rituals and music interweave, then even distant lands that were once secluded and obscure will send emissaries and embrace peace. The poem says, "From east to west, from south to north, no thought remains unsubmissive." This is the essence of harmony. Tactful but not servile, a husband guides his family with proper rituals. A wife is gentle and obedient. If anyone strays from these duties in any way, he fears for himself. A truly virtuous leader differentiates between right and wrong through rituals. He distributes them equitably without partiality. His ministers serve him with rituals of respect and loyalty. A father is generous and kind while observing rituals. A son shows reverence and makes obeisance. An elder is loving and nurturing. A younger brother is reser. In conclusion, when rituals are neglected, chaos will reign. When they flourish, order will be maintained. Proper behavior has no impropriety. A gentleman's courtesy is not difficult, his respect not forced. He is frugal yet not niggardly, wealthy yet not arrogant. He adapts to circumstances without difficulty. This is the essence of propriety. for righteous reasons. In rural areas he accommodates himself yet maintains order. So a gentleman, with regard to rites and rituals, is respectful and tranquil. In matters he is thorough yet does not err. Towards others he is generous and forgiving, neither resentful nor overly indulgent. In his conduct he maintains decorum, without danger. When dealing with officials and skilled artisans, he does not compete for abilities, but utilizes their skills effectively. Towards heaven and earth, all things, he does not force his will but carefully considers the peak of their abundance. To his superiors, he is loyal and obedient without hesitation. To those below him he distributes resources equitably without bias. In social interactions he associates with like-minded individuals. Thus, the poor have a reputation, the common people merit reward. Righteousness and morality encompass all beneath heaven without limit. Knowledge and wisdom penetrate through heaven and earth, changing with all situations without doubt. The essence of vital force is harmonized, aspirations are vast, righteousness fills the realm, benevolence illuminates everything. This is the extreme of human virtue. This they call the careful observance of rites and rituals. If this be so, then the old finds tranquility in him, the young hold him dear like a child returning to its beloved mother. They say, righteousness establishes laws and morals, truth deepens love and respect. The poem says, rituals come to an end, laughter is complete. Anzi, 1, visiting Lu, would enter the hall and bow, and upon receiving a jade token, he knelt. Zi Gong found this odd and asked Confucius, does Anzi understand rites? Now that Anzi has come to visit Lu, he bows upon entering the hall and kneels when presenting a token. Why is this? Confucius replied, he has his methods. I will ask him when he arrives. Soon after, Anzi arrived, and Confucius inquired about it. Anzi answered, the rites for entering a hall dictate that a lord moves one step while a subject moves two. Now the lord moves quickly, so a subject dares not lag behind. Now, since the lord's gesture is lowly, a subject dares not stand still. The poem says, rituals come to an end, laughter is complete. Confucius approved, saying, there are even rites within rites. Z, the deputy of a feudal lord, is merely a tool. How can he be considered knowledgeable in rites? The poem again says, in the middle field there is a hut, on the battlefield there are melons. Nowadays, however, people form ranks, pursue criminals, report crimes, and take part in executions. The poem says, how can they be virtuous, like those carried away by the waves? They cultivate ill will against one another, and their communities are torn apart, violating the harmony of the realm, spoiling benevolence, harming scholars and officials, and leaving only a few who embrace righteousness, while many desire to destroy. If this cannot be called a path of righteousness, the poem says, he has a legacy, this one has a stray thread. The Son of Heaven does not speak of numbers or benefits. Feudal lords do not discuss gain or loss. Officials do not talk about success or failure. Scholars and commoners do not trade on their resources. This is why poor families have something to rejoice in, while widows and orphans find security. A ruler who wishes to have excellent archery skills and accurate long-range shooting should offer high titles and rich rewards to attract those with such abilities. He must not favor his own offspring or hide distant talents. Able men from all directions will come forward, and the best among them shall be chosen. Is this not what is known as the Great Way? A family's portion was 900 mu, an ancient Chinese unit of area, with each mu being 300 steps by 300 paces. 8 families lived in proximity, and each family had 100 mu for cultivation, plus 20 mu for their homes, a total of 120 per family. Together, they shared the remaining land as communal fields, where each family had 2.5 mu. The 8 families supported one another, sharing guards, caring for illnesses, and aiding in times of hardship and distress. The poem says, in the middle field there is a hut. They lent money to one another, invited others to meals, planned marriages, divided game, implemented benevolence, and thus their people lived harmoniously and affectionately. Nowadays, however, villagers are organized in squads, and criminals are pursued, crimes are reported, and offenders are executed. They cultivate animosity against one another, leaving no community untouched by this division, a breach of the harmony within the realm. The poem says, how can they be virtuous? Even saints cannot be changed. However, seeking the support of officials and ministers is not a suitable course of action if one cannot match their loyalty. It is not right to expect others to prioritize oneself, whether through favoritism or obligation. This is called going astray. Now, if one wants to govern a country and guide the people, harmonizing the upper and lower levels, fortifying the inner city and repulsing difficulties from the outside, governing according to law and letting people not be able to challenge it. Then chaos and peril may arise, leading to danger and potential extinction. Therefore, every sage ruler has personal treasures valued at hundreds of gold pieces, but there are none with official positions granted solely for their private use. This is because a ruler who favors someone cannot benefit from that person's abilities. A minister who cannot perform his duties and is forced to do so by the ruler is a treacherous minister. The ruler on high and the minister on low both harm each other, leading to inevitable destruction. Thus, only a wise ruler can love what he loves, but if he does, his chosen one will be in peril. The text of Dahlia says, passing down plans to their descendants, they gently guide them. And Shuya, no day for mourning, no time to meet again. This refers to putting those you love in danger. Those who do not understand should not be told, nor should those with quarrelsome dispositions be consulted. One must follow the path of rightness before approaching a discussion. Smooth speech is needed for the logic of rightness, and one's expression must match the extremities of rightness. A lordly person who is not blind understands the sequence of words carefully. Therefore, if one cannot engage in dialogue, he is called blind. If one can speak but does not, he is called hidden. The Ship poem says, "Those whose hearts are united, granted by heaven." Words must resonate with one's heart before being granted. When there is genuine love and benefit, the entire world can be seen as one family. A good leader never forgets his horse, a skilled archer never forgets his bow, and a wise ruler never forgets those below him. The Ship poem says, "The people have no good hearts, blaming each other in a single direction." When leaving home, it becomes a concern for the clan. When entering a new place, it becomes a worry for the village. A small person's actions. The Ship poem says, "Like barbarians and elders, I am filled with anxiety." There are lords who cannot be served, ministers who wish for loyalty, fathers who cannot be served, sons who wish for filial piety, elder brothers who cannot be revered, and younger brothers who wish to follow orders. A person may know what is right for others, but cannot know it for himself. The Ship poem says, "Accepting a reward without hesitation leads to one's own destruction." Those in the present world who adorn false teachings, weave treacherous words to disrupt the heavens, deceive and mislead the masses, promoting ignorance. These are those who do not understand the distinction between right and wrong, order and chaos. These 10 individuals, all following non-traditional paths, possess diverse knowledge, yet they do not learn from ancient times or follow the ways of former kings. Instead, they rely on their own ideas, pursuing uniqueness without encountering virtue, or gaining the respect of others. Thus, it is said that these 10 individuals may have clever speech, but insufficient harmony with the grand way, good morals, and governing principles. However, each has a reason for their actions, and their words contain logic sufficient to deceive the masses and stir up confusion among the simple-minded. This is the fault of the 10. Confucius is an example. Without a place to stand, kings cannot compete for fame. This is the fate of the wise men who have not achieved their goals. For one whole world, with its wealth and resources, to nurture its people, to benefit the entire realm, to attain universal prosperity and peace, none can resist or refuse. If one considers strategies, unifies various elements, aligns speech and deeds, and guides all the heroes of heaven with the grand way, teaching them perfect harmony, then the cunning schemes of clever speakers cannot penetrate, nor can the 10 individuals gain influence. Clever speakers rest, while 10 individuals are driven away. Then the path of the wise is clear, the ways of kings established. As the book says, rain and snow, when seen, disappear. While those at their limits accept and consider carefully, while those at their limits become a burden. A noble-minded person respects heaven and follows the way, while a careful person fears virtue and maintains propriety. Knowledgeable individuals understand and categorize, while fools are sincere and follow rules. Happy people find harmony and order, while worried individuals remain calm and endure. Accomplished people are at ease and welcoming. A large-minded person becomes arrogant and violent, while a careful person indulges in pleasure and leans towards excess. Knowledgeable people seize opportunities and seek personal gain, while fools become pirates and disrupt peace. Happy individuals find easy pleasures, while worried ones feel crushed. Accomplished people are proud and partial. As the book says, like a barbarian, my spirit grows restless. Their bodily order is the same as animals with one season. Their violent speech not different from barbarians. Outwardly they cause problems for families and tribes, Inwardly they sow distress in villages and towns. Thus his words can guide the people, his deeds inspire them to follow. This is what makes them a path for the masses. Written down, passed on in intentions, they will be a legacy for 10,000 generations. It is said that love arises from emotion, known as benevolence. Maintaining discipline with virtue is called righteousness. Extending love through reverence and careful consideration is ritual. Cultivating these rituals leads to orderliness, sufficient for governance. From this comes order and prosperity, or chaos and decay. Based on it, kings and lords govern well or falter. As the book says, like a barbarian, my spirit grows restless. Now, if one's bodily order resembles animals, speech violent like barbarians suck disregard for virtue is what wise rulers and virtuous leaders blame. A guest spoke of Spring Shenlord, saying, King Tang with 70 li, King Wen with 100, both unified all under heaven. Now Sun Tzu, a wise man among men, you borrow his 100 li's advantage. I think it unwise for you, sir. Spring Shenlord approved. He sent someone to thank Sun Tzu and had him leave for Zhao, where he became an advisor. Sun Tzu, after all, is a wise man among men. The guest then said, In ancient times, if Yi left Shang, the summer was over. If Quan left Lu, it fell into Qi. From this, we see that a wise man's presence ensures his lord is virtuous and his country secure. Why leave? Spring Shenlord said, Excellent. Thus, he summoned Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu, in false joy, thanked him. In vulgar speech, it is said, Pity the king. This is an unrespectful phrase. Though it cannot be ignored, it is not comparable to those who seize power by killing the reigning monarch. Thus, they abandon virtuous elders for young, weak successors, and appoint unworthy officials instead of upright ones. For a ruler, young and lax in discipline, has no way to discern treachery, so ministers may exploit his absolute rule for their private gain. In recent times, Liu used Zhao to starve the ruler in Shachu for 100 days before killing him. Therefore, the spirit of spring and autumn says, the son of Chu King Wei went to court in Cheng, but before leaving, he heard of the king's illness, returned, and, seizing the crown, strangled the king and killed him. From ancient to modern times, this pity has never reached the point of strangling or starving someone to death. Zhuo Qi used qi, raising King Min's bones and hanging them in the temple, where he stayed overnight before killing them. From this perspective, even if Sun Tzu truly pities the king, it can be excused. Compared to those who seize power by killing the reigning monarch, a ruler who is pitied suffers far more from anxiety and physical pain. The saying goes, True evil hates what is righteous, true goodness respects what is righteous. Just as a pearl, when measured, cannot hide its brilliance despite 10 zhang of earth, and a jade, when measured, cannot conceal its radiance even with 100 zhang of water, so a good person's virtue cannot be hidden by any amount of wealth or status. True virtue feels and understands the root of justice. It is then that one does not become angry, but commands with authority, and does not speak, but gains trust, the root of virtue and morality. Although the path may be close at hand, if you do not walk it, nothing will come of it. Though a matter may seem small, if you do not pursue it, it will achieve nothing. Just as a skillful archer has this bow and arrow, with horsehair and sinew strung together with glue and paint, they can become treasures for 10,000 chariots. But when given to another, who values them at not even a few copper coins, it shows that people are equal in terms of material, but their worth is determined by their dedication. Just as the sound of drums and gongs in the palace reaches far outside, so too should righteous behavior resound throughout the land. The more you give yourself to it, the more profound and secure it becomes, like glue binding bamboo strips together firm and unchanging. This is why scholars strive for learning. The center stores it, will it be forgotten. Although the path may seem close at hand, if you do not walk it, you will never reach your destination. Though a matter seems insignificant, if you do not pursue it, it will come to nothing. Everything that is truly valuable starts from within. The Book of Changes says, True wickedness hates what is righteous, true goodness respects what is righteous. Only through sincerity can one connect with the divine and reach the hearts of the people, the root of justice and reverence. Then, there will be no anger but only authority, no words but only trust. Confucius, upon seeing a guest, had the guest leave. Yan Yuan said, The guest is an embodiment of Ren benevolence. Confucius said, Ah, how regrettable. It is what words gather around. The guest's heart is filled with it. His mouth utters itran that I do not understand. A husband is a form, body, and color. His heart is delicate. Yan Yuan, startled by the change in color, said, "Fine jade, even if measured and weighed against 10 zhang of earth, cannot hide its brilliance. Fine pearls, even when measured and weighed against 100 zhang of water, cannot conceal their rate against 100 zhang of water, cannot conceal their radiance." The poem says, "The bells ring in the palace, their sound reaches the outside. If there is warmth and goodness within, then his eyebrows are raised to observe it. If faults and weaknesses are within, his eyebrows cannot hide them. Falsehoods cannot last long. Emptiness cannot be preserved. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Once love is lost, it cannot endure for long." The poem again emphasizes, "Bells ring in the palace, their sound reaches the outside." This means that when there is something valuable inside, it must necessarily be known from the outside. So-called common people cannot speak well of good things. They do not know the laws of former kings. Their actions are without purpose, and they stand still without knowing where to rest. They pick and choose among things without realizing what is precious. They do not know how to select virtuous men and good scholars to rely on. They follow fads and trends, not knowing where they belong. With no guidance, 5 internal organs' emotions go astray, leading to heart failure, resulting in no return. The poem says, "To a son without virtue, virtues are few. Therefore, when active, their form becomes dangerous, and when quiet, they suffer disgrace." A guest who had seen Zhao Gong was greeted at the door with the question, "What is your business here? Should I come in or not?" Zhao Gong said, "Please enter." The guest replied, "If I speak from outside, it's about what's outside. If I speak from inside, it's about what's inside." Zhao Gong replied, "Please sit." The guest said, "I speak of right and justice immediately. Sitting here, I speak of benevolence. Should I sit or not? What shall we do?" The guest said, "If I speak quickly, my words are hesitant. If I speak slowly, no one hears me." Zhao Gong hesitated. The next day he raised an army to punish Guan Kai. Therefore, a good guest knows how to use silent persuasion, and Zhao Gong knew how to listen to silent persuasion. If Zhao Gong could listen to subtle words, then he was truly able to listen to the whispers of others. The poem says, "How dare I hesitate in taking action? So, when a gentleman warns someone, his advice is gentle. In saving people from distress, his aid is tender. Forsooth, I fear I cannot keep pace." Zhu Juetz asked, "What does Guan Ying consider the beginning of the national wind, a classical literary term for cultural or moral trends?" Confucius answered, "Guan Ying has arrived. Greatness! People of Guan Ying's nature look up to heaven and down to earth. They are deep in thought, and their virtue swells up like a tumult. The path of Guan Ying concerns everything. All creatures depend on it, and all life hangs on it. The rivers and lakes produce books of knowledge. The Qilin and Feng birds fly around in the capital. If not for Guan Ying's path, what will become of his deeds? The affairs of the world are vast." Confucius continued, "The 6 classics all converge on a single principle. They are all derived from Guan Ying. Feng wind, Yu water, and Li ritual follow each other. From east to west, south to north, nothing resists them. It's not outside this. This is the root of kingship, the origin of the royal way." Zhu sighed in admiration. Greatness. Guan Ying lays the foundation for heaven and earth. The poem concludes with a celebration. Let the bells ring to celebrate. Confucius possessed the heart of a sage, wandering about in the city of morality, floating freely in the land of formlessness. Relying on heaven's principles, he observed human emotions, knowing the beginning and end, gains and losses. He promoted righteousness and benevolence, rejected power and profit, and nourished them with virtue. North and south, crawling on his hands and knees to save them. At that time, the Zhao dynasty became feeble. The royal path vanished. The various states vied for power, some strong and some weak, many acting in tyranny, few governed justly. The common people were restless, lacking proper guidance and rituals, fell into disarray. Human relationships became twisted at this point. Confucius journeyed east and west. When social ranks and duties have not been clearly defined, there will be ancestral honor and filial piety. The way of a king is that able men are not waited for in order to be appointed. The unworthy are not waited for a moment before they are dismissed. Original evil is not waited for lessons before it is punished. The mean average person does not wait for policy before they become transformed. Even if they are descendants of dukes or lords, if they disregard rituals, they will be treated like commoners. So Confucius turned them over to the common people, watched them, and tried to fend the people who were able to govern. He raised up. Those who could not, he removed. even if the descendants of commoners, by accumulating knowledge and maintaining integrity, if they conduct themselves with decorum and rituals, they will be regarded as scholars and officials. Treating them with respect if at ease, then preserve them. If unsettled, then discard them. Turning away from such subjects, elevate them and serve them, providing them with offices, clothing, and food, ensuring the king's dominion remains intact without loss. This is the way of a wise ruler. The poem says, "A person without rituals cannot live." Those whose abilities are unsuitable for their times face punishment without mercy, known as divine retribution. The ruler is the source of the people. Clear sources lead to clear flows, murky sources lead to murky flows. Therefore, those who possess states and kingdoms cannot love their subjects while expecting them to love themselves. Subjects will not show affection or loyalty if they are not treated as such, nor will they die for the ruler without reluctance. If subjects are neither used for service nor willing to die for the ruler, one cannot obtain strong troops, well-fortified cities. Without strong troops and secure cities, one cannot avert danger, peril, and collapse, which is impossible. Alas, this is a waste of life. The essence of danger, peril, and collapse all stem from this, yet one seeks peace and comfort. How difficult! A wasted life does not wait for the right time to perish. Those able individuals are those who live in today's world but yearn for the ancient past, something not favored by the king or public. Yet it is you alone who appreciate this. They are not appreciated by the people, yet you do for them. Therefore, if a wise ruler wishes to strengthen and secure peace and comfort, they should reflect on themselves. If they wish to gain the support of their subjects, they should implement policies that benefit them. If they wish to improve governance and virtuous customs, they should seek out able individuals. If done out of necessity, even at great personal cost, it shows your unwavering commitment. One clearly understands what encountered such individuals meant in the past and what led to their loss. Knowing a nation's safety, danger, prosperity, or decline, as if one were seeing colors, distinguishes those able individuals. A wise ruler who wishes to strengthen and secure peace and comfort should work with such individuals. Using them generously, then all under heaven will be united, subjecting dukes and kings. Small use of them ensures that their influence spreads too. Neighboring states, none can resist it. If the Yin realm used Yi-Yin, the Zhao realm honored Taigong, this is considered generous use. If the Qi realm valued Guanzhong, the Chu realm respected Sun Shuao. These are instances of modest use. Those who were generously used were like them, while those modestly used were similar in their way. Thus it is said, rulings that are pure become kings, rulings that are flawed become rulers. None falls without cause. The poem says, in a land without good governance, no worthy official is used. There has never been a case of a worthy official not falling if they were not utilized. Yu, the great, the best charioteer in the world, had no horses to showcase his ability. Yi, the best archer in the world, had no bow and arrows to demonstrate his skill. Those great scholars, who could order one land unit without any space for error, are called the best in the world. Yet a ruler with excellent horses but unable to drive them more than 100 li is not you. A skilled archer but cannot shoot beyond a few paces or hit subtle targets is no longer Yi. One who uses 100 li of land but cannot order one land unit, control 4 barbarians, and unify the world is no great scholar. Great scholars? Those great scholars, even if they live in secluded alleyways or cramped rooms without any space for their talents, kings cannot compete with them in fame. When given 100 li of land, kingdoms of thousands of li do not dare to challenge them. Punishing lawless states, harmonizing all under heaven, none can disrupt them. This is the honor of Ji. Their words share similarities, their actions exhibit rituals. They handle matters without regret, and adapt to changing situations as appropriate with the passage of time, following societal trends or bending with it through thousands of changes. Their path remains consistent. This is how great scholars operate. Thus there are ordinary people, common scholars, refined scholars, and great scholars. Those who do not study, act without justice, mistaking wealth and profit for greatness, are ordinary people. These are common scholars. Within oneself, one does not falsely accuse. Externally, one does not slander others. This is the way to honor wisdom and respect for law, without any sense of arrogance or neglect. The law-abiding king, a system of governance, where words and actions are governed by a great law, yet knowledge that transcends this cannot be accessed through hearing or sight, nor can it be known unless one understands it. Those who dress well, wear beautiful decorations, loosely follow the laws of former kings, creating chaos in the world, with their learning full of errors and mixed up, seeing themselves as equal to society's norms but unaware of their wrongs. They're unaware of their wrongs. Speech and discussions no different from ancient moisterists, without knowledge or distinction. This is the manner of a cultivated scholar. The entire classification system responds accordingly, without any doubt. By referencing laws and principles, it aligns perfectly as if composed according to a specific rhythm and meter. This is the mark of a great scholar. The law-abiding king, governed by rights and justice, presenting simple yet profound knowledge, encompassing all in its realm. Objects that change, things not heard or seen before when they suddenly emerge in a particular region. As the poem says, the Zhao Dynasty, though an ancient kingdom, has a new mandate. Therefore, when rulers employ common people, a nation with 10,000 chariots falls. When they use cultivated scholars, a nation with 10,000 chariots survives. When they trust in learned individuals, a country of 1,000 li remains secure, for years, eventually becoming a vassal to all the rulers of the land within just 3 years. The text King Wen can be considered that of a great scholar. King Cheng of Chu was reading in his palace, with Lan Bian below, asking, "I do not understand. What book is your majesty reading?" King Cheng replied, "Classics of the Saints." King Cheng asked, "Why do you say that?" Lan Bian said, "This is merely the dregs of the wisdom of ancient kings. It's not worth preserving." Lan Bian replied, "Let me put it this way. To use a rule for drawing circles, or a straight edge for squares, these are things suitable to pass down to future generations. Everything that is passed down is truly just dregs. But when 3 pieces of wood are joined together, they respond to the mind and move with the body. This cannot be passed down. Therefore, the laws of Tang and Yu can still be studied today. Their application to human hearts, however, remains elusive. Who could possibly measure them? As the poem says, the heavens' blessings are silent and odorless. Confucius learned the Guqin from Master Xiangzi without progressing. Master Xiangzi said, "Master, you should advance." After a while he said, "The Son of Heaven can advance." Confucius replied, "I have already mastered its tune. I am yet to master its rhythm." Confucius responded, "I have already mastered its numbers. I am yet to understand its meaning." Another interval passed, and he said again, "Master, you may proceed." Confucius replied, "I have already mastered the person. I am yet to find his peers." After another pause he exclaimed, "How vast is this! How sweeping! It must be composed for such music." Master Xiangzi got up, bowing deeply. "Master, this is the spirit of King Wen." Confucius carried the voice of King Wen, understanding his character. In silence, I ponder. A deep sorrow fills me, and yet with it, I could govern a kingdom and meet with nobles from all lands. Is there anyone other than King Wen? Master Xiangzi asked, "How do you know this to be the spirit of King Wen?" Confucius replied, "Indeed, as it is said, to know the end from the beginning is the mark of a sage. A person of benevolence loves greatness. A peaceful person loves humility. A wise person loves flexibility. A capable person loves careful planning, generous giving, and fair treatment. This is a virtue that delights in justice." King Zhao ruled as king, wealthy with the resources of the entire empire. Yet when the armies of Zhao arrived at his court, his edicts were not carried out by those nearest to him. How? At that time, he could have been anyone's servant. It was impossible for him to remain free. As the poem says, the divine position of King Zhao was comfortable, yet he failed to protect the 4 directions. The path circulates and then begins anew, reaching its depths before returning to its origins. Such colors, though bright, change with time. Strong trees sometimes fall. All things have their cycles of rise and decline. This is the way of the 3 kings. As the poem says, "Reinvigorate, O king, and uphold justice throughout the lands." It doesn't merely strive for change, but seeks to stop evil, nurture the weak, elevate the downtrodden, and restore what has fallen. It aims to smooth over chaos, rescue those who are lost, harmonize yin and yang, and bring order to all things. Without ritual, how can one uphold their integrity? Ritual is the essence of heaven and earth, and the creation of ceremonial texts according to human sentiments. Without learning, how can one understand ritual's nature? Ritual exists naturally, as people find peace in it. A teacher speaks of it, and we come to know its value. When sentiments are at ease with ritual, and knowledge is like a teacher, this is the path of a gentleman. Speaking of morality within reason, and acting with integrity, leads to harmony throughout the realm. The poem says, unknowing, yet following the emperor's way. Without teaching respect for elders, then the people do not value family. Without understanding loyalty and filial piety, then the people do not know their roots. If offerings and sacrifices are not conducted with reverence, if mountains and rivers lose their timing, then the people become fearless. If there is no education before punishment, then the people will not understand admonishment. When respect for elders reaches below, the people know compassion and love. Thus, when a ruler cultivates himself in integrity and filial piety, the people will not rebel. When leaders model good or bad, the people respond accordingly, like a reflection. This is the path to governing the entire realm, establishing order within, and being the key responsibility of every subject, a fundamental law for all peoples, that even wise kings cannot dispense with for even a moment. The poem says, "The legacy of King Cheng, established on earth, forever echoes thoughts of filial piety." King Cheng asked Zhou Gong, "What are these?" During King Cheng's time there were 3 key plants growing together, each emerging from the same root, full of vitality, their branches overflowing like a cart. Zhou Gong said, "The 3, all sprouting from the same root, implies that the whole realm is almost unified." Zhou Gong asked, "Why bring such a gift?" They said, "Due to the vast distances and deep mountains, we fear people may not be able to reach us, so we have returned again and again." After several years, there were repeated visits from the Yu, a legendary figure clan, who made 9 translations to present white pheasants to Zhou Gong. The translator replied, "We received our mandate from the yellow-haired elders of the nation. After 3 years it seems that China might have a sage. Why not visit them?" Thus they came. Zhou Gong respectfully inquired about their purpose. The poem says, "In 1,000 generations there will be no end to aid." A poor ruler turns back from this path and worries about his people. Climbing high and gazing into the depths below, one sees further than from a platform or hill. Wide plains with expansive views offer greater scope than ponds or lakes. Toil excessively, strive for excellence, disregard material wealth, endure slander and harm to reputation, grieve over loss of life. What sorrow! The poem says, "Heaven's board is firm, but the commoners are frustrated." Scholars adhere strictly to words without changing them, a method that is unalterable, with the 6 classics as evidence. As for the principles of lord-subject, father-son, husband-wife, and friend-friendship order, these are what scholars carefully guard, refining and discussing them daily. Even if one resides in caves or holes, kings cannot compete for fame. Why? Because the righteousness of Ren benevolence, and Yi righteousness, shines upon them. Even if they live in impoverished alleys or modest homes, their inner world cannot be filled from without, nor can their outer world cover their essence. With no space to stand, yet discerning enough to govern the realm, a grand plan in the hands of Kai. Others, then he is a prince, implemented on a smaller scale, and he is a servant of the state. If a king listens to their words and believes in their actions, then we can see the laws of Tang and Yu, hear their praises. The poem says, "The ancient people said, consulted on the grass." Taking counsel from diverse sources is so expansive. It is recorded that the emperor, residing within grand halls, under canopies, upon silk cushions, wearing sandals, could not step outside his domain. Thus, looking alone is not as clear as with a group, listening alone is not as wise as with many, thinking alone is not as profound as with others. Therefore, wise rulers bring together brilliant ministers to harmonize the middle and attain the secluded scholars. The poem says, "The ancient people said, consulted on the grass." This is what they meant. The heavens have set their height, and the sun and moon become bright. The earth has set its thickness, and mountains attain fame. The Supreme has set its path, and 100 affairs fall into order. Since the decline of the Zhao dynasty, the kingly way has been abandoned and not restored. Rights and righteousness have ceased and not continued. In Qin's time, not adhering to rights and righteousness, poetry and books were discarded, ancient things neglected, the sacred way extinguished, and all focused on petty desires, coveting gains as a common practice, comparing hunting as a means of education, leading to widespread chaos. This is why it was difficult to govern. Thus war broke out and fire spread, people living outside in exposure, with citizens subjecting each other to plunder and restriction, ignoring the teachings of virtuous kings and brilliance for a long time, never encountering the path of faith, benevolence and co-righteousness, carried away by passion and violence, not avoiding calamities. Humans have 6 desires. The eyes want to see beautiful colors. The ears want to hear harmonious music. The nose wants to smell fragrant scents. The mouth craves sweet and delicious foods. The body's 4 limbs desire rest without action. Clothing wants to be made of elegant embroidery that is light yet warm. These 6 are the common desires of humanity, and when lost, they lead to disorder, but when followed, they bring calmness. Confucius said it simply and easily practiced. The poem says, "It's easy to guide the people. These are no empty words." Therefore, wise kings teach their people by adapting to these desires and regulating them with rights, by fulfilling their wishes while controlling them with righteousness, for righteousness is simple yet comprehensive, rights easy yet lawful, not far from the heart, hence why their subjects follow commands swiftly. A person's nature is good, but without the support of a righteous king or a virtuous ruler who guides them with Tao the way, it does not flourish into that of a gentleman. Just as silk cannot be formed without the guidance of skilled weavers heating water and drawing out the fibers, eggs cannot become chicks without a nurturing hen, sheltering and caring for them day after day. There is no absence from beginning to end. The poem says, "Heaven gives life to all. Its mandate is not vague." This only happens when there are wise kings and righteous rulers. Intelligence is like a spring source. One who practices it can serve as a standard for others, a teacher. Intelligence can sharpen. One who acts on it can provide support, a friend. One who resolutely responds when called upon is a slave. One who follows the law and fulfills their duties without daring to act unjustly is an official. Therefore, the supreme ruler employs teachers as assistants. The middle ruler uses friends as assistants. The lower ruler relies on officials as assistants, and a weak ruler relies on slaves as assistants. Therefore, those of similar minds meet, those with similar sounds hear, those with common hearts associate, and only the wise can be used. It's said, a broad lake has large fish, a wise ruler has clever subjects. When they look at each other and share the same goal, they will definitely succeed. Thus, the assistants chosen on either side hold such crucial positions, in charge of matters of life and death, that one should be careful. The poem says, "When unclear, there's no turning back. When young and unclear, without companions or officials." Tang Tiu brought down the Shang, while Chu Zuangong led to its fall. In ancient times, Yu Yuang led to the fall of the CIA dynasty, while Ji Zikui led to its demise. Therefore, there is no stable peace in a country, nor can the people be governed well. Having talented leaders brings prosperity, but inept ones lead to ruin, as has been the case from ancient times until now. A clear mirror reflects one's form. Historical records help us understand the present. A rustic saying goes, "Not knowing how to govern sees it as already accomplished." Knowing what made past civilizations dangerous and not repeating their ways of peace is different from resisting progress and pursuing former traditions. Or another, the cart that went astray in ancient times, the horses have no warning, hence the horses that come after stray too. Therefore, the fall of CIA was repeated by Shang, and the fall of Shang was followed by Zhou. Thus, Shang can learn from CIA, and Zhou from Shang. The poem says, "Lessons from Shang are not far away, in the age following SCA." The Book of Documents states, "A proud ruler lacks loyalty. A people with generous words lack trust." A poem says, "Branches and leaves, no harm therein. The root and truth come first. Misfortune and fortune issue from oneself. Therefore, a tree that is overly bent has no strong branch. Clear waters cannot hold a boat. Shallow roots make for short branches and leaves, and a cut root leads to a dry tree. Deep and vast waters give birth to dragons and fish. Dense forests attract birds and beasts. When rights and justice are refined, virtuous men cherish them." A poem says, "With awareness and virtuous deeds, 4 nations submit." Therefore, when rights reach the individual, they cultivate virtue. When they permeate the nation, governance becomes clear. One who can honor others will have their name spread far. All under heaven obey. Orders are executed, and the affairs of a king are complete. This is what it means. Now take root. This is called valuing what you value. If there are no distinguishing characteristics in discourse, no manifestations of action, no supportive words, then scholars should be cautious. A poem says, "No easy path through speech, no mere saying yes." Confucius said, Regarding persuasive discourse, Qi, the strongest, establishes it. Sincerity and honesty reside in it. Strength and resilience await it. Refutation employs metaphors to illustrate it. Division makes it clear. Joy and delight spread it. Division makes it clear. Joy and delight spread it. Treasures and rare things value it. The divine holds it in high regard. Like this, persuasion does. When the people have enough to eat at home and are not cold from lack of warmth outside, then they can be taught to govern themselves with rights and justice. A poem says, offering food to our ancestors, fulfilling 100 rights. Like this, the path of tea in heaven is achieved. One can know the whole world without leaving one's home. One can understand the way of heaven without looking out a window. Fulfilling 100 rights, all hearts align. All minds follow. Then the yin and yang balance, the yin and yang in balance, then cold and heat are equal, cold and heat equal, then the three lights are clear, then winds and rains come at the right time, winds and rains at the right time, then all creatures are peaceful. A poem says, only this holy man gazes at words from afar, guiding kings with his knowledge, following nature's rhythms. The 4 seasons spring, summer, autumn, and winter, winds, rains, frosts, and dews none, are outside the teaching realm. Clarity of mind and strong will. When desires are about to surface, there is preparation first. Heaven sends down rain. Mountains produce clouds. A poem says, high peaks pierce the heavens, reaching their limits in the sky. Heavenly peaks send down divine power, born on the 3rd and 2nd days. This is the virtue of the military and civil leaders. The kings of the 3 dynasties all established their fame first. A poem says, brilliant emperor, your name resounds far and wide. You proclaim your virtues, reaching these 4 nations. This is the virtue of a great king. Blue has its hue, but silk enhances it, making it brighter than blue. Earth has its color, but silk enhances it, making it surpass earth. Blue enhancing earth, a metaphor that can be borrowed. Can't we borrow the virtue of righteousness? The fish in the East Sea is called a cod. Swimming side by side without meeting, they cannot reach their destination. The beast in the north is called a luo. Eating and looking at each other, they don't get along, they cannot be sated. The bird in the south is called a gew. Flying with wings together, they cannot soar, they cannot take flight. The beast in the west is called a tuo. Walking with front paws like mice and hind paws like rabbits, if it finds sweet grass, it must bite it and pass it to others. Its nature would not allow it to do otherwise. This is why it needs to borrow. Even animals need to borrow. How much more the rulers of 10,000 chariots who don't know how to borrow the heroes and virtuous officials of the world? To elevate the noble and honor virtue, then one rises to heaven. To cherish those with virtue, then they return to their people. 2 blind men supporting each other, not damaging walls or falling into pits. This is their good fortune. A poem says, only those who do not follow are destined for ruin. Happiness arises from non-action, and worry comes from excessive desires. Satisfaction brings wealth. Virtue makes one worthy of honor. One who can honor others will have their name spread far. Therefore, when rights reach the individual, they cultivate virtue. When they permeate the nation, governance becomes clear. The Duke of Ai asked Zixia, if we must study, can we then secure the nation and ensure the well-being of its people? Zixia replied, there has never been anyone who could secure the nation and ensure its people's well-being without studying. The Duke said, then did the 5 emperors have teachers? Zixia answered, I've heard that Yellow Emperor learned from the Great Tomb, Yongle from Lutu, Ya from Red Pine's son, Shun from Mu Cheng's teachings, and Yu from the Western Kingdom. Tang learned from Lone in the mountains, Wen Wang from Shi in Se, and Wu Wang from Tei. Zhou Gong learned from Huoshu, and Confucius from Lao Tzu. These 11 saints, if they had not received these teachings, their deeds could not have been accomplished on earth, nor could their names be passed down to future generations. Neither extreme cold nor heat can move it, nor can the 4 seasons change it. The poem says, not failing or forgetting, follow the old ways. D is embracing the vastness of heaven and earth, sharing the brightness of the sun and moon, standing firm around the 4 seasons, ruling at the crossroads of yin and yang. It stands high like the moon but doesn't get wet. It spreads wide like the sun but doesn't dry up. Fresh and clear, brilliant and righteous, everything in between heaven and earth that is perfect and exquisite is D. The humble sages among us, who could compete with this? The poem says, D is like fine fur, the people rarely raise their heads against it. Just as a severe drought makes grass not flourish, yet when clouds suddenly rise and rain pours down, everything revives. So too are people not without, and they deeply rooted in their hearts. But if governance is abrupt and they cannot see these virtues, they become sad and unable to express themselves. When a wise king appears, the people follow him willingly, promoting harmony throughout the land. How different from this? Where could there be any response? The poem says, just like a severe drought, grass does not flourish. What is D? It is what your Lord speaks of. Who is your Lord? It is the group. What is a king? Ruling over all things in heaven and earth, and eliminating their harm is called the Lord. It is the one who goes before. All under heaven follow him, called a king. When all four are in place, all under heaven follows. But if any one of them is missing, they will abandon it, said another. The good cultivator is honored by others. The one skilled in debate makes others feel secure. The one who is good at showcasing people gains their affection. The one who excels at adorning people delights them. Going before means being a king, and leaving means becoming bankrupt. Thus we say, D exists, then the nation exists. D disappears, then the nation disappears. Cultivating the people, guarding against thieves and marauders, eradicating evil. All of this is to nurture life. The 3 dukes for the ruler, 1 grand tutor for the dukes, scholars with official roles, everyone managing their duties. All are ways of debating and ruling. Differentiating merit and ranking them, measuring ability and assigning roles, putting the wise as 3 dukes, the wise as dukes, others as nobles or officials. This is how people are showcased. Mending hats and clothing, adorning with brocades and articles, each with precise gradations. All of this is ways of adorning people. Thus, from the highest ruler to commoners, everyone praises their abilities, understands their intentions, finds comfort in their affairs, and agrees on these things. If one relies heavily on color and adornment, or piles up treasures and rarities, then wise men can distinguish between the learned and the ignorant, the noble and the base. Thus, when D is achieved, its blessings flow throughout all living beings, and prosperity returns to kings and dukes. This is called governing the people from below, while reaching heaven from above. It is what is sung in praise. The blessings flowing to all beings means peace below and harmony above. Prosperity returning to kings and dukes means their honor above and comfort below, leading to every person having a heart of peace and joy in serving their superiors. He is called a scholar. True indeed. The poem says, not competitive nor rigid, not soft nor weak. The sage cultivates one nature and subdues the forces of man, holds fast to one lifeway, and controls desires, rules over the entire world without leaving any small thing untouched, preserving its spirit so that it complements the middle. Court officials serve for their livelihood, so they do not leave their homes. Scholars in mountains and forests seek fame, so they go but do not return. This is true indeed. Going and coming can be done. Past and present can be communicated. This has a constant order. It is holy. The poem says, not competitive or aggressive, not rigid or soft. Confucius sat as a guest in the court of Joseon. Joseon's Prime Minister Tong said, the Lord sends someone to borrow a horse. Will you give it to them? Confucius replied, I hear that the Lord takes from his subjects, calling it taking, not saying borrowing. Joseon understood this and told Prime Minister Tong, from now on, when the Lord has something to take, he calls it taking, without saying borrowing. Confucius said, explaining the point about horses, while the relationship between Lord and subject is clarified. The Analects say, absolutely. Correct names. Ying died while giving advice. The poem says, a man also has words. A sage never speaks foolishly. Mencius said, knowing it is not used and yet speaking. Stupid. Killing oneself to prove the Lord's wickedness. Unloyal. Both are unacceptable. Yet if one must do so, there is no greater misfortune. He then cut his hair and pretended to be mad and left. The scholars heard of this and said, tireless Mengzi, exhausting your spirit and devoted loyalty, witnessing Ying's fate, you have saved your life, the ultimate of benevolence and wisdom. The poem says, a man has words, but fools do not understand them. Jianqi Huanguan King met a minor official 3 times without success. His attendants said, the minor officials are the lowly servants of the state. It's enough. The Lord has gone to see him 3 times and failed. The king said, how incorrect. Even if the scholar does not want wealth or honor, it's acceptable. But me, if I don't like righteousness, it's unacceptable. I hear that scholars in ordinary clothes do not seek wealth or honor. They do not place their bodies before 1,000 chariots. Lords of thousands of chariots do not prefer righteousness and goodness. They do not lower themselves to scholars. In ordinary clothes, he went 5 times and was finally seen. At that time they all went to pay their respects, not one stayed behind. All the other lords heard this and said, "The king lowered himself to a scholar in ordinary clothes. How much more should a ruler do for his subjects?" The reason the king could unite the rulers of the whole world was this. The poem says, "With righteous deeds, 4 lands submit. Reward and punish the thief. Then the people will not be lazy. Listen to and understand the bright and clear. Then all things return to their proper place. Only then can one clearly define their roles, evaluate their achievements, compare their abilities. Everyone follows the law. Then public justice is achieved while private affairs are settled." The poem says, "Wondrous plans set destiny far away." Oh, if it's like this, then every official below fears to improve themselves before daring to serve. Accomplishments are earned only after accepting a post. Bad people change easily. The people and customs shift. Evil elements reform. This is called elements reform. This is called political governance at its peak. Nothing can surpass it. Zilu governed Pu for 3 years. When Confuci visited him, he said upon entering, "Kong Zilu is respectful and trustworthy." After visiting the town, he said, Kong is loyal and trustworthy and generous." Upon reaching the court, he said, Kong is discerning and makes just judgments." "Can I ask about this?" Zilu's student Sun pulled Confuci aside and asked, "Master, you haven't seen Kong yet, but you've praised him 3 times. Confuci replied, "When I entered his territory, the fields and meadows were neatly maintained. This is due to respect and trust. Thus the people put forth their full effort. Entering its town, the city walls are imposing, the trees luxuriant. This is a testament to the righteousness and leniency of its rulers, for its people do not steal. Its courtyards are tranquil, indicating the wisdom and justice of its leaders, hence the peace among its citizens." Poem says, "Rise early at dawn, sweep and clean your courtyard." Those who did not meet these criteria were forbidden from such luxuries, and faced punishment. In ancient times, there was a mandate. If a person could respect their elders, have compassion for orphans, make fair decisions, and serve their lord with diligence, they were granted the honor of riding in ornate chariots drawn by horses. Therefore, even if people had surplus wealth and luxurious items, lacking virtues like righteousness, propriety, and merit, they would have nothing to show for it. Poem says, "Honest people among the populace, cautious and respectful to their lords, heeding warnings. Thus, all strive for benevolence and righteousness while despising wealth and gain. When there is no competition, strength does not overpower weakness, the many do not oppress the few, and this is why rulers can emulate ancient laws and punishments, and citizens obey them, ending in peace. The finest arguments are those that are clear, concise, and free from ambiguity. Argumentation separates distinct categories, ensuring they do not harm each other. It arranges ideas logically, presenting them in a way that allows others to anticipate the argument, rather than pursuing confusion. Therefore, argumenters do not lose their principles, while those who win debates gain what they seek, making for an engaging spectacle. But when one uses excessive verbiage, adorns their speech with flattery, or employs misleading language, they prevent outsiders from understanding their true intentions, and harm ensues. When someone does not make their meaning clear, we call it concealment. When they keep something hidden from others' view, we say it is veiled. If integrity falters and leads to a fall, it's a shift in stance. If one uses false statements to divert attention, we call this pretense. These 4 things are what should be avoided, hence the truth becomes clear. Concealment, veiling, shifting, and pretense. When people engage in these after carefully considering their words, they cannot avoid harm in being good people. Therefore, good people do not engage in them. To possess bright intelligence and wisdom, one does not belittle others, but enlightens them. The Analects say, "A good person is careful with their words. They do not boast or demean others." Poem says, "No shortcut in speech, no room for pretense." I tell you this. To conquer the hearts of others, one should not be haughty or arrogant, but respectful. A valiant and powerful person does not trespass upon others, but provides for their needs readily. One must strive, learn, inquire, even if they know it all, then yield to those superior in knowledge. As such, the old find peace, the young cherish them. Friends trust them. Upon meeting a lord or ruler, practice the virtue of a subject. When traveling abroad, uphold the virtue of age. Meet elders with reverence as a disciple, and treat equals with friendship. Thus there will be no one unloved, no one unhonored, no one who competes, creating harmony for all things under heaven. Poem says, kindness to friends, humble among commoners, descendants follow in their footsteps, all people revere them. This reverence is both principled and emotional. The essence of benevolence is respect for others, and this respect should be earned through righteous conduct. When encountering a virtuous person, one should love and honor them, while with those unworthy, they should maintain distance but still honor them. If one's loyalty, honesty, and integrity are unassailable, yet they do not cause harm, it is the very essence of benevolence. Poem says, not presumptuous or malevolent, one will seldom err. When benevolence serves as the foundation, and righteousness guides conduct, no words could be more fitting for people to follow. The questioner asks, in ancient times, why was someone who possessed great knowledge called a master? If you do not wake up first, it is like being drunk. Therefore, there are wise rulers, latecomers, and those who never rise. Those who do not know the Tao cannot discern gains and losses, ignorant of how chaos arises, drifting like a drunken man. In ancient times, Chu King was planning affairs while having a worried expression. Shen Gong, the witch priest, asked, "Why are you worried, Your Majesty?" "Because I am a minor official, no high-ranking officials have anything good to say about me, which is why I'm worried." The virtues of Chu King were suitable for rule, and he commanded the respect of the other feudal lords. The king replied, "I have heard of the virtues of the feudal lords. Those who can learn from their teachers become kings. Those who can win over their friends become bastions, and those who fail to do so lose their lives." He was fearful every day, constantly seeking wise advisers. This is the wise ruler. The driver asked, "Why?" In ancient times, Song Public fled into exile, saying to his carriage driver, "I know why I am in exile." The king replied, "When I put on my clothes and stand up, I have a number of servants, all saying, 'My lord is handsome.' When I make a speech or act, hundreds of court officials say, 'I do not see my own faults, so that's why I fled.'" He changed his ways, lived virtuously, and within 2 years had earned good fame and song. The Song people welcomed him back and gave him the posthumous name of Bright. This is a latecomer. In ancient times, Guo Lord left his city, saying to his driver, "I'm thirsty, I want a drink." The driver brought fine wine. He said, "I'm hungry, I want to eat." The driver brought dried meat and bread. He said, "What's this preparation for?" The driver explained, "Because you're leaving the city, your lordship is hungry and thirsty." He asked, "Do you think I will fail?" The driver confirmed that he would. He then asked, "Why don't you offer advice?" The driver replied, "My lord enjoys flattery and hates criticism." Guo Lord grew angry and said, "What's the real reason for my departure? If I want to give advice, I fear I may be executed before Guo Lord leaves the city, so I do not dare." The driver answered, "It is your wisdom." He asked, "Why would a wise person fail?" "Therefore, he fails." The driver said, "There cannot be a wise man in isolation." Guanzhong sat back, exhausted, placed his head on the driver's knee and fell asleep. The driver took over the reins to prepare for their journey. He traveled at a leisurely pace. Guo Lord died in the wilderness, becoming food for tigers and wolves. This is the one who never rises. Therefore, the wise ruler was Chu King of old, the latecomer was Song Public, and the one who never rose was Guo Lord. There are wise ones, latecomers, and those who never rise. The poem says, listening to words, they respond. Recitation is like being drunk. Tian Chang Tsai the Simple made an oath to the people of his state, saying, "Those who do not make this oath will face death in their homes." He said, in ancient times, a ruler's first concern was to die for his lord. Without the oath, it means killing my parents. With the oath, I am abandoning my lord while seeking others to make an oath disloyal. Leaving one's lord to preserve one's relatives is not loyalty. Leaving one's relatives to die for one's lord is not filial piety. Nothing else could be done. Nothing else could be done. He then proceeded to make an oath to save his parents, and retreat with sword in hand to die for his lord. Those who heard him said, "A noble man, calm and resolute." The poem says, people also have words. Advancement and retreat depend on the situation. This is what he meant. The I Ching Book of Changes says, trapped in a rock, supported by spines, entering his palace, not seeing his wife, a disastrous omen. This statement refers to someone who becomes trapped without the support of a wise person. In ancient times, Chen Mu's trouble lay in his reliance on Yi Fu, Jin Shu, and Gongsun Yu, minor tyrants. Jin Wen's dilemma was with the Lu family, but through faults attributed to Zhai Shu, Zhao Sui, and Jizi Push, he ascended to rule. King Gaojian of Yue was trapped by Fan Wu, Du Xiong, and others, and became a southern conqueror. All these rulers were troubled, yet realized their reliance on wise men. A ruler who is troubled and doesn't know to value wise men will never survive. The poem says, when a country's ruler perishes, its land withers. Never has there been a good ruler. Mengzi praised King Xuan of Qi, but not his court. Chunyu Sao served as a companion, and Mengzi said, "Today I praise your ruler, yet he doesn't appreciate it. Perhaps he doesn't understand what's good." Chunyu Sao replied, "The master is truly without goodness either." Once, Guba played the dew and fish emerged from hiding to listen. Buria plucked his strings and 6 horses turned their heads to nibble grass. Even fish and horses know right from wrong. How much more so human rulers? Chunyu Sao disagreed. "No," he said. Mengzi said, "Just as thunder and lightning shatter bamboo and break wood, shaking the entire world but can't help the deaf hear, or like the sun and moon illuminating the whole world but can't help the blind see, so is your ruler similar now." In ancient times, Yizi Sheng had high status among Shang and Zhou people. Qi people liked songs. The Liang's wife wept and mourned while everyone sang her praises. Sound cannot escape detection, nor can actions stay hidden. If the master is truly wise, why doesn't he flourish in Ru? It's because he isn't suitable for it. Mengzi said, "Not using wisdom earns no merit. A fish that won't dive into deep water, a scholar who avoids dirty world, what is he to contribute?" The poem says, "Don't be too ahead of yourself or behind." Who could escape the chiseling of time? Confucius said, "One who can converse with others for an entire day without getting tired is truly studious." This is what we call learning. His body may not be impressive, his courage and strength insufficient to deter enemies, but through learning he becomes a paragon known far and wide. The poem also says, "Free from fault and error, following old ways." Confucius said, "Not understanding the order of heaven, one lacks the virtues of a gentleman." Thus he said, "Not understanding the order of heaven, one lacks the virtues of a gentleman." If one doesn't understand why these are gifts from heaven, then they lack humaneness, righteousness, and can only be called small people. He meant that everything born under heaven possesses a heart imbued with humaneness, righteousness, ritual, wisdom, propriety, and goodness. The CIA Ode says, "Heaven preserves you firmly, Kong, just as heaven endows virtue and wisdom upon people. People's inherent goodness is their adherence to heavenly principles." The great Ode says, "The people inherit ancient rights, embracing virtuous deeds." How could one be a gentleman without understanding this? The ruler, in his court, gestures to them and asks, "Oh." A king must choose his ministers carefully, selecting 2 or 3 to observe distant lands and rule over the masses. If distant subjects suffer from hunger and cold, unable to get food or have justice denied them, if they miss out on worthy appointments, they come to heaven and inform the ruler in person. Is there something wrong with my rules? What about those who have no justice or miss out on worthy appointments? What's causing people in distant lands to suffer from hunger and cold? Only then does the king retreat and consult his ministers. Hearing this, every subject from far away says, "Indeed, your majesty." Thus, ministers are meant to open our 4 eyes and 4 ears. I live in a remote place, which is why you know of me now. My home is secluded, so it's clear to you. The poem says, "A nation's affairs," Zhong Shufu clarifies. This is what we're referring to. King Chu said, "It is not proper for a lord to command his subject to speak or act in this manner. That's why I get to see your noble countenance, but it hardly merits such an effort." King Chu accepted the surrender, and had his attendants signal the Chu army to retreat by 7 Lai. Chu Wang, king of Chu, invaded Jing, and the Duke of Zheng bared his chest, holding a straw flag in his left hand and a sharp sword in his right as he advanced, saying to King Chu, "I have no loyal border officials who can deter this great power, causing their ruler to be humiliated like this. Yet we failed to conquer them." General Zichang advanced and offered a cautious counsel. Regarding South Yang and Zheng, they are separated by several thousand li. Our deaths have numbered several dozen, with hundreds of soldiers exhausted. Is it not a waste of our subjects' efforts? King Chu replied, "I've heard that old fable say, things not worn out do not rot. Things not used up are not valuable. The important thing is about the person, not their territory. If people willingly follow you and don't leave, it's considered a bad omen. I base my actions on the world, and if an ill fate comes to me, how can I blame others? As the rescuers from Jin arrived, they requested battle, which King Chu granted. General Zichang again cautioned, Jin is a powerful nation with easy access and sharp weapons. The Chu army will be exhausted. Your Majesty, please don't allow it. King Chu said, I cannot avoid the strong. I scare off the weak. If I can't stand on my own in the world, where can I find standing? So he withdrew his forces to confront Jin's invasion. He struck a drum and rallied his troops. The Jin army was heavily defeated. King Chu said, Alas! Their soldiers fled in disarray, some even jumping into the water. My two lords don't get along, but who is to blame for this? He then retreated with his forces, having repulsed the Jin attack. Wei Ling, Duke of Wei, slept and woke up during the day. His spirit weakened. The poem says, not yielding or swallowing, not fierce or stubborn, not scornful of the weak, not afraid of the strong. He sent for brave warriors, including Gongsun. Along their way, they encountered a traveler named Bu Shang Kos. Bu Shang asked, Why do you rush with such haste? The messenger replied, The Duke sleeps during the day and wakes up at night, so I've been summoned to call for brave warriors like Gongsun. Master Zixia said, Is it right to encourage courage in someone so weak? The messenger agreed, so Zixia had them return. They did as ordered. Upon arrival, the Duke said, Summon the scholar Mr. Yan upward, and hurry with the summons for Gongsun. On entering, Zixia held his sword and cried out loudly, Down with Bu Shang! I shall prove my courage. Master Zixia turned around and rebuked him. Take your sword away, I will match your courage word for word. Jian wore his hair loose, brandishing a spear while welcoming me. So the Duke commanded them to bring in the sword, and Mr. Yan said, Come, I remember accompanying your Majesty west to see Lord Zhao Jian. I followed close behind until the 13th row, then moved forward and said, In meetings among nobles, it is not appropriate not to wear court attire. Without court attire, travelers like Bu Shang will splatter blood on your garments. Would you have had him return in court attire, Mr. Yan? Order him to come. The messenger nodded. The messenger agreed. Would you have him leave, Mr. Yan? I followed until the 13th row and moved forward, saying, Courtesies dictate that nobles do not intrude on each other. Upon his arrival, Zixia said, You claimed courage when accompanying your Majesty east towards A, encountering the heavy presence of the Lord of Qi seated alone while our Lord sat apart. Mr. Zixia's courage is superior to mine by 1. Zixia said again, Your courage pales in comparison to mine by 2. Child, said he, I am not as brave as you. Again, from within the enclosure, I met my lord, upon whom both robbers laid claim. They pursued my lord with their swords drawn, but I stepped in between them and defended him. Zishan said, Your courage is not a third of mine. Ought after by gentlemen. What a noble quality it is for a man to be respected as a scholar, to command 10,000 chariots above, while below he dares not insult a single commoner, to stand firm and uphold his principles, while enemies do not dare disturb him. Within, do not dare disturb him. Forbid injury and prevent the Lord from peril. These are the strengths of scholars and the virtues so. But if one uses strength to cover up weakness, employs numbers to overwhelm the weak, tramples upon innocent commoners and gains power in alleys and less, this is the extreme poison of a scholar, abhorred by gentlemen, and to be punished by the fair people. The poem says, A man without propriety cannot live. How can one claim to have courage before their lord? This is Mr. Bu Dabia. Thus, Lord Ling pushed back his seat, clutched his hands, and said, Though I am not quick, I will follow your courageous example. The poem says, Unscornful of pride or fear of power. As Confucius walked along, Zizi planned to kill Yanggu, so he had armed men surround Confucius's residence. I sing, and you follow. If I am not Yanggu but seen as such by others, then it is not my fault but fate. Zizi sang along, and after 3 repetitions the men dispersed. Zerua was furious, and raised his spear to charge in, but Confucius stopped him, saying, Zerua, what charity and righteousness have you shown? The poem says, coming and singing. This was a display of virtue without action. How does a gentleman act as parents to the people? The poem also says, benevolent and upright parents to the people. He cultivates what he has until it is sufficient, and is discerning when distributing it. He loves sincerely without taking. He gives freely without boasting. He answers, A gentleman is respectful in appearance, but free in action. He practices frugality, but gives generously. Therefore, the unworthy cannot surpass him. He rejoices at the good deeds of others and conceals their flaws. He accepts responsibility for both his own and others' faults. He teaches them by setting an example. This is what it means to be parent to the people. They respect their kings, just as they would a father, for 3 years. By doing so, people understand filial piety, respecting their elders as they would a father who has to mourn for 3 years. Dealing with a violent nation is like dealing with a wild animal. The easier it is handled, the better. The more peaceful and cooperative they are, the greater the harm they inflict. Eventually, it will come to a point where the entire nation surrenders, just like an innocent child returning to its loving mother. If you use gifts and treasures to deal with them, you will get nothing in return. If you make agreements or oaths, they will break their promises the next day. If you give them parts of your country as bribes, they will still be insatiable. This is because of the profound influence of benevolence, justice, and proper teachings. The poem says, "Righteousness prevails, virtue returns. Brave warriors can issue a single call, and 3 armies will step back." In ancient times, Chu's bear channel walked at night with a rock in his hand, pretending to be lying in wait for a tiger. He drew his bow and shot at the arrow passed through the tiger, leaving its feathers behind. He looked down and realized it was just a rock. The rock moved as if alive, demonstrating that humans are even more remarkable. A husband who advocates without harmony, moves without arrogance, there is a lack of unity in his center. A husband who does not leave his seat to rectify the world, seeks it within himself. Confucius said, "One must be upright themselves before they can lead others. If one's own conduct is not right, even if they give commands, they will not be followed." The ancient kings bowed and gestured, commanding their subjects all because of their virtuous deeds. The poem says, "The king's benevolence fully shines, his path gently opens up." In the past, when Zhao Jianzi died before burial, people gathered around at the edge of Zhongmao, where he was buried 5 days later. Xiangzi led his troops to besiege it after a short time, but the city wall collapsed on its own, 10 meters high. Xiangzi struck the golden drum to retreat. The officers advised, "Your lordship punishes Zhongmu's transgression, and the wall collapses by itself. Why do you withdraw?" Xiangzi replied, "I heard from Zuxiang that a gentleman does not take advantage of others' gain, nor puts them in danger. Let's attack after ensuring the city." Hearing of their righteousness, Zhongmao surrendered. It was said, indeed, what Xiangzi meant. These 3 cannot be without careful consideration. What is power by virtue? The poem says, "The king's benevolence fully shines, his path gently opens up." There are 3 types of power, one by virtue, one by harsh judgment, and one by madness. In this way, the people hold them in high regard like a king, cherish them like parents, and revere them like gods. This is power by virtue. It is explained as, rituals and music are refined, justice is made clear, actions are timely, love of gain is punished. Thus, rewards go unnoticed yet encourage the people, punishments are not added but their influence prevails. What is power by harsh judgment? People tremble at the threat, become daring when not afraid, gather when restrained, scatter upon distant rumor. It is, rituals and music are neglected, justice is unclear, actions are untimely, love of gain goes unpunished. Yet its prohibitions are violent, its punishments intricate, its execution precise, its killings fierce and certain like thunder striking, like walls collapsing. Without threatening them with punishment or frightening them with death, it is impossible to gain their submission. What is power by madness? It is, without caring for others, without seeking their benefit, constantly pursuing chaotic paths each day, the people become agitated, then follow the pursuit of harsh punishments. They are out of step with public opinion and contrary to natural law. Thus the seasons do not arrive on time, grains do not flourish, the people suffer from the dangers of chaos above, and poverty from lack of food below, filled with grief and having nowhere to turn. Some revolt against their rulers, others collapse. In despair this is power by madness. Therefore, the names of power may be the same, but their effects on fortune and misfortune are far apart. Power by virtue becomes strong when united. Power by harsh judgment becomes strong when weak, and power by madness becomes strong when facing extinction. Thus it cannot be without careful consideration. The poem says, "Heaven's swift power brings terror. Heavy sorrow descends upon the land. I am starving, my people flee." Jin Ping was boating along a river and enjoying himself, saying, "How to get an excellent person to share this pleasure with me?" The boatman, He Shu, knelt and answered, "Your Majesty does not like scholars either. Pearls come from the ocean, jade comes from Kunshan, without effort they arrive. Can I be called someone who does not like scholars? Scholars who are qualified but do not come. It is because your Majesty has no intention of valuing them, so there's nothing to worry about in having no scholars." Ping said, "I have 1,000 guests on each side of my door, and another 1,000 at the gate. I lack food during the day, collect market taxes in the evening. I lack food at night, collect taxes again in the morning." Ishu replied, "A great bird spreads its wings for 1,000 miles. What it relies on are its 6 feathers. Now, your Majesty's guests number 1,000 on each side of the door. There are also 6 feathers among them. The fur on its back and underbelly, adding 1 feather makes it fly higher, deducting 1 feather makes it fly lower. Will they all be like the fur on your back?" A poem says, "Many clever strategists, yet their efforts do not come together. Which is more important to you, your father or the king?" Told Tian Guo, "I've heard that scholars mourn their parents for 3 years. Gu answered, "Hardly less important than my father." The king, angry, asked, "Why does a scholar abandon his parents and serve the king?" The king sighed, unable to respond. "When I receive from the king and present to my parents, in everything, I consider the king as my parent." Gu replied, "If it weren't for the king's land, there would be no place for my parents. If it weren't for the king's salary, there would be no way to support my parents. If it weren't for the king's rank, there would be no way to honor and elevate my parents." A poem says, "The king engages in affairs without thinking of his father." The messenger accepted the command, prostrated himself, but did not rise, saying, "The Zhao king sent a messenger to Chu, plucking at a zither and sending him off, saying, 'Beware of forgetting my words.'" The king said, "Orderly." The messenger said, "If orderly, then I can mark its strings." The messenger said, "Please use this as a metaphor." The king said, "No. Heaven has dry and moist seasons. Strings have slow and fast rhythms. Pillars shift so they cannot be marked. Chu's departure from Zhao is over 1,000 li, with changes in fortune, so mourn when it's unfortunate and celebrate when it's fortunate. Like the shifting of a pillar, it can't be marked. Therefore, when the king sends messengers, they must be careful in their actions, not relying on empty words." A poem says, "Rapid travelers, always missing something." This refers to sorrow beginning from the top and ruling the bottom. In Qi, there were hidden scholars, East Guo Master and Liang Shijun, wise men of the world, hidden deep in the mountains, never leaving to seek positions as officials. I heard that East Guo Master and Liang Shijun visited Lord Cao, the Minister of State for Qi, and that the master should go first. A guest said to Puai Sheng, "In my village, there is a mother whose daughter-in-law was suspected of stealing meat. Her mother-in-law left it, but she was angry and told her mother. Her mother said, 'Go, let your mother-in-law call you.' The mother-in-law then sent people to chase away the woman. So she gathered things and asked for fire, leaving the household where the woman lived, saying, 'My dog fought over some meat and killed each other. Please use fire to put them out.' Thus her mother was not one who talks or discusses. Asking for fire is not the way to bring back a woman. Yet, if something touches them, or there's something suitable, why not do it first?" Puai Sheng said, "I'm afraid I won't be able to, but I will make every effort for East Guo Master and Liang Shijun." Then, who should they marry? So he went to see Lord Cao and said, "In my village, some women die within 3 days of their husbands, while others remain unmarried their entire lives." The minister said, "I would marry the one who remains unmarried her whole life. They hide deep in the mountains and never leave to seek positions as officials." Puai Sheng said, "She has hidden scholars, East Guo Master, and Liang Shijun, wise men of the world. Lord Cao marries a woman while avoiding those who don't serve. Are you picking me, a servant who doesn't serve?" Upon this, Lord Cao welcomed East Guo Master and Liang Shijun with bundles of silk and an ox-drawn chariot, entertaining them lavishly. His words were as if they did not come out of his mouth. There was someone in front holding them. It was as if at any moment they could be lost. Confuzi said, "In ancient times, Zhao Gong served King Wen. His actions had no arbitrary decisions. He had nothing of his own, like a garment not strong enough to hold him. One might call him a son. King Wu died. King Cheng was young. The king having grown strong, Zhao Gong Chao Kung assumed governance, facing north to serve him, requesting permission before acting, without any air of arrogance or pride. One could say he was a true subject. A single person's body can transform in 3 ways to adapt to the times. Zhao Gong carried on the work of King Wen, ascended to the position of emperor, listened to imperial politics, crushed barbarian tribes, punished the guilty in the case of Quan Kai, supported Prince Cheng and greeted the noble she established order. Throughout the world, fearful and respected everywhere, a true example of martial ability. The poem says, "To the left and to the left, a gentleman should embrace it. To the right and to the right, a gentleman possesses it." Thus, a gentleman avoids 3 things, avoiding the quill end of scholars, the blade's end of warriors, and the tongue's end of debaters. The poem says, "My friend, your respect for me is profound, yet evil talk arises." The transmission or commentary says, "A bird with beautiful feathers, others are afraid of its bite. A fish with a wide mouth full of fat, other creatures fear it. A person with a sharp tongue and abundant words, people fear him." Confucius found himself trapped between Chen and Kai, sitting on a 3-legged stool, a symbol of hardship, not eating for 7 days, his porridge unstirred, students showing signs of hunger, studying and practicing rituals without rest. What secret does he hide? Zilu came forward with a counsel. The righteous are rewarded by heaven with blessings, the wicked with disasters. Now, Master Confucius has amassed virtues and been kind for a long time. Is it not time to set out on a journey? Confucius replied, "From of old. You are too shallow in your thoughts. Do you believe that a wise person is free from blame? Then why did Prince Bai Gan die gouging out his heart? Do you believe justice will prevail? Do you believe a person of integrity will be useful? Then why did Wu Zixu gash his eyes and hang himself from the east gate of Wu? Then why were Bai and Shuqi starved on Mount Shuiying? Do you believe loyalty is effective? Therefore, wise or foolish, talent is something one is born with, chance of encounter, something external. If there is no opportune time now, where can the wise serve? Then why was Bao Shu not given a position? Yi Kunzi remained unserving his whole life. Bao Cao embraced a log while weeping, and Zhou Zhuo climbed a mountain and set it ablaze. Thus, you, the great, plowed on Mount Lishan's southern side, rising to become a king, encountering Yao, the legendary sage king. Fu or Fu Shi carried soil while building walls and foundations, becoming a grand minister, encountering Wu Ding. Yi Yin or Yin Yin originally was a servant of the Ji Jis clan, carrying a ceremonial vessel and arranging 5 flavors, rising to become a grand minister, encountering Tang, the first emperor of China. Lu Meng or Lu Meng, aged 50, sold food at Jizin, a place in ancient China, 70 years old, slaughtered for the dawn market in Keogao, became a teacher for King Wen of Zhou at 90. This is all due to meeting the right person at the right time. Without it, even geniuses cannot shine. Without a master carpenter, how could it have a 1,000-mile hand? The horse that stops at the salt cart, this is not lack of ability, but ignorance. Without a master like B.I. or the best, referring to a skilled trainer, how can it have a 1,000-mile pace? He knows the beginnings of good or ill fortune, and his heart is clear. The scholar, not being superficial, finds comfort in the depths of his knowledge, and does not let his spirits falter. Thus, sages hide deeply within themselves, heard and seen by few. These are all cases of not meeting favorable circumstances. Confucius was indeed wise and righteous, facing south to govern the land, but it was only when he encountered Yao that he could have avoided punishment in a time of dictators like King Zhou or Ji or King Shang or Yin. If Confucius lived during the times of King Ji, who killed Guan Longfeng or Guanyin, or Qin Shang, who killed Wang Bigan, would it not be because they lacked knowledge rather than his wisdom? Therefore, scholars must strive to cultivate themselves, perfect their bodies, and practice propriety while waiting for the opportune moment. Do not waver. The poem says, "The crane cries out on Yujiao, a mountain pass, its voice heard in heaven." Zhang or Zhang Shan said, "That which cannot be returned to is kinship. That which cannot be added to is age." Therefore, a filial son wishes to support and serve his parents without waiting for them. A tree wants to grow straight without branching out. Therefore, sacrificing a bull at a grave is no better than keeping chickens and pigs to honor one's parents. That is why I, having once served in Qi as an official, with an income of not more than a set of bells and drums, still took joy in it, not because I considered it accessibute for the joy of honoring my parents. Therefore, when a family is poor and its elders old, one does not choose offices while serving. If one believes in someone's intentions and agrees on their filial piety, it is not true filial piety. After my death, I once traveled south to Chu and obtained a high-ranking post there. The hall was 9 chi tall, the pillars 3 chi wide, and it could turn to accommodate over 100 chariots, yet I wept with tears streaming down my face as if in sorrow for not being able to honor my parents. The poem says, with her mother's corpse lying in the hall, Zhao Jianxi had a minister named Zhao Shi, who stood at the door for 3 nights and days. Jianxi asked him, "What do you want to see me about?" She replied, "I wish to be a frank minister, holding an ink brush and following your journeys, making notes every day, and summarizing each month. My effectiveness will become apparent over time." Jianxi lived with him and went out with him. After an unknown period, Zhao Shi died, and Jianxi grieved like he had lost his own son. Later, at a drinking party on the platform of Hongbo, when the wine was flowing, Jianxi wept with tears streaming down his face. All the ministers ran away saying, "I am guilty without knowing it." Jianxi said, "None of you are guilty. Formerly, I had Zhao. Since Shi's words, 1,000 sheepskins are no match for a fox's armpit. Many people agreeing is no match for one man who speaks his mind firmly. Formerly, King Shang of Shang was silent and perished, while King Wu of Zhou spoke up and thrived. She's death. I have not heard about my mistakes, and I am on the brink of perishing. That is why I weep." Jianxi replied, "It is the fear of the mice in the sacred field." The record says, Duke Jing of Qi asked Jianxi, "What worries you?" The Duke said, "What do you mean by mice in the sacred field?" Jianxi answered, "Mice that have stolen from outside and taken refuge in the sacred field. They lick it to prevent damage to the walls, or smoke it to keep the wood from burning." "This is what worries me." The Duke exclaimed, "Oh no! Is that really so? Now, those on your side sell you for their own gain, while inside they use you without blame, promoting chaos with Chu's ships drifting aimlessly like a sick person's vomit. A man sells wine in the market. It is very good, yet he places a long table, and when the wine turns sour, it cannot be sold. He asks people from the neighborhood about its cause. They say, 'Your dog is very fierce,' and anyone with an implement who approaches him gets bitten by him, so the wine turns sour. A scholar tries to convince 10,000 chariots master, but those who are in power bite back. They are like a nation's evil dogs. Those around you, the courtiers, are like mice in the sacred field, and the people who hold office are like the dog. These are the nation's greatest worries." The poem says, looking at the forest in the middle, waiting for firewood to burn. It means that all in court are small-minded. Formerly, Sai Chengzi, a noble, served as an advisor to Song and said to their king, "The honors, salaries, rewards, and appointments that people like are in your hands. The killings, punishments, and executions that people dislike should be handled by me." The people of the nation knew that Song's punishment for crimes was solely carried out by Sai Chengzi. The king agreed and said, "I will take the good ones while you receive the bad ones. I know myself not to become a laughing stock among other dukes." The ministers respected him, and the people feared him. He did not last more than a year before leaving Song and taking control alone. The poem says, "Why do you make it for me when I have no plan?" Thus Laozi said, "A fish cannot be taken out of its pond, nor can a nation's useful tools be shown to others." The people of Qi attacked Yi of Kuo Huazhe, killed him, and ate all his flesh except his liver. Hong Yan, upon hearing this, reported to the liver's spirit, finished his sacrifice, and cried out while mourning, saying, "As a loyal subject, I can only die like this." Upon this, he cut open his belly and placed Yi's liver within it, and so died. Thus he restored Wei on the Chuk Hill. Of Qi heard of it and said, "The fall of Wei was due to its lack of virtue. Now we have a subject like Hong Yan, who cannot be ignored." Sun Shuao met Hu Chu's father-in-law. The poem says, "In all 4 directions there are those who envy me. I alone bear the sorrow. People do not rest while I dare not." The latter said, "I have heard that there are 3 advantages and 3 dangers." Like Hong Yan, one might say he is a loyal man, for he gave his life to benefit his lord, not only benefiting him but also ensuring that the ancestral temple of Wei was restored and its rituals never ceased, a deed of great merit. Do you know them? Dare I ask what the 3 advantages and dangers are? Sun Shuao, startled, changed his expression and asked, "How could a mere subject like me know?" Hu Chu's father-in-law replied, "When one holds a high position, others envy him. When he holds great office, his lord dislikes him. When his salary is generous, people resent him. This is what they are." Sun Shuao said, "Not so. My title grows higher, my ambition lowers. My post expands, my heart shrinks. My salary increases, my generosity widens. Can this ward off dangers?" The father-in-law answered, "Well said. You have hit upon the truth. The poem says, "A humble and respectful person is like a collection of wood. A careful and wary man is like standing in a deep valley." In ancient times, King Joseon of Yu fought against Wu and suffered a major defeat, but later conquered Nan'ai. Confucius said, "A wise king has 3 fears: fear of not hearing his faults when in high position, fear of becoming proud after achieving his goals, and fear of being unable to act upon the highest path once he hears it." At that time, facing south, he stood with 3 close advisers and 5 distant ones, and told the dukes of his state, "He who reports my faults to me shall be severely punished." This is an example of fear of not hearing one's faults when in a high position. King Wen retreated with a worried expression, and his attendants asked why. In ancient times, King Wen of Jin fought against Chu and won, setting their grass on fire for 3 days. He replied, "I hear that only the wise can win through war, while those who triumph by trickery rarely avoid danger. That is what fills me with worry." This is an example of fear of becoming proud after achieving one's goals. In ancient times, Duke Huan of Qi obtained Panzhong and Li Tong. Facing south, he said, "I have gained these 2 lords. My eyes are brighter, my ears more attentive. I dare not act alone, but bring them before our ancestors." This is an example of fear of being unable to act upon the highest path once one hears it. From King Huan of Qi, King Wen of Jin, and King Gujian of Yue, we can learn about the 3 fears of wise rulers. This speaks to the character of a great ruler. The poem says, "A humble and respectful person is like a collection of wood. A careful and wary man is like standing in a deep valley. Tremble and fear as if walking on thin ice." Chu Zhuangwang King gave wine to his ministers, and as night fell, everyone was drunk, except for those near him. The lights in the hall went out, and someone grabbed the queen's clothes. "I cut off her brooch and wish to show it to you." She wore a crown and brooch, which he cut off while saying to the king, "Now that the lights are out, there is someone pulling at my queen's clothes." The king said, "Stop." He then announced from the throne, "To those of us drinking with the queen, whoever does not keep their brooch whole will not be considered merry company." Upon this, no one knew who had cut off the brooch, and thus the king celebrated his feast with his ministers. The king, surprised, asked him, "My lord, I have never seen anything unusual about you." When Wu's state invaded Chu, a soldier always led the way in battle, and after 5 such engagements, he managed to turn the tide, capture an enemy general's head, and present it as a trophy. "Why is it that you have done this?" "Meow." The answer was, "I am the one who first removed the ribbon from your majesty's head. At that time, I should have shown my courage and loyalty by laying down my life, but after a long time of effort, I haven't achieved anything. Now, luckily I get to serve again, and it is still within my duty to help your majesty conquer Wu and strengthen Chu." The poem says, "Some possess deep wisdom, some have lush plants." This means that the greatest things can accommodate all others. The poem says, "I am careful not to harm the innocent." According to the annals, Bichu was loyal but abandoned by his parents. Yi in public was compassionate but killed by his brother. Shu Wu was wise but killed by his elder brother. Bi Gan was faithful but executed by his lord. Since then, the Zhao dynasty was lost to Chu because of killing Bi Gan and Yan, and losing Mengzi and Deng Deng Yuan. Zhao dynasty's King Zhao murdered Bi Gan and Meng Mizi, let Chen Chen Duke's minister Yan Yan be stripped of his title, and left with his clan, marking the beginning of its decline. Yan, Yin. The area's population did not support the war equally with Qi. King Zhao obtained Guo Liu, Zhu Yan, and Lulu Keiyi, using their help to attack Qi and conquer Jing. However, what made them trust Yan to this extent was the presence of worthy individuals. Therefore, there is no stable kingdom, no virtuous people. Good leaders thrive while bad ones perish. This has been true from ancient times until now. A clear mirror reflects form. Ancient things reveal the present. Taigong Taikong knew this, which is why he honored Wei Weizi's descendants and buried Bai Gan. Knowing the dangers of old mistakes and not striving to repeat the conditions that led to its prosperity, then we can't hope to catch up with past civilizations. A wise person's respect for the successors of a worthy individual is even greater when considering contemporary leaders. The poem says, "Heavenly powers, I am careful not to harm the innocent." He offered his friend a position. Song Yu, because of his friend's audience with Chu King Xiang Shang, was treated equally by the king. His friend said, "A plant's roots and shoots grow independently. A woman is influenced by her matchmaker but not by her spouse." Even good dogs couldn't catch up with it if they were shown its tracks. If you tie a ribbon around its neck and let it go wild, it wouldn't escape. Your Majesty hasn't heard my words. Why blame me? Song Yu responded, to the contrary. In ancient times, she had a cunning rabbit it could run 500 li per day. The poem says, how happy, how delightful. Today, your Majesty's subjects are like that rabbit you're tying them up while expecting them to follow. I give up pursuing fame, and enjoy my seclusion. Song Yu, allied with Chi-Chi, but was banished. Everyone bowed their heads in silence. He left the court, gathered 26 officials, saying, "Is there any wise man among you who is willing to accompany me to other states?" Song Yu said, "Alas, how difficult it is to find capable men and how easy it is for them to be ignored." The 26 officials reply, 3 bushels of grain are not enough for a worthy man, while your Majesty has more than he needs. This is one fault. The royal garden has pears and jujubes, but the women in the palace play with them, not allowing any worthy man to taste them. That's another 2 faults. Silks and brocades are excessively displayed in the court, causing dissension among men. A worthy man can't even use them as an excuse. Isn't this hard? Furthermore, wealth is something your Majesty takes lightly, while death is precious to a worthy man. If your Majesty cannot practice what he values, how can he expect those who value it to deliver it? This is like expecting a knife to cut iron when all you have is a wooden spoon. Song Yu blushed and moved away from his seat in shame. The poem says, he uses wine instead of the elixir. Therefore, their actions harm virtue, and their rest brings no relief. If this continues, disasters arise, strange occurrences begin, all living beings are harmed, and crops fail to ripen. A good ruler follows the natural inclinations, obeys the rhythms of yin and yang, understands cause and effect, aligns with heaven's plan like this. Then heaven will provide sustenance, making life abundant and prosperous. Unaware rulers cause a distaste for virtue, allowing the negative to flourish while promoting the positive, causing the ends to contradict the means, leading to false appearances and inappropriate behavior. Thus, one should be patient in dealing with them, but unaware in urgent matters, reversing reason while claiming to govern rightly. The poem says, abandoned, it becomes a criminal, its faults unknown. The ruler asked, why is that? During the time of Wei Wenhu, Ziki served and incurred guilt, so he left and traveled north, saying to the ruler, from now on, I will no longer cultivate virtue with others. The ruler said, so, I will no longer cultivate virtue with others. Your words are misguided, Ziki replied. Half of the scholars I cultivated in my halls despise me for serving the Lord, half of the court officials fear me for enforcing the law, and half of the people at the borders threaten me with their arms. Just as one plants peach and lee trees in spring, they provide shade in summer and fruit in autumn. One plants thistle in spring. It cannot be harvested for its leaves in summer, but its spines in autumn. From this perspective, when planting, you should choose the right place. Now, what you have planted are not the right people. Thus, the ruler did not distribute the lands. A righteous person follows the path of virtue, speaks the truth, is fair and impartial, does not seek personal gain or engage in reckless actions. In ancient times, when Duke Wei of Wei fled and returned to his country, he distributed lands to those who followed him before entering the capital. The historian Liu Zhang said, if everyone guards the sacred sites, then who would bear the bonds of imprisonment while following? If everyone follows, then who would guard the sacred sites? The duke did not distribute the lands. Liu Zhang was right. In ancient times, Duke Wei's court official, Shiyu, was dying and told his son, I have repeatedly spoken of the wisdom of Kuboi, but couldn't promote him. I spoke of the unworthiness of Nizixia, but he didn't let me demote him. Burying me at home is enough. For a subject, while alive, one cannot advance the worthy or demote the unworthy. When dead, one should not conduct state rites in the correct hall. The duke asked why, and the son related his father's words. He buried him with proper rites after his death. The duke summarily summoned Kuboi and elevated him, while demoting Zixia. Living, he gave advice. Dying, he criticized from his tomb and can call this righteous. The poem says, maintain your integrity in office, do what is right. Confucius replied, good question. Confucius was resting when Zigong sat beside him and asked, how should one act as the inferior? He continued, being an inferior is like earth. Earth can yield sweet springs below, grow 5 grains above, support plants and animals. It stands up when alive and enters the ground when dead. It accomplishes much without speaking, receives praise without ceasing. This said, the only one who can be an inferior is earth. Zigong was enlightened and said, although I am not particularly intelligent, I understand what you have taught me. The poem says, never fail in propriety. It is recorded that Nanjig, a noble, had a recipe for cooking a fish called Ying. Nan said to someone, I've heard that gentlemen do not eat this fish. The person replied, this is what gentlemen eat. Why should I be excluded? Nan said, high status expands virtue. Low status narrows conduct. Don't you see what the poem says? Comparing yourself with the good broadens your path. Comparing with the evil provides a retreat. Mountains stand high so others may follow. Rivers flow to meet them so others may align. Zigong inquired about a minister, and Confucius said, Chi has Bao Shu, Cheng has Zipiai. Confucius said, Boya is a recommendation. Zigong disagreed. No, Chi has Guanzhong, Zheng has East Court Boya Ji Produ. Zigong said, then recommend the wise to the wise. He was asked, to know the wise is knowledge, to promote the wise is benevolence, and to lead the wise is righteousness. What would you young men like to say? Confucius said, a gentleman must compose himself in lofty places and make an offering with his words. With these three qualities, what more can be added? Confucius was walking on a high place, with Zigong, Zilu, and Yan Yuan following him. If you have something to say, I will listen to it. Advance to save 2 countries from their troubles, Zilu said. I wish to brandish a long spear, sweep through 3 armies, milk tigers behind me, face my enemies in front of me, leap like a fish, and surge like a dragon. Those who use these gifts will thrive, while those who do not will perish. Confucius said, a valiant soul. Zigong said, when 2 countries are in distress, brave soldiers form ranks, dust fills the sky, yet they do not receive even a single inch of weapons or a bushel of food to solve their problems. Confucius said, a dibiter. Yan Yuan did not want to offer anything. Confucius asked him, why, don't you have a wish? Confucius said, I disagree. Yan Yuan replied, the 2 young men already have wishes, so I dare not voice mine. Each of you has something in mind. Let me listen to your wishes. Yan Yuan said, I wish to govern a small country and be its advisor, that the ruler governs with virtue and the minister cultivates benevolence. That we work together so that rulers are at ease above, and ministers are harmonious below. Let all the countries follow righteousness. Strong men march forward, old men support them. Let education spread among the people, and grace reach the 4 corners of the earth. About fighting. How can they advance to save the situation when faced with difficulties? Then every man will enjoy a life according to his nature. Capable individuals will be given responsibilities. That is how rulers will be secure above, ministers at ease below. Idle hands will stay put, deeds done in moderation, gestures composed, able to accept rituals gracefully, rewarding those who speak of benevolence and punishing those who talk. Confucius said, a noble sage. He went on, the wise will come forward, fools will retreat, sages will rise, the ignorant will fall. I played until my heart was full, and Yan Yuan called me greedy and perverse. Wasn't he right? Yan Yuan, if you were in charge, wouldn't you be able to use your abilities? In ancient times, Confucius continued, when I played the stringed instrument, a mouse would emerge from its hole, a weasel would appear on the wall, following along stealthily, only to disappear when it found nowhere to hide. The poem says, playing bells in the palace, their sound echoes outside. Oh, for a father, Confucius said, it is essential to have compassion and love for his child. Ave received without doubt. Don't scold your son if he doesn't speak up. Don't beat him if he doesn't cut his hair. Listen to his feeble criticisms and never let them cause him worry. This is the way of being a father. Nurture him with care. Guide his food and drink to keep him safe. Once he learns, instruct him strictly. Give him a good teacher to perfect his skills. When he turns 19, welcome guests to crown him. Let him take on enough responsibility to be prepared to die for it. Maintain calm blood flow. Educate him within the family. Pass down what you had. The poem says, Father, you gave birth to me. Mother, you raised me. You fed me and nurtured me. You gazed upon me and tranquilized me. You reflected on me and made me calm. You passed down what your parents had given you without question. Don't speak to your son. Let him cut his hair as he likes. Listen to his faint criticisms, do not make him worry. Volume 8, King Gujian of Yu sent Liangqi to present subjects to King Xiang of Jing. The messenger of King Xiang said, "The Yu are a barbarian nation. I suggest we deceive their messenger." King Xiang agreed. "The Yu king is wise. Their messenger is also wise. Be careful." The messenger, upon leaving, said to Lian Qi, "With a hat on, I can be seen in the world. Without one, I cannot. Now, if it comes to the capital, it must say, 'With a hat on, I can be seen in the world. Without one, I cannot.'" Lian Qi replied, "Just as Yue region was a feudal domain under the Zhao dynasty, it should not be located in a powerful country, yet here it is by the rivers and seas, keeping company with fish and shrimp, marking bodies, cutting hair, and that's where it belongs. If this is so, then when the envoys from the capital come to you, will they not also have to wear marked bodies, cut hair, and be seen in the world?" Jing Wang, upon hearing this, dressed up and went out to thank him. Confucius said, "An envoy to foreign lands who does not dishonor his lord's command can be called a scholar. Yet what makes the self so precious? People like wealth, honor, comfort, and safety because they bring praise and are good for the self. They hate poverty, shame, danger, and insult because they bring reproach and are bad for the self. It is not gold or silk, nor can it be obtained by bartering or buying. It is within us, and we must be careful about it." The poem says, "As wisdom becomes clear and profound, safeguard yourself." When the Wu people invaded Chu, King Zhao fled from his country, and there was a butcher named Yang who followed him. "Your Majesty returned to his country. I also returned to my butcher business." When King Zhao returned to his kingdom, he rewarded those who had accompanied him, including Yang, who said, "Your Majesty lost your country. My loss is the butcher. My livelihood is already ample. Why reward me further?" When King Zhao returned, what could he say? "If you refuse, then face me." The Wu army entered Ying city, and Yang feared the enemy and avoided danger. He refused to accept the order, and the king forced him, saying, "Your Majesty lost the country, not because of any fault on your part, so you should not suffer punishment. Your Majesty returned to the country, not because of any merit on your part, so you should not receive rewards." So he refused the order and jumped into a river. Yang replied, "The laws of Chu state that a merchant who wishes to see the king must present a great gift of significant value in order to be granted an audience. Now, I am not capable of preserving my country. I cannot die for my lord. I am not brave enough to wait upon the enemy, and yet to see him is against the law of the land." King Zhao said to Shimaziki, "There is someone here who lives simply, discusses deeply, and I want you to find him, make him my brother, and appoint him as a 3 public official." Shimaziki left his carriage and horse in search of him for 5 days and 5 nights. "Now, your Majesty wishes to make me a brother and an official, but why won't I listen?" He found him and said, "To not rescue your country when it is in peril is not humane. To disobey your lord's command is not loyal. To prefer wealth and honor above you and accept poverty and hardship below you is excessive." Yang said, "The position of 3 public official I know is more valuable than a butcher's shop. The salary of 10,000 bell a unit of currency, I know, is richer than a slaughterer''s gain. Now I see the advantage of titles and salary, yet forget the proper way to accept them. This is something I have not heard of." So he refused the position and returned to his butcher business. The scholars heard about it and said, "Wow, Yang the butcher leads such a life, living frugally while managing another man's country." Yang replied, "What do you mean by poor? I offered him respect according to custom and ended up saving his country, not rescuing the world." What then would be considered rescuing the world? They said, Shen, a historical figure, and Zhongshan, another historical figure, can be called those who rescue the world. They said, in the depths of a river, without helping him out of his danger, seeing King Zhao's virtue wane and Wu and treasures disappearing, while he only cares about preserving himself. This is being too selfish and not caring for his lord. This is being too selfish and not caring for his lord. Pitiful! Once upon a time, when Zhao virtue was greatly declining, lawlessness prevailed. Shen and Zhongshan assisted King Xuan of Zhou, rectified chaos, restored the kingdom to order, and made the people slightly rejuvenate. They unified the land and helped restore the rituals and customs, gathered back renegade scholars, and taught everyone. The whole world followed their ways. In short, they rescued the world. It is said, if a country is in turmoil or peace, Zhang Shanfu will make it clear. Being both wise and virtuous ensures one's safety. Unremitting day and night service to just one person. Thus, one might say he saves the world. Zai Qijia, the Duke of Zheng, sent Jing Si Rui to Jin, but he rebelled. His servant asked, Duke Zheng, what will you do? Jing Si-rui replied, drive him away. He will enter death to serve his lord. The servant said, Your Majesty's misdeeds are known to all neighboring states. To kill the son for his father's sins is difficult. Jing Si-rui agreed, saying, well said. So he drove his chariot in and died serving his lord. If I had advised against it, and my advice was not heeded, or if I left but failed to persuade him, then now that neither advice nor departure is an option, how can I not die for serving a chaotic lord? The servant said, if one serves a chaotic ruler, mustn't one die? But I serve a wise ruler. Why must I die? Just as someone who eats poisonous food dies from it, so too should I be able to survive serving a wise ruler. The poet says, unremitting night and day, serving just one person. This is in reference to Jing Si-rui. The Book of Changes says, not chiseling away at the corners, or taking credit for it. This refers to the servant Dot. Bending but not breaking, moving upwards, slandering is below, cowardice is death. The poet says, gentle yet unyielding. When Songwan fought against Duke Zheng and captured him, Duke Zheng was confined in the palace for several months before he was returned. On his return, he became a minister in Song. During a game of chess with Prince Min, all the women were by his side, and one said, truly, the virtue of Lord Lu is admirable, and his excellence unparalleled among all the feudal lords of the land. Prince Min, proud of these women, scorned Wan's words and turned to him, saying, how do you know what Lord Lu finds beautiful or ugly? Songwan was enraged, overthrew Prince Min, and cut off his head. He could be said to not fear power. The poet says, only Zhang Shanfu is gentle yet unyielding. He does not spit out or swallow. To serve one's father but not one's lord, this is not the way of a gentleman. To serve one's lord but not one's father, this is not the way of a filial son. Therefore, one cannot take away a lord's authority, nor can one take away a parent's authority. The poet says, the upright and virtuous man follows the norms of all lands. Peace reigned throughout the realm, yet no phoenix appeared. When Emperor Huang ascended the throne, he bestowed blessings from heaven, cultivated virtue by following the Tao, and acted on benevolence alone. He pondered its form day and night, then summoned the elder of heaven and asked him, what is the form of a phoenix? The elder replied, the phoenix has the head of a bird, the neck of a serpent, the tail of a fish, the legs of a lion, and the wings of a butterfly. Brings about the beginning of civilization, accomplishes great deeds, descends to bestow blessings, and disappears into seclusion. The emperor said, how amazing! The phoenix alone can communicate with the heaven's blessings, respond to earth's spirits, regulate the 5 sounds, observe the 9 virtues. It bears virtuous deeds on its back and grasps righteous principles in its beak. It utters melodious sounds like a bell or drum. It spreads its wings to soar aloft. Its colors are resplendent and bright. When it moves, the 8 winds follow. During moves, the 8 winds follow. Rain. It responds to the season's calls. It eats things of substance, drinks according to ritual. You have spoken. I dare not compete. So he wore a yellow robe and crown, retired to his palace, and fasted. The phoenix then blocked out the sun and descended. The emperor prostrated himself on the eastern step, face west, revering the bird, saying, heavenly blessings have descended, how could I dare not accept them? The phoenix soars to the east, gathering the superior oak, feasting on the bamboo fruit, never leaving until it is done. The poem says, as the phoenix flies, its feathers flutter, it gathers and then rests. Wei Wenhu had a son named G-Strike and another named Su Appeal. Su, being younger, ascended to the throne and was granted the title of Duke of Zhongshan. For 3 years there were no visits or communications. Ji replied, I wish to, but I have not yet sent one. His tutor, Zhao Kangtang, said, the father has forgotten his son, but the son cannot forget his father. Why not send an envoy? Ji agreed. Kang Tang said, I will go as the messenger. They then asked about the duke's preferences and attachments, saying, you like northern dogs and are fond of dawn sparrows. So they requested a northern dog and a dawn sparrow as a gift. Wenhu said, Ji knows that I like northern dogs and dawn sparrows, so he sent the messenger. When Kang Tang arrived, he said, the northern tribe Duke of Zhongshan has both a northern dog and a dawn sparrow. I am sending Kang Tang to present them as gifts. Wenhu asked, is Ji well? Kang Tang just nodded without answering directly. After 3 questions, he still did not reply. Wenhu said, why are you not answering? Kang Tang replied, I have heard that the states should not be named. Since your majesty has bestowed a smaller kingdom on us, he asks for our preferences. We dare not answer. You, Wenhu asked. Is the Duke of Zhongshan well? Kang Tang said, when I arrived, I performed a tribute ritual at the outskirts. Wenhu asked, how is the Duke of Zhongshan doing? Kang Tang replied, by comparing with other states, other dukes are all subjects. There's nothing to compare them with. Yet the clothes and fur coats bestowed on us can hardly surpass them. Wenhu asked, what does the Duke like? The answer was, he likes poetry. Wenhu said, which poems do you like? The reply was, he enjoys Guli and Chen Feng. Wenhu said, Guli, what is that? The response was, Guli, separated from its field, a millet stalk. Its steps falter, its heart trembles. Those who know me say I am worried. Those who don't know me ask why I am seeking something. The vast blue sky? Who is this person? Wenhu said, is it a complaint? The reply was, not in the sense of complaining. It's just an expression of thoughts at the time. Oh. Wenhu said, what does Chen Feng mean? The answer was, Chen Feng, dense in the northern forest. Not having seen a nobleman, his heart is anxious. Oh, how many times I have forgotten. The Duke of Zhongshan is not wise, so how can he be good? At this point, Wenhu was greatly pleased and said, to know your son, look at his mother. To know your ruler, look at those he sends. So he deposed the Prince Su and called in the Duke of Zhongshan as his heir. The poem says, the phoenix flying high, its feathers fluttering, it gathers and then rests. The nobleman said, I govern Singe father in a way that is not chaotic. The flourishing king, with many virtuous officials, only the noblemen are sent. Appealing to the emperor, their virtues shown, they guide thought and convey the will, making clear right from wrong, then only can they be sent. I open the granaries when there is famine, help the needy, and make up for what is lacking. Confucius said, this is mere lowly governance, not yet the ideal. The answer was, I reward ability, attract wise men, dismiss the unworthy. Confucius said, this is that of a man of letters, still not yet perfect. The nobleman said, I have 3 people I look up to as fathers, 5 brothers, 12 friends, and 1 teacher. Alas! Confucius said, 3 people to look up to as fathers, enough to teach filial piety, 5 brothers, enough to teach brotherly love, 12 friends, enough to stifle virtue, 1 teacher enough to reflect on without erring, plan without failure. What the nobleman does is small, yet if he did it well, his achievements would rival those of Yao and Shun. A poem says, benevolent and gentle, the Lord is the parent of the people. A humble person modeled himself after it, and supporting orphans to civilize the people, by promoting virtuous people and rewarding merits to encourage goodness. The poem says, benevolent and gentle Lord. He thought that establishing a nation should be by mapping out territories and settling them, by fostering gratitude and favor to win over the masses, by making clear right and wrong to establish law and order, by guiding the people's strength in order, by guiding the people's strength in it. Farming, by educating and training scholars in schools and halls to teach, by caring for the old by punishing evil deeds and preventing losses to dispel ugliness, by practicing horsemanship and archery to guard against disasters, by suppressing evil and stopping corruption to remove harm, by associating with wise men and close friends to broaden knowledge, by honoring relatives and fellow clansmen to grow stronger. Ziying sent an emissary to Chu, and the king of Chu had him stand on a platform 9 levels high and asked, does Qi have such a platform? The emissary replied, my lord has a seat of governance with 3 tiers of earth steps, uncut thatch roofs and uncluttered wooden pillars. The floor is covered in simple mats. This is the platform like this. The king of Chu looked displeased. It can be said that the emissary did not dishonor his lord's mission. He was able to answer directly. The poem says, Yurgyun pitchers, a vessel of wine. Ziying asked Kongzi, what is your teacher's style? The record says, when dukes have merits, heaven rewards them once with horses and chariots, twice with clothes, 3 times with guards, 4 times with guards, 5 times with access to the emperor's court, 6 times with red doors, court, 6 times with red doors, 7 times with bows and arrows, 8 times with axes and hatchets, 9 times with ritual vessels. He replied, Lu Zhongni. Is Zhongni wise? He is a sage, not merely wise. Ziying laughed happily and said, how holy is he then? Kongzi replied, I don't know. Zing changed his expression and asked, You first said he was a sage, now you say you don't know. Why is that? Kongzi said, I have lived under heaven all my life. I don't know heaven's height. I have walked on the earth all my life. I don't know the earth's thickness. If I compare myself to Lu Zhongni, it's like holding a water jar by the sea and drinking from it. Once full, I leave. How would I know the depth of the sea? Zing said, Isn't Mr. Kong's praise excessive? Kongzi said, I bestow what I have. How could it be excessive? If I didn't praise Lu Zhongni, it would be like holding a mountain by its sides. It wouldn't be damaged either. Zing said, That's true. That's true. The poem says, endless and gentle, unmeasurable and invincible. The poem says, I dwell in an empty palace from a wasteland. A valley that doesn't rise is called a wasteland. 2 valleys that don't rise is famine. 3 valleys that don't rise is dearth. 4 valleys that don't rise is a major disaster. The ritual for a major disaster includes the king not enjoying varied foods, no adornment on platforms and pavilions, uncleared roads, officials appointed but unable to govern, spirits invoked but not worshipped. This is the ritual for a major disaster. This is what it means. Afterwards, even if their descendants committed crimes and were demoted, if they produced wise ones, they would keep the territory generation after generation by worshipping the first receiver of the feudal territory. This is called the rise and fall of nations, succeeding or losing dynasties. In ancient times, when a duke received his feudal territory from heaven, he was said to be granted Jing land with special privileges, the 100-li duke receiving 30 li, the 70 li duke 20 li, and the 50-li duke 10 li. The book says, I'm to enjoy on behalf of the ancestral spirits. You are to join in the offerings. When Liang Mountain collapsed, the Duke of Jin summoned the minister Bozong. On his way, he met a man with a cart, and because of his cart's covers, Bozong wanted to beat him. Beizong the passenger was pleased and asked him where he lived. A carriage driver said, You have strayed far from the right path, acting without knowledge. Is that a wise course? He replied, I am from Jiana Place. Have you ever heard of it? Inquired Beizong. What should be done then? When Liang Mountain collapsed and blocked the river for 3 days, I was summoned here. How could Beizong not know this? Heaven has mountains. If they collapse, let them fall. Heaven has rivers. If they are blocked, let them flow freely again. Privately, Beizong asked him how to handle it. Confucius heard of it and said, Beizong is without descendants. He repels good fortune for others. When the ruler questioned Beizong about this, Beizong attributed his knowledge to the carriage driver fraudulently. The poem says, Heaven sends calamities and confuses the right line. The carriage driver replied, the ruler should lead his ministers, dressed in white robes, to cry over the event and perform rites afterward, after which the river will flow again. It destroys my nation and establishes a new king. And also, fear heaven's power, protect yourself at that time. Jian's prince invited Fan Shao to observe Qi's government, accompanied by Yanzi. Fan Shao said, I wish to drink from your golden cup as an offering for your longevity. Fan Shao had already drunk. The prince turned to his attendants and said, Pour a little for the gentleman from Jian. Yanzi responded, Remove the cup. Fan Shao was displeased, stood up, and asked the Grand Master to play the music of Zhao. He said, I would like to dance. So Fan Shao left. The Grand Master replied, This blind servant is not familiar with the tunes. The prince told Yanzi, Fan Shao, a great man from a powerful state, came to observe our government. You now turn away from him. What will you do? Yanzi said, Fan Shao is no stranger to etiquette. This is his way of testing our ruler. I refused because... The prince summoned the Grand Master and asked why he hadn't played the music. He answered, as Yanzi had said. So Fan Shao returned and reported back to Prince Jian, saying, I cannot find words to describe Qi. The Grand Master's dance was exquisite. He did not consult a book of ritual when he improvised his movements for thousands of miles. The poem says, There are 3 offices, the Grand Master or Minister of Works, the Commander or Minister of War, and the Grand Tutor or Minister of Justice. The Commander oversees heaven, the Grand Master oversees earth, and the Grand Tutor oversees humans. So if there is disharmony between yin and yang, irregular changes in the 4 seasons, stars out of alignment, or unusual disasters, then blame the commander. If the mountains and hills collapse, rivers stop flowing, the 5 grains don't grow, plants don't thrive, then blame the Grand Master. If rulers and subjects are not in harmony, human affairs go astray, and there is widespread theft, with people complaining to their superiors, then blame the Grand Tutor. Thus, the three public officials hold their positions. They excel at their tasks, worry about their responsibilities, put forward clear arguments, expose what is hidden. These are the duties of the three public officials. The poem says, many talented people in Peace King when made everything calm. And also, wisdom shines through the orderly arrangement, with words that start alone can resist. I.S. tasks. The minor poem says, with leaves still green rain comes gently. A wise ruler's governance. He is kind and harmonious, forbearing and loving, clean-cut and frugal, clear about law and careful about reward and punishment. He moves the wind of culture, respects life without killing, spreads benefits and kindnesses, treats everyone equally, doesn't extract strength from his people, does not wear out time in labor. This shows that a peaceful time is free of violent storms or heavy rain. People can farm. Families can gather together. There is no hunger or cold. Food stays fresh. Scholars do not waste their lives on useless things. Writing does not pile up in public squares. The axe and saw enter forests at the right times. Everyone finds useful work, so all people from far away come to serve, happy and content. What was born yesterday? Today's achievements? A poem says, I grow older every day, while the moon grows darker each month. Certainly remember to cherish and govern well. Be careful each day, and it will be like a well-fortified city. I rise at dawn and sleep at night, without any shame in what I create. Officials neglect their achievements. Illness comes on them more quickly after small recoveries. Disasters arise from idleness. Filial piety declines among wives. Consider these four things. Be careful at the end as you were at the beginning. A poem says, every beginning is fragile. Seldom does it have an end. The Book of Changes says, the little fox jumps into the water and dampens its tail. Confucius, in seclusion, Zigong, having taken over Qi, approached him and said, as a student's service to you has been many years. My strength is exhausted, my wisdom spent. I regain some from studying, but cannot advance any further. Please let me rest for a while. He replied, I wish to rest in serving the ruler. Confucius said, Zigong, where do you want to rest? Is it not difficult to achieve this? Confucius said, a poem says, never tire day or night in serving one person. What reason is there to rest? Zigong said, I wish to rest in serving my father. Is it not difficult to achieve this? Confucius said, a poem says, the good child never runs out, forever bestowing blessings on his descendants. Why should we rest? Zigong said, I wish to rest in serving my brothers. Why would we rest? Is it not difficult to achieve this? Confucius said, a poem says, spouses are well suited, like the zither and harp. When brothers join together, harmony is achieved and enjoyed. Zigong said, I wish to rest tending fields. Is it not difficult to achieve this? Why would we rest? Confucius said, a poem says, during the day you tend your cows. At night you pull in your nets. Quickly get on your chariot, sow in 100 crops. Zigong asked, does a gentleman ever rest? Confucius replied, the coffin lid closes and the sewing stops. That's what they call resting for a gentleman. We don't know when it will be time to leave, so this is called resting. A poem says, day follows month. This refers to students. The Duke of Lu asked Ru Yan, is every person by nature capable of becoming a gentleman if he studies? Ru Yan answered, I have heard that even the finest jade, if not polished, cannot become useful. Even someone with fine qualities, if they don't study, they cannot become a gentleman. He asked, how do we know this? Confucius, Lu'er, and Wenji were once wild men, but through studying, they became renowned throughout the world. The rulers of the various states heard about them and respected them. Scholars heard about them and loved them. Taigong was a lowly groom who grew old without advancement. One day, as he was butchering a cow, singing songs and renting himself out at the ford, Wang Wen raised him up, made him a nobleman, and assigned him to govern Qi. Once, Wu, Chu, Yan, and Dai conspired to attack Qin in one fell swoop, but Gujia and Jian's sons, who were banished from Qin, foiled their plans, halted their armies, and when they returned to their countries, the king of Qin was very pleased, ennobling them as top officials. Bailey, a person from Bai, was chased out of Qi in the west. With nothing to his name, he sold 5 sheepskins, built himself a yoke car, went to see King Mu of Qin, and became his minister. He subsequently dominated the western barbarians, shot the Duke of Huai with his bow, and thus removed his desire for revenge. He subsequently became a minister, preserved the state's existence when it was about to perish, united the broken families, gathered all 10 states, and rectified the world. Surely this is due to learning. Therefore, a scholar must learn before becoming a gentleman. A poem says, day follows month. These 4 individuals, each had once been lowly, poor, and humiliated, but their fame spread far into future generations. The wise people of Lu reported Zhang's behavior to Confucius. The Duke of Lu laughed happily and said, "Although I am not particularly clever, please accept my thanks for your teachings, master." Confucius told his disciples, "San meaning come in, don't enter." Zhang had a temper. He once drew his staff and struck a man down, causing him to fall to the ground. After some time, he revived, got up and asked, "Master, are you well?" Confucius said, "Didn't you hear about Shun?" Zhang Shan believed himself innocent, causing people to thank Confucius. If treated with a small stick, he stood. If hit with a big rod, he fled. Tugged and released, he was never away. Tugged and killed, he could not be obtained. You are not a subject of a king, killing a subject of a king. The poem says, wonderful and gentle, yet it is perverse. Now you put yourself at the mercy of a violent anger, standing firm and not leaving, sacrificing your life to cover up your father's guilt, which is more unfilial. Again, he said, carrying his colors and laughing, not driven by anger. The Duke of Qi commissioned people to make a bow, which took 3 years. When the Duke shot with it, it didn't pierce 3 arrows. The Duke was angry and wanted to kill the bowmaker. The wife of the bowmaker went to see the Duke and said, "As a daughter of Kai, I am the wife of this bowmaker. These 4 materials are the best in the world, yet it shouldn't pierce so few arrows. And I heard that a cart driven by Ji can't run alone, even though Mosey is sharp. He cannot cut through alone. This bow is made from south of Taishan, from the wood of the elms that scream, with horns from cows, tendons from jiang, and meat from river fish." The Duke took it as a lesson and shot it, piercing 7 arrows. The Kai man's wife was immediately freed. The poem says, excellent, it is so straight. The way of shooting lies in holding the bow as if embracing a branch, gripping it as if holding an egg, with 4 fingers resembling a broken short stick, and using your right hand to release it, while your left hand doesn't know. This is the technique. Nani? No. In Qi, anyone who displeased the Duke would be fiercely angry, bound in the hall, and summoned for dismemberment. The Duke got up from his seat, saying, "Let them go free, the fault is mine." Anyone daring to speak out was punished. Shuk held his head in his left hand and sharpened his knife with his right, looking up and asking, "In ancient times, wise kings and holy rulers dismembered people, but I wonder where they should start." The poem says, excellent, it is so straight. These 5 things are in harmony. As the poem says, peaceful and balanced depend on my chime. The record says, living in Qi makes one's appearance beautiful, eating and drinking in Qi makes one's breath precious, speaking in Qi makes one trusted, thinking in Qi makes one successful, and setting their heart in Qi makes one content. The king of Wei asked Huo Huanqi, "Is your father's wisdom something you can rely on?" He replied, "Not enough." The king asked the same question about him being wise himself, and each time he answered, "Not enough." Then he asked his brother, who said the same. Finally, he asked his younger sibling, who also replied, "Not enough." When the king became angry and red in face, asking why all 5 answers were not enough, Huo Guanxi answered, "My father's wisdom is no more than that of Yao, and Dan Zhu was exiled. My wisdom is no more than that of Shun, but he was stubborn. Brother's wisdom is no more than that of Shun, but he was arrogant. My younger sibling's wisdom is N. Those who look up to others do not reach their goal. Those who rely on others will soon be let down. Oh, more than that of Zhao, yet he met his end. My wisdom is no more than that of Tang and Wu, yet they were destroyed. If your aim is to govern, start with yourself. Why should anyone else be relied upon?" The poem says, seek your own virtue. Tang created the hao, a musical instrument. The poem says, Tang's descent was not late. His virtue grew day by day. Nah. Hearing its palace music, he made people kind and generous. Hearing its merchant music, he made people upright and fond of righteousness. Hearing its horn music, he made people compassionate and loving. Hearing its military music, he made people happy to give and like to share. Hearing its feather music, he made people respectful and polite. Confucius said, begin with the good person, then achieve great things. Follow it up with humility. Isn't this wonderful? Human nature is evil by nature, yet can be cultivated. Thus, heaven's balance leans towards humility, earth's abundance flows to modesty, spirit's harm when full, and blessings come to those who are humble. The humble person, when faced with a task, loses instead of gaining. Following the path of excess and pride, he loses what he has. This is the humbleness in action. Those who follow it find prosperity, while those who go against it meet disaster. After the 5 emperors had faded and the 3 kings had declined, only Zhao Kung could practice humility. He was the son of King Wen, the younger brother of King Wu, and the uncle of King Cheng. For 7 years, he wielded the position of a temporary king, receiving 10 sacrifices from those who came to pay their respects, returning 13 as friends, and meeting 49 scholars first. D. Confucius said, "Just as we honor Zhao Kung for his excellence throughout the nation, we consider those from the same clan numerous while seeing others as few." At that time, 100 people offered him prayers for goodness, 1,000 attended his court. There were 5 counselors, 5 assistants, 6 supporters, and he carried weapons to earn a title and feudal domain, with over 100 of his kinsmen following him. T acted on foolishly, one achieves sageness. Thus, when virtue and conduct are broad yet maintained with humility, one is honored. When land is vast yet guarded with frugality, one is at peace. When one's status and wealth are high yet conducted with meekness, one becomes noble. When people are hot, many in arms strong yet guided by fear, one prevails. When intelligence and wisdom are profound, These 6 are all expressions of humility. The Book of Changes says, "Humility brings good fortune, to the end a joyful outcome." Those who can thus achieve joy at the end are following the path of a gentleman. And how much more for the commoners? When one is elevated to be an emperor, rich with the resources of the 4 seas, yet lacks humility and thus destroys himself, it is like King Ji or King Zhao. The poem says, "The emperor descends not too late, holy reverence advances daily." The Book of Changes has a principle. There exists one virtue that can govern the entire world, another that can assure peace at home, and a third that can guard against harm to one's own person. This is humility. He paused in thought and asked the driver, "What kind of horse is this?" In ancient times, Tianzi, a legendary sage, was out riding when he saw an old horse by the roadside. The driver replied, "It is a former royal horse that has been released because it could no longer serve its purpose." Tianzi said, "It has given up all its strength and now it's old, leaving behind its life. This is not how a compassionate person should be." He offered to buy the horse with bundles of silk. A poor scholar heard this, understanding where his heart truly lay. The poem says again, "The emperor descends not too late, holy reverence advances daily." He asked the driver, "What kind of insect is this?" Duke Xuan of Qi went hunting, and saw a mantis stopping its progress as if about to attack the wheel of his carriage. The driver said, "It's a mantis. It moves forward without knowing when to stop, and it does not gauge its strength when facing an enemy." Duke Xuan said, "If we treated people like that, they would be warriors for all under heaven." So he turned the carriage around to avoid it, but the warrior returned. The poem reiterates, "The emperor descends not too late." Wei Textian asked Li Ke, "What is hatred?" Textian said, "Practicing these 3 virtues can keep people from hating." "Isn't that right?" Li Ke answered, "Haters are those who look down on the humble, who resent the rich, and who dislike the wise." Li Ke replied. Textian said, "How profound your words are. If only I were more perceptive, I will cherish these words." I heard, "When the noble looks down upon the lowly, everyone hates him. When wealth can be shared with the poor, even the poorest do not hate, and when wisdom educates the ignorant, even little children do not resent." The poem concludes, "There is a bird on this high place, with its nest on the top of a reed stem. What is it leaned on? When the wind blows down from heaven, the reeds break and the nest falls to the ground. It was weak. The bees do not attack, nor do the mice burn, because what they've relied upon is good." Thus, the great person seeks the support of the virtuous. Just as a great fish can sink a boat and lose its water, becoming prey to ants if it cannot find allies, so too those who lack humility are helpless without supporters. Therefore, it is said, "In ignorance there is no opposition or side protection. When ignorant there are no attendants or ministers." Volume 9, 10, Chapter 9. When Mengzi was young, he would pause while his mother wove. After a moment, he would resume his study. He replied, "I found something lost and recovered it." His mother realized this and called to him, asking, "Why did you stop?" She took a knife and tore her weaving, using it as a warning, saying from then on, Mengzi never stopped studying. When Mengzi was young, an East family was slaughtering a pig. Mengzi asked his mother, "Why are they killing the pig?" His mother answered, "They want to eat you. Now that you have just learned of it and deceived me, this is unworthy of the trust placed in me." She regretted and said, "I carried you in my womb. I did not sit when you were a baby. I did not taste food because of the quality of its preparation. All this was for your upbringing." She then bought the East family's pig meat to eat, demonstrating her sincerity. The poem says, "Let your children be righteous generation after generation." It means that a wise mother makes her child wise. His mother asked, "Where did you get the gold?" Tianzi, a nobleman, became a minister and retired after 3 years, bringing home 100 gold coins as a gift for his mother. He answered, "From my salary." His mother said, "You didn't eat during your 3 years as a minister? Leave it. The way of governing is like this, not what I wanted. A son's loyalty to his parents means doing everything with sincerity, not bringing in anything unjust. For a child to refuse such things is unfilial." Tianzi felt ashamed and left, returning the gold and asking to be imprisoned. He pardoned Tianzi and gave his mother the gold. The king respected Tianzi's mother and praised her righteousness. The poem says, "Let your children be righteous generation after generation." Confucius was walking when he heard a cry that made him very sad. "Hurry!" Confucius said, "Hurry. There is a wise man ahead." Upon reaching there, it was Gao Yi, a fishmonger, covered in mud, crying by the roadside. Confucius invited him to his carriage and asked, "Why are you crying so bitterly?" Gao Yi answered, "I have lost 3 things. When I was young, I studied while wandering among the lords. Later, I did not respect my parents. And finally, I had close friends but abruptly cut ties with them. The tree wants to be still, but the wind will not stop. You want to nurture your child, but your parent is not waiting. Going back now would be impossible. Seeing him again later is also impossible. Both are related to time. My request is that I leave." He stood there and died. Confucius said, "My disciples should take this as a warning." At this time, many of his followers left and returned home to care for their parents. "Why is that?" Zilu said. "There may be someone here who gets up early and stays up late, working hard with his hands and feet, but his face is dark from lack of sleep, cultivating crops to feed his parents, and yet he has no reputation as a good son." Confucius answered, "I believe it's because he does not show proper respect. His colors do not align. His words are not humble. If you don't have either, then—" An old saying goes, "Clothing or food?" A son who labors to support his parents should have these 3: clothing, food, and proper manners. Without them, how can he be considered a good son? Zilu continued, "I think it's also because he does not associate with virtuous people. Let me tell you, even if a man has the strength of a national hero, he cannot lift himself up unless there is convenience in his situation." The poem says, "Parents are close at hand." That is why the wise enter their homes and show reverence to their parents. Those who go out make friends with the wise, for what they lack is not power, but the opportunity. Beria played his chime, and bell player Ziki listened. As Beria began playing, he thought of mountains. Ziki said, "How excellent! Playing the chime, majestic as a great mountain." Beria then thought of flowing water, and Ziki said, "Excellent! Playing the chime, flowing like a river." After Ziki's death, Beria stopped playing the chime forever, believing there was no one left in the world to share his music. Not only is the zither like this, wise men also have it, but if it's not the right time, then what can wise men do to see their plans through? Qin attacked Wei, defeated them, and the young prince fled and couldn't escape. They announced for anyone who secured the prince to be rewarded with 1,000 kilograms of gold. Those who hit him would be punished by having their entire clan exterminated. The prince's nurse fled with him. People said to the nurse, "The reward for securing the prince is so heavy, you should know about the prince's situation and speak up." The nurse responded, "I don't know his location. Even if I did, it's either death or no words can be spoken. As a foster parent, you can't keep it hidden. It's a betrayal of trust. I've heard, loyalty doesn't betray. Courage doesn't fear death. In general, when raising someone else's child, they're alive, not to kill them. Why would one seek visible gains and fear punishment, abandoning justice for deceit?" I couldn't let the prince die alone, so she fled with him to a marshland. When Qin soldiers saw them, they shot at them, but the nurse shielded the prince with her body, taking 12 arrows for him, and he wasn't hit. After Qin King heard this, he feasted them with a grand meal and elevated his brother to be a lord. The poem says, "My heart is not stone, it can't change." Zilu said, "If people are good to me, I am also good to them. If they're not good to me, I don't return ill for ill." The three disciples held different views, so they asked Confucius. Yan Hui said, "If people are good to me, I am also good to them. If they're not good to me, I am still good to them." Pengzi Confucius said, "If people are good to me, I am also good to them. If they're not good to me, I guide their advancement and retreat with propriety alone." He said, "Zilu holds the view of savages. Kongzi's words are from friends. Yan Hui's are from family." The Duke of Qi got drunk, took off his clothes, and played the zither to entertain himself. He looked at his attendants and asked, "Would a righteous person enjoy this?" They replied, "A righteous person has eyes and ears like everyone else, so why not enjoy it?" The Duke said, "I want to have a carriage waiting for Yan Zifeng." When Yan Zifeng heard this, he dressed up and arrived. Yan Zifeng replied, "Your Majesty is mistaken." The Duke said, "Just now I was enjoying this pleasure. I wish to share it with the lords. From Qi country onwards, everyone over 5 feet tall could surpass you in strength. They only dared not because of respect for rituals. Lack rituals. They wouldn't even share living space. For people without rituals, it's better to die quickly." The Duke's expression turned grim. He got up from his seat and apologized. "I am not a righteous person with good morals. My attendants indulged me, leading to this. I want to have them killed to atone for my mistake. So if the ruler lacks rituals from heaven, there's no way to guard the nation. If the dukes lack rituals, there's no way to guard their lands. If a person above lacks rituals, then he can't command those below. If a person below lacks rituals, they can't serve those above. If the lord lacks rituals, then his household cannot be governed. If brother," Yan Zifeng said, "your attendants don't deserve the blame. Your attendants did nothing wrong." The Duke agreed. "Well said. If you appreciate rituals, those with rituals will come, and those without will leave. If you dislike rituals, then those without will come, and those with will leave." He changed clothes and sat back down, drinking 3 rounds of wine. Yan Zifeng excused himself, and the Duke bade him farewell. The poem says, "People without rituals, why not simply die?" The Book of Han records, a person dressed like a student knocked on Confucius's door, asking, "Is Master Q here? Is Master Q here?" "Why do you ask about my teacher's reputation?" The student said, "Master, why are your words so restrictive?" Yan Yu responded, "A gentleman respects the wise and accepts all opinions, praises virtue and scorns vice, treats family and outsiders with respect, avoids doing to others what he wouldn't want himself." Yan Yu replied, "A large carriage won't work if the ropes are too tight. A zither won't produce music if the strings are too loose." Master Q's words emphasized restriction because that's how he tightens them. The student said, "I started with great strength, now I'm just a wing." Zizong said, "Without the strength of a swallow, how can its wings be raised?" The poem says, "Cutting like a chisel, polishing like stone." Say The answer was, "If I obtain a white feather like the moon, or a red one like rubies, and strike bells and gongs, those," Confucius said, "a valiant man, to lead them in battle. Only by my abilities shall they succeed. Who hear me above will know, and those below will be awed. What gifts do you possess? What do you say?" Confucius said, "A skilled debater." He answered, "A sea urchin does not share its shell with a lotus while hiding, nor does a tyrant rule alongside a sage." The answer was, "I receive a plain robe and a striped cap. I travel between 2 countries without carrying even the smallest weapon or grain of food, yet I foster friendship between them as if they were brothers." 2 statements have already been made. What more can I say? Confucius said, "You have a rustic mind." Confucius said, "A great man." Yanya said, "I wish for a wise king or holy ruler who would govern without building walls and dig ditches, harmonize the yin and yang, provide enough food for the people, and cast the stored weapons as farming tools." What do you think is your weakness? The gifts that come easily are often spent quickly. Too much desire leads to great expense. Too much hoarding leads to certain ruin. Knowing contentment brings no shame. Knowing when to stop brings no danger. This can last a long time. The greatest sin is too much desire. The worst misfortune is being dissatisfied. Great achievements, if incomplete, will still be useful. Abundant wealth, if not excessive, will never run out. Great straightness, like great eloquence, will never falter. Therefore, knowing one's limits is always sufficient. Mencius' wife lived alone, sitting with her legs crossed. Mencius entered the room and saw this. He told his mother, "The woman shows no respect. I ask that you send her away." His mother asked, "Why?" He replied, "She has her legs crossed." His mother said, "How do you know?" Mencius said, "I have seen it with my own eyes." His mother said, "It is not the woman who lacks respect, but you." The rituals say, when entering a room, ask who is there. When ascending a hall, your voice must be raised. When entering someone's home, look down and lower your voice. You went to her private chamber without announcement, entered silently while she sat with crossed legs, which shows your lack of respect, not hers. The poem says, gathering seaweed, no one notices the bottom. On this, Mencius felt ashamed and did not dare to blame his wife. Confucius left the eastern gate of Wei. He met Lady Gubusi. Lady Gubusi also said, 2 or 3 young men pull back their carts. A sage is coming. I shall greet him from afar. She said, 2 or 3 young men pull back their carts to avoid me. Someone coming towards me will surely be on my side. Remember this. Confucius dismounted and walked. Lady Gubusi greeted him 50 steps away, and then looked at him from behind 50 steps later. She turned to Zigong and asked, "What kind of person is this?" Zigong replied, "He is Master Si, the teacher from Lu." Lady Gubusi said, "Is it really Master Si? I have heard about him before." Zigong said, "How do you think of Master Si's abilities?" Lady Gubusi said, "He has the brow of a Qin Yao, the eyes of Shun, the neck of Yu, and the beak of Gao Yang." Zigong sighed. From in front he seems like a great ruler. From behind, his shoulders are broad but his spine weak. This is just him not reaching the standards of the 4 holy ones. Lady Gubusi said, "Why do you feel worried?" Zigong informed Confucius of this. "A filthy face is not disgusting. A beak-like mouth does not borrow. Far away he looks like a dog from a mourning household. What's there to worry about?" Confucius had nothing to object to, except for the remark about the dog from a mourning household. He said, "How dare I? If you do not know the dog from a mourning household, what's to object to?" Zigong said, "A filthy face is not disgusting. A beak-like mouth does not borrow." He has earned this knowledge. Not reflecting deeply on distant consequences, what good does it do to regret later? It is proper to be cautious about one's character. If desires are excessive, actions will be harmful. Slanderous speech leads to harm. Anger breeds disasters. Even the smallest transgression can lead to great misfortune. Shame is difficult to wash away, and mistakes cannot be retraced. Those who rely on luck, indulge in desires, spread falsehoods, and damage others all are paths to poverty. Therefore, the noble person avoids luck, controls desires, practices loyalty and trustworthiness, does not harm even a single person, and thus enjoys a high reputation, being called a noble person. The poem says, "What a remarkable place! It must be conducive to growth. The peaceful residence of a noble person is like a secure cloak, tranquil as a covering. When there is virtue in the world, all the rulers revere it. When there is no virtue, commoners find it easy to follow. This is not limited to today, it has been the case since ancient times. In olden days, Fan Li traveled and lived with the butcher of Qi. Suddenly, the dragons changed their nature, righteousness fluctuated, and Tan, a legendary sage, expressed his sorrow at the changes in the world. Thus, a noble person who resides there can remain at ease." The prince expressed his question, "Please tell me, what must one do to overwhelm others?" The poem says, "The worries of one's heart who understands?" In the time of Tianzi Fang in Wei, Prince Ai of Wei greeted him with hundreds of chariots at the outskirts, prostrated himself twice to pay his respects to Tianzi Fang, but did not get out of his chariot. From this perspective, it is possible to overwhelm others with poverty. Tianzi Fang answered, "I have heard that there are those who, in overwhelming others and losing their countries, have met with disaster." He continued, "When one's aspirations cannot be fulfilled, offering shoes in submission to Qin or Chu is all they can do. Where else can I go to avoid poverty? Upon hearing this, the prince prostrated himself a second time and then withdrew. Dai Jinsheng went to see the king of Liang dressed in tattered clothes. Tian Zifang did not get out of his chariot. "Are you not interested in visiting me?" the king asked. "Recently, I sent my senior official to beg you to come, but you left." Dai Jinsheng happily laughed and deeply sighed. "Oh, from this, it is clear that you are not someone worthy of my company. Didn't you see the pheasants in the marsh? They take 5 steps before they find food for a whole day. Their feathers enjoy the moisture, gleam under the sun. They flap their wings and compete to sing, making sounds in the pondal because they have a desire to do so. This is because they lack an aspiration. But those that don't have a goal are content with just 1 grain of rice at a time, still longing for moisture in their feathers, lowering their heads without singing, and yet is not eating good. Now, I didn't travel thousands of miles to follow you around. How could food be the issue? I secretly admire your principles. At first, I thought you were a rare scholar in this world, but now it's clear that you don't appreciate good scholars." He left after saying these words and never returned. King Zhuang of Chu sent messengers with 100 pounds of gold to recruit North Guo, a renowned scholar. The scholar said, "I have an assistant who wants to discuss things with Melitor. Come in." His wife answered, "My husband weaves shoes for a living and eats porridge. He struggles even to fill his belly." He immediately told his wife, "If Chu wishes to make me their prime minister, today I will ride a horse with a team of charioteers, eat a large amount of food in front of them. What do you say? Even if he had feathers, they would be bedraggled, his spirits lower. Would it not be better to eat?" "It cannot." The scholar decided not to accept the invitation. He left with his wife. She continued, "If I take up your offer and accept the post of prime minister, with you riding a horse in front, eating a whole ox in front of me, while I struggle to fill my belly with leftover rice porridge, can this be called serving Chu's country?" The poem says, "She's a virtuous and lovely woman, worthy of speaking with." It is said that in ancient times, the military general Yu Buer was sent to Qin by the state of Jin. Those who lost their countries never did so without becoming proud and extravagant. The Duke of Qin asked about the essential factors of success and failure, and he was answered, "In ancient times, no country ever fell without first having its people become humble and frugal." Yu then discussed the decline of the 5 emperors and 3 kings, as well as the fall of commoners, all stemming from this principle. The Duke of Qin nodded in agreement and said to his inner historian, Wang Mu, "Our neighbors have a sage ruler, which is a cause for concern. You, being a sage, will need to find a way to deal with it." Wang Mu replied, "The Wrong Kingdom's king lives in a remote place and has never heard the sounds of China." The Wrong King was delighted and granted it. The Duke should send female musicians to corrupt his mind, disrupt his policies, and make his subjects distant from him, creating an opportunity for Yu to ask for a delay, sowing discord among the king and his ministers. The Duke agreed and sent Wang Mu with 2 rows of female musicians as a gift to the Wrong Kingdom, using Yu's request for a delay as an excuse. They began drinking and enjoying the music day and night for an entire year, leading to excessive indulgence, many horses dying, and ultimately, chaos. Yu returned and continually urged his advice, but it wasn't heeded. Ziyech visited Zing's. He left, went to Qin, where the Qin prince welcomed him, appointed him as a top official. Zhang Ze said, "Let's have dinner." Ziyech asked, "Isn't this an expense for your honor?" Ziyech inquired further about the 3 joys. Zhang replied, "A gentleman has 3 expenses, and meals are not among them. A gentleman has 3 joys, the bells and drums, the gu and si, are not among them." Zhang says, "Having someone to be afraid of, someone to serve, and children to pass on, this is one joy. Having someone to advise, someone to leave, and children to anger, this is another joy. To understand a lord, help a friend, these are 3 joys." Ziyech then asked about the 3 expenses. Zhang said, "Learning while young but forgetting as one ages, that's 1 expense. Long friendships that end abruptly, this is the 3rd expense. Accomplishing something for one's lord, and yet not taking full credit, this is another expense." Ziyech exclaimed, "Excellent! To be mindful of one's body, to serve one word well is better than reciting 1,000 words. To serve one person well is better than governing 10,000 people. It is not something one can ignore. I once heard it said, just as glue and paint adhere tightly, so do true words stick in one's mind." But just as thin ice cracks under the sun, falsehoods will eventually be revealed. Can a gentleman afford to be careless? The poem says, when God listens attentively, all becomes harmonious and tranquil. Anzi's wife had someone deliver a message while wearing commoner clothes. Anzi replied, "I am a servant." Tin Wu criticized her, stepping out of the house in these clothes for what purpose? The scholar in tattered clothes never had enough to wear, always eating plain grass, something the learned man considered shameful. Tin Wu said, with such a high position, enjoying 70,000 mu of land, why do you treat this person as livestock? Anzi answered, to abandon the old for the young, to consider excellence blind, and to value honor while forgetting care, that's being perverse. But when he stepped out, everyone's opinions ceased, and upon use, he prolonged people's lives. The learned man realizes his true worth is beyond comparison. I am not following perverse, chaotic, or ignorant ways. Just like the phoenix, upon its first rise, it took 10 steps, and the sparrows in the fence mocked and laughed. But as it soared high up, each feather grew firm and strong, and the sparrows far below realized they were no match for it. The butcher excused himself due to illness. The poem says, indeed, a model citizen, why don't they live for 1,000 years? The Duke of Qi sent his daughter with a lavish wedding gift, intending to marry her off to a butcher. His friend said, will you die in that stinking slaughterhouse forever? Why make up an excuse? The butcher replied, her beauty is lacking. His friend asked, how do you know? The butcher said, I, as a butcher, know it. Now, I offer you a generous gift because of your faults. His friend later saw him, and indeed he was fault-finding. Tu said, my meat is good in moderation, and I avoid the bitter taste. But if my meat is not to my liking, even with my addition it still does not sell well. It was said, his eyes are like crushed almonds, and his teeth like scales of a fish. They discussed for an entire day without reaching a conclusion. Confucius passed by Kangzi, and Zhangziang and Xia Summer followed him. Xia Summer's tone was very narrow, and his color changed. Zhangziang said, did you hear the master's discussion? Grand. The way has a return point. He spoke slowly and deliberately, with a dignified posture. Later statements were quiet, and he gained through yielding, majestic. A small person's discussion is focused only on himself. He insults others by speaking of their faults. His eyes dim, his arms weak. He speaks quickly in anger. His mouth foams. His eyes are red, fortunate to have won. He laughs loudly with a rude posture. His words are base. The Duke of Qi chased the white deer, reaching the nation of Makyu, where he met someone and said, what do you call yourself? The person replied, I am from the nation of Makyu. The Duke asked, how old are you? I am 83, he answered. The Duke exclaimed, marvelous. He shared a drink with him. The man said, could you wish me longevity for my lord? Country people do not understand being a king's longevity. The Duke said, shall we use the longevity of the old man to wish me well? The Duke said, well said. The person took the cup and bowed twice, saying, may my lord enjoy good health. Gold and jewels are worthless, but his subjects are treasure. The old man, could you speak well of him? I have heard it. A great virtue is never alone, and a good word must be repeated. The Duke was not pleased, saying, this is not the same as the first 2 wishes. The person took the cup and bowed twice again, saying, may my lord not offend any of his subjects or any of his officials. The old man has changed it. The man began to cry, saying, I hope you consider this carefully. One word from him surpasses the first 2. I heard that if a son offends his father, he can ask for forgiveness through his sister or aunt. If a subject offends his lord, his attendants can ask for forgiveness. In ancient times, offenses against you by Tang, and against Wu Wan by Zhu, were this man's offense against me. There's been no apology to this day. The Duke said, well said. I rely on the blessings of my ancestors' altars, and the spirits of our land to have met old man here. The Duke supported him, had him loaded onto a carriage, personally returned him home, recommended him to the altar, and abdicated his rule. The Duke of Qi's reason for uniting the states without using force was not just due to Guanzhong. He also encountered it here. The poem says, abundant, talented people, King Wen, a wise king at peace. The poem says, abundant, talented people, King Wen at peace. Strong and capable, yet modest and humbling, just as a decree when carved his colors and patterns. Bao Shu recommended Guanzhong, saying, There are 5 things I am inferior to Guan Yiwo. His generosity and kindness, I am not like him. His loyalty and trust can bind the people. I am not like him. He establishes rituals and laws in all directions. I am not like him. He decides cases with fairness and mediates disputes. I am not like him. Jian was without food, starving and unable to proceed. Zitu cut off a piece of his thigh meat to feed Jian, then he could travel. Jian Jinwing, the Duke of Chu, fled, passing through Seao, where Li Yuzu followed him, stealing Jian's resources and fleeing. When heavy-eared Chiao returned to his country, those who did not support him were many. Upon this, Ryuzu made an offering and said, I can ensure the peace of Jin state. Ryuzu asked, Are you bathed? The envoy, sent by Wen Wang, responded, What qualifications do you have to come and speak to me about ensuring the peace of Jin? The envoy replied, No. Now that you do not bathe, what perverse things do you speak? Ryuzu said, I hear that one who bathes has a reversed heart, and a heart that is reversed speaks perversely. The envoy reported this to Wen Wang. Seeing him, Wen Wang raised his head and said, Having left the country for a long time, my subjects all surpassed their lord. When he returned to his country, they all started to fear for themselves. Ryuzu further depleted the resources of their lord, fleeing into the depths of the mountains while their lord starved. Yet His Majesty truly pardons you and allows you to ride proudly through the country. When the people see him, they will certainly know that he does not remember old enmities, and everyone will feel secure. The good deed of Zipushi, cutting off his own flesh, was known throughout the land. Your status as a thief is great indeed, and you deserve punishment up to 10 generations, but even if your guilt were sufficient to fill these roles, it would not be enough to atone for it. Thus delighted, Wen Wang followed his plan, having Ryuzu ride proudly throughout the country. When the people saw this, they all said, Ryuzu would not be executed but is riding proudly. What do I have to fear? Thus, Jin's state was at peace. Therefore it is written. Wen Wang prostrated himself and submitted, immediately achieving the merit of cultivating the fields. This refers to Ryuzu, whose guilt was forgiven. The tradition states, speaking about the difficulty of becoming a king. The poem says, Abundant talents, Wen Wang's tranquility, great merit, his kingdom secure. He presented the mandate to the emperor with one stroke. Reverently enjoy it through sacrifice, ensuring eternal dominion. Fear nothing, for your virtue is unending. Upon receiving the greatest mandate, the ancestral high priest and master of rituals, facing north, paid homage to the heaven, saying, Now that the greatest mandate has arrived, how should I worry about its duration? With a second stroke he said, Reverently cherish it from dawn to dusk. May his wishes be fulfilled as all people look up to him. With a third stroke he advised, The emperor receives the mandate from north to south, governing with concern, not finding joy in his position. The poem says, Heaven's difficulty, no easy task for kings. A noble person seeks righteousness from kindness and humility from ritual, gaining them through these means. If they do not, he cannot gain them otherwise. The great King Pu had 3 sons, Taibo, Zhongyong, and Jili. Thus the noble person, like a farmer cultivating the fields, may not get an abundant yield that year, but he cannot find another way to do it. Jili had a son named Chang. Taibo, recognizing King Pu's wisdom, wanted Jili to succeed him, so he left for Wu. When King Pu was about to die, he said, When I am dead, you should yield to your 2 elder brothers. If they do not come, you have righteousness and will be secure. They followed Jili back, and the officials wanted Zhongyong to take the throne. After King Pu died, Jili went to inform Taibo and Zhongyong and Wuk. Jili yielded again. It is right for you to ascend. The other replied, Law has its designated purpose. It upholds the weak. Zhongyong asked his brother, Now that the officials want me to reign, and you are yielding, how should we deal with this? So Jili reigned, while Zhongyong raised him up. Wen Wang accordingly received the mandate and became king. Confucius said, Taibo saw his father's intent alone. King Jili understood his father's heart. Taibo saw only what his father wanted, but Jili knew what his heart was. Thus it is said that King Pu, Taibo, and King Jili could be called those who saw the beginning and knew the end, able to fulfill their father's intent. The poem says, From Taibo to King Jili, only this King Jilifor he understood his heart then helped him. For his help, he received the light of wealth. No loss when receiving riches abundant on all sides. This is what it means. King Shao of Qi and King Hui of Wei met at a hunting field outside the city. Taibo returned to Wu, where he became king. Up to Hujia, 28 generations later, the state was destroyed. King Hui asked, "Are there any treasures?" The other replied, "None." King Shao said, "I hear that one who has no treasure is like a dead man. He cannot maintain his state. My ministers have, to guard Gaotang, so that the Zhao people dare not fish east of the river. My ministers have a Danzi to guard the south city, so that the Chu people dare not raid. 12 feudal lords all came to pay homage on the waters of Sai. I have a Quint to guard Xiu, so that Yan people worship at the north gate and Zhao people worship at the west gate, with over 10,000 families returning from then on. I will shine even further, far beyond 12 chariots. My ministers have a leader of seeds, making them prepare for thieves, and no one along the way would pick up lost items." Wei King felt ashamed, and left without smiling. The poem says, "Bidding him go with smiles, the people's feelings are cut off." There was a brave man in the East Sea named Chu Xin, known throughout the land for his bravery. Chu Xin replied, "Drink according to my words." He met the divine spring called Yinma, and his servant said, "Drinking from Yinma here means the horse must die." His horse, indeed, sank. The thunder god followed and struck him 10 days and nights, blinding his left eye. Chu Xin removed his court attire, drew his sword, and entered, fighting for 3 days and nights, slaying 3 dragons and a snake before leaving. Yao Li heard of it, went to see him at his tomb, and said, "I've heard the thunder god struck you 10 days and nights, blinding your left eye. Heaven's resentment is not for an entire day, nor does human anger circle back to its source immediately. Why have you not yet taken revenge?" He scolded and left, with countless people at the tomb shaking with fury. Yao Li returned to his home and told his disciples, "Chu Xin, a warrior of heaven. Today, I humiliated him among those who would come to attack me. Don't close the doors at night or lock the doors when sleeping." Yao Li said, "Wait, give me one word. If someone can kill me, it will only be through poisonous medicine." Chu Xin did indeed come that night, drawing his sword on Yao Li's neck. "You have 3 capital offenses. Insulting me with people of the human realm is a capital offense. Not closing the door at night is a second capital offense, and not locking the door at night. Your door, while sleeping, is a 3rd capital offense. You have 3 shortcomings: coming at dusk without respect, pulling out the sword without stabbing, and saying words with the blade first and leaving them behind afterwards." Chu Zhen withdrew his sword and said, "Ha! The one who does not compare to you in the world is him." The phoenix was thirsty, so the messenger had to offer it a drink on his journey. The record says, Si Chi sent an envoy to Chu with a red phoenix as a gift. The phoenix grew impatient and broke its chain, losing itself. "The whip is here. Let me use this misdeed. I want to flee because I have failed in my mission as an ambassador for 2 lords. If I draw my sword, people will think our lord is unworthy of such a precious gift." The messenger went to Chu and said, "The Chi envoy presented a red phoenix, but it became thirsty along the way, prompting me to give it something to drink, only for it to escape and lose itself." The Chu king considered his words carefully and spoke eloquently, keeping him there and granting him favors for life, making him their most honored guest. The poem says, "Bidding him go with smiles." Fei Ku passed by the kingdom of Hao, where the prince had suddenly died from a fatal illness. Thus, the messenger must always boast about his written words, expressing sincerity, explaining his intentions, clearing up misunderstandings, and only then will he be allowed to proceed. Fei Ku built a palace for the king, saying, "I hear that there has been some distress in your country related to soil and land." The king answered, "My son died suddenly from an illness." Fei Ku said, "Let me speak to the doctors of Zhang, Qin, and Chu. They are capable of treating such a condition." "Is there no urgent matter?" The prince's favorites came out to meet him, saying, "I heard that ancient physicians were called brothers. The brothers would use bamboo mats as seats, eat grass for food, face north, and offer prayers with 10 words. How can your methods compare?" Fei Ku said, "They cannot. Those who came supported by others would all be healed and return home unharmed." They said again, "I have heard that ancient doctors used a method called Hanji blunt instruments for healing. Can your method do such wonders?" Said, "No. With wood as the brain, mugwort as the body, blowing through a hole to regulate the brain, the dead could be brought back to life." The prince's assistant asked, "If your method were like this, it would be like looking at the heavens with a tube, or piercing the earth with a needle. What you see is small, yet what you pierce is vast. Just as your method might not be enough to transform a child, right?" Replied, "Not so. There are instances where one has to groping in the dark, missing the target while aiming high." The prince's assistant then examined the prince and reported back. When dealing with a prince's illness, known as Shiju, a corpse like a living person. Thinking it might be a misdiagnosis, upon examination, the prince's secretions near the stockings were warm, and his ears had a crunching sound resembling crying. If these are the signs, they can all be saved. If you succeed, it will be as if human waste is granted eternal life, but if you fail, then like horses and hounds filling a pit. How the prince heard of this, barefooted and eager to see the doctor, said at the door, "You have honored me far beyond my worth. Kindly come in and cure my subject." He had barely finished speaking when tears streamed down his face. Entered, sharpened his needle, and prepared the 3 yang and 5 fu acupuncture points, lighting the fire in advance. All these were done while the prince's assistant administered herbs. After using 8 different techniques on the yang, he mixed the medicine and performed moxibustion on the yang channels. The prince was brought back to life. News spread far and wide, everyone believing that Biu had the power to raise the dead. Alas! But Sum said, "I do not raise the dead. I only help those who are alive. Even if one can cure a corpse, how much more so for the living? If we abandon his treatments, there is no cure for death. It means certain destruction." The poem says, "There is no remedy." Chu-Chu, a sage, wore a tattered coat and traveled to see Meng Chang, a nobleman. "How can you teach others?" Meng Chang said, "You are old now. Spring has arrived, and your memory fails." Chu-Chu replied, "Don't say I am old. Don't say I am old. Chase horses and mules. Does your highness want me to throw stones from a high place? Hunt deer or grab tigers? I am already dead. How could I be old? Speak forth the right words in front of nobles? Will your highness ask me to devise deep strategies and resolve doubts? My fault! I am only getting stronger, not older." Meng Chang blushed, sweat pouring down his back. "My fault," he said. The poem says, "The old man gurgles and gurgles." Chi Duke played on Mount Nyayu Bull Mountain, facing north at the state of Qi, saying, "What a wonderful country. Grand Taishan. If ancient people had no death, I would leave this place and go somewhere else." He bent down, tears streaming down his face. High Priest Gaozi said, "My lord, thanks to your grace, we have little food but are satisfied with it. We can ride donkeys and travel in simple carriages, and yet I would not choose to die." "How much less for your majesty?" Tears welled up in his eyes as he bowed down. "It is a pleasure to see this child's play today. What time does he have to think of death?" The duke was ashamed and raised his cup for a toast, then punished both courtiers. "We saw your majesty timid." 2 courtiers flattered him if ancient people had no death, then the great duke would still be alive. "My lord is now standing in the fields dealing with affairs. Qin Mu King was out hunting when he lost his horse, and asked for 3 days to find it. He found it in a thicket on the south side of Yangshan Sun Mountain. There was a peasant who shared his meal with them. The king said, 'This is the meat of a wild horse. Anyone who does not drink wine will die.' The king searched for wine and drank profusely before leaving. The next year, Jin's army fought against Qin. Jin's left wing surrounded Qin and attacked him. The armor of 6 soldiers was pierced, yet Qin did not die. It seems like you've provided a text in Chinese Old or Classical, and you want it translated into English. Here is the translation. They say, Viamangzi, known for his bravery, when his mother was well, he had fought 3 battles and retreated 3 times. His peers did not approve, but the country's ruler disgraced him. When Viamangzi received his command, his expression remained unchanged. 3 years after his mother's death, Lu's state raised its army and Viamangzi asked to join them. Upon meeting the general, he said, "Previously, I was with my mother, which is why I fought and retreated. It was a disgrace to my person. Now that my mother is gone, please accept this as an atonement." So he charged into enemy lines and fought, capturing armor pieces which he presented as an atonement, saying, "Please use these to atone for 1 retreat." The general stopped him, saying, "Enough." He captured more armor and presented it, saying, "Please use these to atone for 2 retreats." But Viamangzi, not stopping, captured yet more armor and presented it, saying, "Please use these to atone for 3 retreats." The general stopped him again, saying, "Enough. Please be my brother." Viamangzi said, "Retreats were meant to support my mother. Now that she's passed away, my responsibility is fulfilled. I've heard that a true scholar does not let his life be disgraced." So he defected to the enemy, killing 70 men before perishing himself. The Son of Heaven has 7 disputing ministers. Even if they are wicked, they do not lose their kingdom. The scholars heard of this and said, 3 retreats already atone for blame, plus wiping out a family cuts off succession. A scholar's integrity is small indeed, yet it ends in failing in filial piety. Yet, because he had figures like G, an honest minister, and Bi, another wise adviser, he did not lose his kingdom. Once upon a time, King Zhao of Yin, a historical figure known for his cruelty, terrorized the common people. Violating the ways of heaven, he forced pregnant women to carry heavy loads, chopped off hands and feet, and cooked mengai and huji. Each of the regional lords has 5 disputing ministers. Even if they are wicked, they do not lose their states. Minishu, a later king, drove them out. Ji was imprisoned and died a slave while Bi advised against it, but they were only able to destroy him after 3 years. After Wu Zhu's death, it took 3 years before Yu's state could attack them. Wu King Hubi, also known for his cruelty, forced an entire market district to bury those in a nearby village, yet because he had Wu Su Shu as an advisor, he did not lose his state. Each of the dukes has 3 disputing ministers. Even if they are wicked, they do not lose their families. Duke Ji of Qi. A historical figure known for misrule, was ambitious, performing rituals with 8 rows of musicians, traveling to Taishan, the highest mountain in China, and making himself extremely powerful. Confucius said, "This can be endured, who cannot?" Yet, because of Ruo, an honest minister, their state did not fall. Even after Rio's death, it took 3 years before Chai could be attacked. Therefore, they say, a country that has frank disputing ministers will thrive, while one that has silent, compliant ones will fall. The poem says, when a leader is unclear, there are no mistakes on either side. When the leader is unclear, with no worthy or wise advisers around. This was said to lament King Yi of Shang, a historical figure who had no advisers to guide him, whose kingdom fell due to his lack of guidance. Once, Duke Huan of Qi was out walking, and encountered a man dressed in simple clothes who was carrying a peach basket and an axe. "Where did you get it from?" The Duke was puzzled and asked him, "What is this?" "Who gave it to you?" "Why do you have it? Why are you avoiding me?" The man replied, "My name is Two Peaches. If I am careful with peaches every day, what harm could come to me?" Thus, the fallen kingdom of Shang serves as a warning for all the other states. A commoner's warning lies in the peach and axe. The Duke was impressed by his words, and invited him to share the carriage. The next year, in January, all the commoners started wearing peaches. The poem says, "The watchful eye is not far from Shang." Duke Huan of Qi held a drinking party for the dukes and told them, "Whoever arrives late will drink 1 course of a chapter from the Book of Rituals." After him, Duke Zhang of Q, one of the guests, was meant to drink, but he only drank half before setting it aside. The Duke asked, "Why did you set aside your half?" He replied, "I am following the rule that whoever arrives late drinks alone." They said to Yanzi, "Yanzi is a renowned debater." The text continues with more historical anecdotes and philosophical discussions related to leadership, morality, and the role of advisors in ancient Chinese society. When discussing state affairs with him, we cannot match his argument. When delving into ancient strategies with him, we are outmatched. King, alone with Yanzi, could have the officials escort people past the king, and the king asked them about it. This is how he should be handled. They replied that the people of Qi are known for thievery, so they were escorted. The king said, "Good." When Yanzi arrived, he sat with the king and discussed urgent national matters, distinguishing right from wrong in current affairs, repeatedly putting forward arguments and exploring different perspectives, but the king remained silent without responding. The king asked, "Why are they here?" After some time, the escorted people passed by again. The officials answered, "These are people from Qi, known for thievery, brought before the authorities." "How could it be renowned for thievery?" Yanzi replied, "Indeed, that is because they have learned from history." The king exclaimed with surprise, "Isn't Qi a nation of learned scholars and debaters? You should look at the southern orange tree. This is because of the soil. When transplanted to the north, it becomes a citron, right?" During his time in Qi, he wore proper attire and stood with the air of a noble person. But now living in Chu while being known for thievery, it is due to the influence of the land. The king should not be surprised. The poem says, "No hidden enmity but meets its match. No virtue goes unrewarded." Wu Yanling Qiji traveled to Qi and found gold left on the road. He called out to the herder to pick it up. "I have my own notion of loyalty and friendship." The herder said, "You are so high up, looking down. You appear a learned man speaking in a rough manner. Should the heat come, should I wear a coat or fur, would you suspect me as the thief?" Yanling Chiji realized he was a wise man and asked him his name. So he left. The herder said, "You call me a skin-deep scholar. What's there to talk about names?" Yanling Chiji stood and watched him go, not seeing him, and stopped. Confucius said, "Do not look at what is not polite. Do not listen to what is not respectful. Is this possible?" Yen Yuan questioned Confucius. "Master, I wish to be poor like the rich, lowly like the noble, without courage yet commanding respect, associating with scholars and having no worries for life." Confucius said, "Excellent. You have returned. Being poor yet content, being humble yet polite, not relying on force but gaining respect if you do these, how could you ever have a problem? No. If you are like one of the ancient sages, this is the way to be." Shi Jinggong went out hunting and did not return for 17 days. Yanzi rode along to meet him upon his arrival, but his dress was disheveled. "Aren't you enjoying your time?" The king, seeing this, expressed surprise and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Yanzi replied, "Indeed, there is an emergency. The people all think of your majesty as evil, fond of catching birds. Now, your majesty has been out hunting for 17 days without returning. I heard that fish hate the deep sea and head towards shallow water. Wild animals despise high mountains and descend to plains because they are more accessible for hunting. Is this not excessive?" The king said, "No, it is right. Should I not entertain guests? Then there would be no horses or oxen. Should I not perform ancestral rites? Then the high officials like Taizi would not be present. If I do not eat human flesh in the prison, then the magistrate of the jail would not be here. If for the nation's abundance or deficiency, then the fortune-teller and seer would not be called. I have 4 sons, like the 4 limbs of a body, each fulfilling its role, so there is nothing to worry about." The king said, "Well said." Yanzi said, "But people are like the 4 limbs. If they function properly, it is good. But if they go unnoticed for 17 days, wouldn't they die? So I will take your hand and ride back with you." If Yanzi could give such wise advice, he was indeed a brilliant counselor. Chu Zhuangwang was about to raise an army to invade Jin, and told the scholars, "Whoever dares to offer advice against this plan shall be put to death without mercy." Sun Shuao said, "I hear that fearing the severity of a whip or stick, and not daring to counsel his father, is not being a filial son. Dreading the axe or halberd's punishment, and not daring to counsel his lord, is not being a loyal subject. Therefore, I will advance my counsel. In my garden there is a yew tree, with cicadas on top, just spreading their wings and wailing, desiring clear dew to drink, unaware of the spider lurking behind, bending its neck to grab and eat it. The spider, in turn, intends to eat the cicada, but does not know that an orange-colored bird is watching from behind, raising its neck to peck and eat it. The orange-colored bird, about to eat the spider, is unaware of a young boy below, ready to shoot it with a bullet. This, too, speaks only of the advantage in front, ignoring the danger behind, not unique to insects, but also true of rulers. Your majesty now covets their land and enjoys their soldiers." The state did not grow lethargic, but because of Sun Shuao's efforts, Jin's state was at peace. During the time of Jin's flat prince, the treasure platform burned down, and when the scholars and officials heard, they all hastened with their chariots and horses to put out the fire, fighting for 3 days and nights. The prince, Ping, suddenly changed color and said, "The place where jewels are stored is a precious treasure of the state, and yet it was consumed by fire." All the scholars and officials rushed to save it, while you, Prince Yanzi, alone tied a bundle of silk and congratulated, "Very good. What makes you do that? Speech creates life. Lack of speech means death." Prince Yanzi replied, "How dare I be silent? This is why the fire consumed the treasure platform. I heard it said, a true king is hidden in the world, and various states hide their treasures among the peoplety farmers hide them in their fields, threshing floors, granaries, or storerooms. Thus, Tang, a former ruler, banished him, making him a laughingstock for all under heaven. Moreover, I also heard that long ago, King Ji of Shang was cruel, pillaging the land without limit, causing great suffering to all the people." The prince said, "Well, now, heaven has brought disaster upon the treasure platform. It is indeed your good fortune, yet you do not realize or change your ways, and are also afraid that neighboring countries will laugh at you. From now on, please hide your treasures among the people." The poem says, "Cultivated crops are precious, alternative food is delightful." Oh. King Wen of Wei asked Rick, "Why did Wu state perish?" Rick replied, They won numerous battles. King Wen asked, winning numerous battles, a nation's good fortune. But why did it still perish? Rick answered, numerous battles exhaust the people, while victories make the ruler proud. Pride then leads to licentiousness, and exhaustion begets resentment. When both rulers and subjects reached their limits, Wu's downfall was only a matter of time. No wonder it happened so late. The poem says, heaven brings disaster and chaos, destroying me and raising up a king. There was once a man from Chu named Shen Ming, who tended his garden to support his parents. His filial piety became renowned in Chu, and the Chu king invited him, but he refused. What is it that makes you turn down service for your country? His father asked. Why do you refuse? I want you to serve the king. His father said, if you have wealth in the state and a position at court, I won't worry. Shen Ming replied, if I give up being a son for the sake of becoming a servant, my joy will be gone, and your worries as well. Shen Ming agreed, went to the capital, and was appointed as the left general. Now that he has taken up arms, what should we do? White public said to Shike, Shen Ming is a warrior of renown in all of Chu. Shike replied, I hear that Shen Ming is a man of filial piety. That year, there was White Public's rebellion. He killed the Grand Commander Shi and the General Ziqi, and Shen Ming used his troops to protect them. He is using the power of his father to aid the rebellion. I cannot continue being a filial son, so how can I be a loyal subject? They sent someone to tell Shen Ming, if you come with me, I will give you Chu, but if not, I will kill your father. Shen Ming wept and answered, in the beginning, I was my father's son, now I am my king's servant. Beating the drum, they killed Bai Gong, and his father also died. The king returned and rewarded them. One cannot do both at once, nor can one's name stand firm in both respects. Shen Ming said, receiving the Lord's salary and avoiding the Lord's peril is not that of a loyal subject. Upholding the Lord's law and killing his father is not that of a filial son. Sad. If such is the case, how can he show himself to scholars all over the world? So he killed himself by self-strangulation. A poem says, progression and retreat only leave a valley. In ancient times, Taigong Taoist sage met Zhou Gongdan, Confucian scholar, while receiving Hisset. Taigong asked him how to govern Lu. Zhou Gongdan replied, respect and honor one's parents. Taigong said, Lu will be weak from now on. Zhou Gongdan then asked, how should I govern Qi? Taigong answered, elevate the wise and reward merit. Zhou Gongdan remarked, future generations will surely have rulers who are killed by rebellion. After that, Qi grew strong day by day until it became a dominant power in 24 generations when the Tian or Tian clan replaced them. From this perspective, sages can fathom subtle matters. Meanwhile, Lu weakened day by day and perished in 34 generations. A poem says, only this sage, gazing afar, utters 100 words,